Okay. We are back, folks. Welcome to the stream. Just give me one moment. All right, let's see if this works. Are we back on vertical? Yes, we are. Okay, cool. We're back. All right, we got it all. We got it all back here. Hate when my streams get broken up, but we'll do part 1 of 2. That's how this is gonna go. But welcome back, guys. Thank you for being here. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that was a that was targeted. So, yeah, I tried going to channel. I joined the link on Discord. Yeah, unfortunate, like as I said, and then yeah, horizontal's back. Okay, but I've only got the one chat. Give me 1 second. Of course, now the technical difficulties I was having before. Damn, Pep. Yeah. Whatever, man. Again, this is the I don't like bringing this up too much, but this is the shit that got Letterhack to quit. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it trying to provide people with, joy and, content when all you get met with is a bunch of fucking trolls that just, they have the ability to go and attack somebody else's internet, so they use that. Like, again, very, very mature, though. It's a very mature way of handling any disagreement. Very much convinces me that, anybody that thinks that way or thinks that stuff is okay. Oh, what the? Hold on, someone's at my fucking door. I swear to God, this is my thinking. Anybody there? Just in. Yeah, okay. Oh my God, really? Oh, that was my across the street neighbor mowing his fucking lawn. No, it's awesome when your dog does the, hey, someone's at the door bark. And it's all changing. He's getting older. Yep, yeah. No, it's kind of what I mean. I'll just say this much. That one is not as, I do have assurances on that end of things, but they did tell me not to talk about it. So, yeah, I might have screwed up on that one. Shh, guys. Shh. No notification now because your channel already did your 3 per day. Oh, fuck. Give me a second. That means that I need to go here, restart this. I'm going to delete the other VOD. So there's only 4 of these. Let's do this. Sorry, guys. I'm going to do this in real time with y'all. So what's going to happen is I'm going to restart, or not restart, but rename this. Because that usually helps. Save. Okay. Then I got to go in, turn this notification on. Manual notification. Okay, so some of the people that didn't get notifications before should actually get them now. There's a limit, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like one of the unwritten rules of YouTube. All right, so then share this. All right. And then here, very worst case, just remember, guys, I am over on Twitch. If it goes out again, because here's what sucks. Twitch didn't go out fully. yeah, like I lost stream for about 2 to 3 minutes, but it wasn't enough time for stream to completely end over on Twitch, so it actually picked it back up. I was like, oh, but yeah, I still wanna. It's to avoid spam. No, it makes sense. I get it. Here's what I'm gonna do though. I'm gonna send the notification through through Discord at least. Okay, and then if you guys can like the stream and join from your subscription list, that really helps at the beginning here, so I appreciate that. Other all mod chat. Hope it's worth not having an audience later. Okay. It is worth it actually, because you know what? I have an audience that loves me, and you know what? I do, and I enjoy their company. So are you trying to tell me that having mods in my audience means that I need to give the idea that there's carte blanche to come and bully me as a content creator? Is that what that was? What the fuck was that, dude? Get out of here with your nonsense. I mean, I don't have to worry about it. He already left, apparently, because, you know. And we're just getting back online. Yeah, well, he can fuck off. I don't give a shit. Makes me want to do the letter hack thing where I just mod everyone. That was funny, a drive-by idiot. Yeah. No, I've been told this by somebody where they're just like, if you have too many mods in your audience, then you're kind of signaling that, you know, it's a policed chat. Yeah. Whatever, man. That's how I feel about that, is whatever. The chat room on Twitch, stay alive too. Yeah, no, that's what I was like. Yeah, I was able to keep that up, which is wild. Why is having mods a problem? Just tell me you're going to act like a shithead. Yeah. No, that's exactly what it is. Like, the thing is, it's a bunch of people that are just like, oh, I want to bully this guy. I want him to debate me. God, the entitlement. Which they never show to any other content creator. Like, God, like the way that these guys simp for these fucking, like, chuds, like fucking Chud the Builder and all those assholes. And then they have that take where it's just like, mods. Yeah, whatever. Piss off. That's how I feel. All right. Well, now that the stream has been significantly derailed, like quite literally, we lost stream there, which... that kind of sucked. Dude, we were just about to make 1K on that, too. Like, I was only on for not even 3 hours, too. Like, damn. Got some subs from that last one, though, so that was nice. So, can't really complain. And we were having some really good discussions, but... Yeah, the fact that Dieter also lost his internet, though, I'm starting to think that, yeah, that was targeted. Because, Dieter, if you are watching this, or if Dieter gets back in here, ask him if he contacted his internet provider. Because that's what I did. And yeah, I kind of got a good idea what happened. But anyway. Alright, hold on, guys. It's a group. Wait, what's a group? Oh, like a group of people like coming in, or like what are you talking? Hold on, what are you talking about, Ghost Train? Oh, brats. Yeah, no, that's exactly what they are. A bunch of brats. Some whiny little brats that don't understand how to act. Yeah. My internet was yeah. Oh, it's all right. Whatever. Hey. If they want to play these stupid games, just know the stupid prizes are gonna be hitting your door. Listen, that's the one thing that happened is after I got had that situation happen this week where I got me and chat got a death threat. Now, whether or not it was serious or not, that's a different story. Like, I personally think it was just a fucking teenager that was being stupid. But I did learn some stuff through it, where it's just like, oh, damn, dude, they take that stuff pretty seriously. And apparently I have some, like, legal recourse if they actually do find people like that. So, I don't know, man. Keep doing things where you guys don't understand the laws. This is kind of the reason that I, like, when I read TOS, too. Like, I kind of understand how it works, you know? That's cool. Back when I used to stream 15 years ago, I had trouble like that. Just ignore it. Yeah, no, it's easy. No, it's easy. Whatever. I just restarted stream. It's fine. Well, now, like, the problem is it's just like, oh, no, now I have 2 separate streams. Now I gotta try and make the numbers, but whatever. Who cares? Don't be a dick. Yeah, just don't be a dick. It's that easy. But you know what? If you guys gotta be dicks, okay, fine. That's fine. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Hold on, guys. I do have to reset this after all. Oh, 4 subs. Oh, shit. By the way, guys, I'm only 4 subs away from, oh, shit. My goal over on Twitch. Sorry. Oh, man, so much has happened. Oh, here we go. Okay, wait. Hold on, guys. So this is just not working anymore. Fantastic. Great. Great. Wait. This is a setting. I can already tell. Hold on. There we go. It was totally a setting. Stupid YouTube. Pep Law tip of the day. Read the damn TOS. That really is my tip of the day. Because it also is just like, guys, like, stop being stupid. The biggest thing that I'm getting a little over, like, this is what I can't wait, is when all the kids are back in school. Then the shit pretty much stops. I also did notice, so, like, last year, same shit. It's the same shit. Yeah, we get it. You're mad you gotta go back to school. Oh, no. Nobody, you're not cool there, so you gotta come and take it out on us. You also barely have a grasp on politics. It's okay. It's okay. All right, so Labor Day is coming for you. I mean, my nieces start school next week. They start early, man. Hello. I really hope my buddy doesn't do what I think he's gonna do. Dude, I got a friend, like, I love him to death, but every once in a while, like, he lets his kids walk all over him when it comes to, like, the school stuff. Like, he told me one day that, like, his kid just didn't want to go to school, and he thought it was better to just keep her home. I'm like, that's insane. That's insane. I don't want to be one to question parenting, but that's fucked. Like, and it is specifically because that was never a thing in my household. Like, dude, you had to be pretty much, like, on the edge of dying to go to, like, to get out of going to school. Oh, no. Yeah. Nah, yeah. It's not great. It's not great. And she's just about to, like, she's about to hit teenage years, so, like, yeah, not the not the best situation where it's like, yo, dude, like you cannot let your kids walk all over you like that, you know, because kids are smart. Like, this is where I've said this shit on my show before, but I don't understand what it is about some parents that, like, they think, like, they see their kids in this way that only they do. Like, where it's like, but it's also partially delusional, where it's like they think that their kid, like, is still, like, somehow sheltered from certain things and doesn't understand certain things and doesn't know how to, like, work out a problem in certain ways, where it's like 1000% they do. That's why they're always shocked. Like, one of the ones that got me was when my buddy was surprised at how well his kid could navigate my phone. And I'm like, at like 3 years old, and I'm like, dude, she's an iPad kid. Of course that, like, I don't know, guys. I really am that type of, like, uncle where I'm just like, I just... I try to tell it like it is, but that's also not always, like, I also try to, like, respect the boundary on, I ain't your parent, and I'm your shithead uncle that is just recognizing, hey, maybe it's not the best thing to let a teenager dictate when they do or don't go to school. That doesn't seem like a great idea. I don't know why schools in the South start when it's 105 degrees. Yeah, that's nuts. They can't operate a touchscreen, but they can operate a touchscreen, but cannot type on a keyboard. Yeah, that's kind of wild. Yeah, you should definitely get your kids, like, on a keyboard pretty early on. I think that was the one of the best things that happened with my younger brother. Like, he was taught to type by the time he was like 5, and his reading comprehension skills were insane. And he's, with all due respect to my brother, he's not the smartest cat. So I love my brother, but he's, you know, on that level of thing, he's pretty average. So that's why I was kind of like, oh, hey, you know, that kind of proves that there's definitely merit there. These kids will be looking after us soon. No, they won't. We're going to have AI robots that are taking care of us. Trust me. There's not a lot of money in continuing to, like, constantly have us, you know, being looked over by nurses. Like, no, we're going to all die very, very alone in like a cold environment where legit, like, if you got family, sure, they might be there, but likely they won't be, because realistically, here's the uncomfortable truth about life is you usually die alone. Even if you're dying in, like, the hospital. Do you know how many times that, like, I've literally seen it where it's just, kids don't show up? One of the fucking saddest ones I saw was, like, this, the parents died alone. They had 9 kids that immediately descended. Instead of, you know, being sad about their parents dying, they were more upset that they had to split the inheritance 9 ways. Yeah, no, I've seen it. I've seen too much to just, like, to have this rosy, or these the rose-colored glasses, actually. Yeah, I took these off. I took them off because I started seeing that it was bullshit. Oh, no. Get a cyborg body, but have it where it's half human, half horse, just to screw with people. Just become a centaur. A reverse centaur, though, where it's the bottom half that's human and the top half that's horse. Holy crap, Pink. They put in fake clicks. Wait. I said to call my neurologist office instead of an IVR. Now they have an AI agent that pretends to be human. They pipe in the clicking sound and the mouse sound. Yeah, no, I know. That. Yeah. Yeah, they did that, actually, when I called my internet company to have them check my stuff. Same thing, where it's just like, hold on, please, wait, what can I help you with? Hold on. Is there a problem at blah, 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 blah? Matrix shit, yeah. I mean, guys, I try, like, I don't want to have, like, a completely dour, like, outlook on everything. Like, I'm not trying to be doomer, but, man, they think they think we're really, really stupid. No, they think we're very stupid. But it's okay. We can prove them wrong. I think that's the cool part is, like, we do kind of prove them wrong sometimes. I just realized that my last stream was technically 2.5 hours. It's a respectable stream. Hey, maybe if it's broken into two, people will actually watch the VOD. I get it. My VODs, like, if you guys are, like, looking to go on vacation and you need something, like, you just want fresh content through 8 hours, hey, I'm here for you. Hatsune Miku, hey. What up, Hatsu? Got a Hatsune Miku fan here in Twitch chat. That's cool. That's cool. Welcome, welcome. I am also I like some Hatsu. Although Hatsune Miku like fans, the ones that like get the statues and shit, a little weird. I'm sorry, but the anime like statues, I've always kind of had a like. Hi, my girlfriend wanted me to follow you. Oh, no kidding. Well, tell your girlfriend hello and welcome to not in any like weird way, just I'm glad that she sent you here. If she's part of the community and sent you here, that's awesome. If she's not part of the community and sent you here, that's weird but awesome. That was kind of funny. Tell your girlfriend I said what's up. Yeah, we have fun here, man. Try not to take myself too seriously. Try not to take this political stuff too seriously, even though it's very serious. But I had a pretty good conversation. Wait, you had a pretty good conversation with AI? I've never used AI, and I don't think I ever will. I've never used an AI chatbot, a chat like any of that shit. Not once. I've used the like Gemini, like when you just Google something. And like it does it automatically and it gives you the AI overview. I always skip over the AI overview and go to the actual Google overview though. I need a new doctor. I'm so over this shit. Yeah, dude. See, that's what sucks is like I was so scared that uni was gonna have the situation where she had bad doctors. Like I was, yeah. All right, finally feeling sleepy, gonna nap, have a chill one. Hell yeah, have a nice nap. I hope to catch you a little bit later. I will be doing the Twitch hangout no matter what. Even if this stream ends for any reason, I will make sure that we do our Twitch hangout. But I plan on being here for the next few hours. Now, the only problem is I'm gonna at some point have to run out. It's Friday night, and I looked in my fridge. I'm completely out of beer. Not great for a Friday night, you know? Especially when you're looking to kind of, like, unwind from a pretty, intense week of politics and just in general. Like, dude, this week was... It was a lot. I'm gonna be real. We had some stuff happen just personally where it was like, we are a pack. Ravi's her name. Oh, here, you need cash? You need cash? Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, totally. Thank you. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Ravi is her name. Hell yeah. Well, Ravi didn't tell us that she's got a partner. What's up? No, actually, Ravi has talked about the other side of everything going on. It's the same Ravi. But welcome to the show. I'm glad to have you here. Wait, now I'm confused. Yeah, I was about to say, is it the same Ravi? Or just, yeah, now I'm confused too. So I was like, wait a minute. Ravy's keeping us in the dark. How dare she? It's me. Oh. Okay. Where's my Aussie babe? She has been doing her diamond painting. Your first name is Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. You're Rave. Oh, wait. Really? You're oh. How is there two? What? Okay. Oh, yeah. Ravy and Ravy. Oh God, my head is gonna. No. Okay, I'm not the only one that feels this way. Cause yeah, that was wild. Like I was just like, that is no. I've never met two Ravies in my life before. How are two in the same chat? That's crazy. That's crazy. Statistical anomaly. Ah. You broke, Pep. That is definitely what happened. Also, here. Of course, I mistyped. Oh, whatever. Hi. Aw, Uni's checking in. Also, guys, if you haven't already, hit the like button. And also, I'm a few subs away from reaching my goal over on Twitch. If you guys have not already subbed and you have a Amazon Prime account, or if you guys want to get a subscription over on Twitch, I will definitely make it worth your while. With all the the classic entertainment, Pep Talks entertainment, but we have the cool emotes over there, and get this, I'm gonna do more Twitch emotes and stuff like that. It's gonna be cool. Pep, yo, how is you and your wife? I'm good. The wife is also having a good day. We're actually, we're having a really good day. Like today's a good day. So knock on wood, despite the fact that my internet went out. The Twitch Hangouts are epic. I love them. I'm loving the Twitch Hangouts. Like, if you guys haven't already followed on Twitch, please do. You're off to go do some stuff. All right. Well, thank you again for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ravy. I appreciate you sending them here. But I hope you just overall enjoy the show. I don't usually spend this much time doing this, but here. Oh, that is not what I was doing. Need to do. Wow. There we go. Aw, aren't you guys cute? Aw, young love, isn't it? Isn't it adorable? What am I, what's she making? Oh, it's actually really cool. Yeah, Uni, I'll let you describe it, but I saw it. It's really, really cool. Ken, what's up? Hey, yeah, sorry if oh man, I hope this doesn't break your, hold on, did it? Ah, crap, I think it might have. Yeah, Ken, if your streak got broken on Twitch, my bad, man. A tarot card, diamond painting, it's a unicorn, that's the Audacity card. I'll have... Yeah, she's gonna put it up in Discord when it's done. I forgot to tell them that you got Twitch back. Oh, really? That's kind of funny. Okie dokie. Photos in Discord for sure. Yeah, sorry, I was actually making sure that the Discord is up and running. Because that scared me a little bit. I just saw the circle of death on Discord, which is usually the first... that's the first thing to go when I lose my internet, so I was just like, not again! That would be the worst. You're switching back to YouTube? Alrighty, I appreciate you letting me know. Yeah, guys, just so you know, we will be going back to the Twitch a little bit later. Hope you guys will join us over there. Yeah, we have like a party. It's fun. Like seriously, we hang out. It's 420 friendly and overall just a good hang. So righty. Let's do this though. You guys are here for news and politics, right? Because that's what I put into the description. So I don't want to get anybody's hopes up here. Also, if you're just joining us over on Twitch, I'm also going to be doing this thing where, yeah, I'll be switching the topic after we cover the politics. Okay. Politics. 420. There we go. Alrighty, well, let's get to it. 78? You're on your 78th streak? Dude, that's insane. But thank you. That's all. Like, damn, dude, you watched 78 of my streams, like, back, like, and showing up for each. Damn, dude. Thank you. If I could, like, hand you, like, a gold star sticker through this stream, I totally would. But, you'll have to do the next best thing, and I'm gonna do this. Woo! For Ken! Yeah, look, that's my version of stars. That is awesome, yeah. In a row, hell yeah. Dude, yeah, he's on his 78th watch streak. That's crazy, dude. I don't have that with any channel, so you know what? That's like really awesome. Oh, god damn it, is my neighbor really mowing his lawn now? Sorry. Yeah, when my neighbor mows his lawn, I can hear it all. I'm like right on that side of things, so, and he's got one of those like industrial mowers that he definitely doesn't need. It's insane. Like, I don't understand why you would spend $3,000 on a lawnmower that you do not need that much power for. I forgot to ask you if you have the little model drill. You need it? Yeah, it's down here. Yeah, I think it's on my tray back here. Here, give me 1 second. Not now? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I definitely have it. I have my model drill. I think it's with my Warhammer stuff. I'm 99% sure that it's in my Warhammer box. Or the art box. Yeah, I keep my files. Let's see. I keep all my files in there, so. You have trays too? Oh, yeah. I literally have my art tray back there. Damn it. No. Nah. Yeah, it's with my Warhammer stuff. I'll have to get it. It's okay. I'll get it for you after stream. Just remind me. My wife is in chat. If you guys didn't know, she's a uni moogle. So, you got yourself a Dremel last birthday? Nice. I have I got a nice Dremel set. My father-in-law actually got it for me, and he had no idea that I like, use or like build miniatures, and it's the perfect tool. It's so cool. But all right, guys. Let's do it. Time to talk some politics. I wish Dieter was still in chat. Damn it. She didn't lose his internet. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, please go follow Dieter McBusiness. If one of you guys can link his channel, that'd be awesome. And also, if you guys haven't already hit the like on the stream, please do. Let's get this stream out there, and yeah. Thank you for hanging. Okay, let's watch something. Let's watch some news. What is this one called? Man Drive. here. This is hilarious. All right, so the flooding in Indiana is insane. However, the coverage was not something I expected because I watched this happen live while I was watching this this flood coverage. This is hilarious.
And Daniel, we want to get quickly to Kit because we've got a motorcycle or something trying to get through high water.
Yeah.
Kit, what is going on in
Here it goes.
Anderson?
Look at this dummy. He's driving a fucking trike through floodwaters.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy. This all just unfolded in the last 30 seconds. This is 5th and Main Street, and this is a three-wheeler
What are you
motorcycle.
doing?
Everyone was waving at him, telling him, no, no. This is where the White River just crested at 8 a.m. this morning. The White River got over 25 feet. It normally sits at 4 feet. So
Oh my God, that thing is going to be flooded bad.
We don't know how deep this water is, but we know it's deep, and somehow he is making it through. This is actually crazy. We also have people standing to the side videoing him, telling him, man, what is going on? What are we doing here? Where are you trying to get?
There it goes.
And as you can see, he made it about 90% of the way.
Yeah, he's starting to lose it.
That was a wild turn of events. We were not expecting.
He's lucky nothing fatal happened. Yeah.
This is okay. Lights are flashing.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah, it's waterlogged.
Bike is making
No, because once it reaches the spark plugs, you're fucked.
some noises here. But
Yeah, because his battery is submerged.
Before we go, I do have a friend here, David Myers with Man for Man Ministries.
Moron.
David, we're gonna
He just flooded that bike. And the thing is, he did it on a newscast. So good luck with the insurance, my guy.
come into the frame here. We've got a lot going on here. What do you think
They got the guy in the background still. I miss this part.
about what is happening right here? I know you're with Man for Man Ministries right here on the side. What do you think about this?
Well,
He's just sitting there like, whoop.
it's hard to describe a flood that's come through.
You gonna fucking get out and walk it? Or like kind of try? You gonna try?
Run by Bob Bloom, who actually ran the Promise Keepers in the 90s.
God, that was very dumb of him.
He's been able to take people who are incarcerated and help them out, get them back into a new life.
Oh, that's beautiful, David. Thank you so much. And we were praying for Man.
She was not listening. We're all just like, we're kind of watching the fire and rescue get here for the guy that on the three-wheeler that just.
For Man Ministries, we're gonna catch up with you in a
The the cameraman does not care about that interview. Not at all.
second, because we've got the
Oh, yeah,
Anderson
that's good.
Fire Department who just arrived to the scene here.
Well,
They are
Kit,
just
I mean,
about to do
consider
a
this.
rescue. It
Yeah.
appears that
He's going to be stuck there. I mean, if this man, something happens to him and he gets, pulled away, I mean, we're seeing, it looks like it's not a big deal. Those waters don't look like they're moving that fast, but this is what happened to those kids in Delaware County.
Yep.
You do something like that and you get in the water and all of a sudden you can be washed away. I don't mean to be like extra, hyper about it, but this is what we say, don't do
No,
this.
that's being hyper vigilant is not a weakness. That's a strength. No. Living your life with this "it could never happen to me" approach, that's how you fucking have 2 kids dying in a kayak.
This.
There's a reason that I'm a little fucking like, no. Vigilance is good.
yes, that's exactly right. And as you can see, that's why the Anderson Fire Department just pulled up and they were like, hey, man, we're going to have to rescue you now. You even have other residents who are taking off their shoes, ready to run into the waters to get him. So dangerous situation for everyone around, including the personnel, including other residents who are watching, because they may want to join in and help, but you just don't know how fast this.
Fucking done with this. Like, I hate this shit. I can't stand that. I can't stand that because, like, again, the hindsight only comes when somebody dies. Like, this is where I say, thank you, Mom. Thank you to my dad, and thank you to my grandmother for instituting this sense of, like, not being afraid, but being vigilant. Like, anytime that I went in the water, my dad actually said this to me when I was talking to him about, like, the situation that happened. He even said, he was just like, you know what? I'll say this much. You were always taught to respect water and like nature and like anything that was like technically bigger than you learned to respect it very quickly.
Going. It's very dangerous here, as you can see.
Like this shit you would never catch me doing.
He's on his bike right now. We kind of want to figure out, you know, did he not know what was happening? People were telling him stop, waving at him.
Yeah,
But we're gonna
realizing the
take
danger in what
this
you're doing.
rescue
The thing is, this guy, do you understand that this guy, he couldn't fathom, you know, finding an alternative route or any of that. And then he also thought, well, it's not that deep. He may have just caused thousands of dollars worth of damage to his motorcycle that will not be covered under his insurance, specifically with this news report being what it is.
live if we can here.
He's putting other lives in danger.
Yeah, he's putting other lives in danger.
We're noticing here a member of the fire department out with them. Let's watch this as this
Yeah,
unfolds.
he's literally putting other lives in danger because he's a selfish asshole who thought, well, I just want to get my bike back to the motorcycle or to the garage.
You can tell that.
And now he's
a little
talking to
Fucking
him,
moron.
asking him,
right.
yeah.
It's like, I mean, he
He's
could
talking
really
to him,
fire-
asking
you hear
him
the
what is
fire
going
trucks
on
coming.
here.
I mean, people think
Yep,
that it's,
and
you
you've
know,
got
only
the National
emissions
Guard
or-
here just around.
Shit, he's lucky he didn't get swept away. Yeah, but he could never fathom it happening to
the
him
corner.
because it's just a little bit of water.
This looks like an older
Am I
gentleman.
still? Oh,
Yeah, you're still live.
Am I still alive?
Go back.
okay. Yep. And then you've got.
And then
got
it's
the
done.
Firefighter yelling.
The thing is, he didn't want to turn it off because he was like, if I turn this off, it's not turning back on. It's like, yeah, we know.
At the other man saying, "Hey, please go back."
Jesus loves you. Thank
He
you.
was trying to get through to maybe
That's the second time today. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so.
help, or maybe even just cross as well. You know, earlier we did show you guys a few other people who were trying to pass through these raging waters. You heard from the EMA county director who said, please do not
Oh my God,
do
look, there's
this.
somebody walking
You just
across the
don't know
water.
how
Yep.
deep and how fast these waters are. But as you can see, everyone here a little bit frustrated with what just unfolded. We're just hoping
Yeah,
that
everybody's mad at this guy.
this gentleman's
This is-
okay,
Yeah.
and that everyone safely gets out okay here. But a crazy situation that just unfolded here.
Kid, he looks like an older gentleman.
You can hear the sirens now.
Yeah, we hear the sirens.
I'm hoping that he is okay. I mean, I'm kind of wondering if he would want to talk to you to talk about, you know,
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
what he was thinking.
Repentant man returns.
Kid, go up to him and ask him what was he thinking.
Hello,
Thinking
it's
about
Terrible
his family.
Terry.
Maybe
Oh,
he was
Angela-
trapped.
Terry, you can reform. You could become amazing Terry if you just wanted to.
And Daniel, I know I'm still live. I just want to let you know that
Of fucking course, it's a boomer.
my IFB call just dropped, so I
Yep.
can't hear any cues. But if we want to stay on this right now, there are
Could you imagine if like some dude in his 30s lost his life going to save that asshole?
sirens going the other way as well. So
Yeah, I'm playing that game where it's just like, wait, so you're saying that somebody that's 30 years old has a more valuable life than some boomer? It's like, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. That's what, yeah, welcome to 2026, motherfuckers.
it appears multiple rescues all happening at once here. But we're gonna
Yeah,
toss
you
it
lived
back
your
to
life
you
there,
guys
old
so you can
man.
kinda take it away.
If your
We can stay on the
photographer
shot
can
though. I
hear
just
us-
can't hear anything.
If
Okay.
your photographer can hear us, if he's connected, can you go over and ask him what was he thinking?
You know, and
Yeah, ask him what he thought. Yeah, ask him what he was thinking.
And maybe they felt like they were trapped, and that was the only way that they could get out.
What were you thinking?
We'll let them kind of work through that and kind of try to see if they can help this gentleman. The water, you know, had gone down a little bit there. It could have been so much worse, even because the water
you guys
had been
still there?
higher just
Yeah.
Yes,
short time ago.
yes.
And you see the
We're still
current as
there.
it's moving
No,
as that
tell her that
motorcycle
we're
was
still
going
there
through the
because we
water.
need her
And
to go do the thing.
firefighter that was there telling that other man to go back. Do not walk through the water.
I don't know
But
if Kit,
again,
yeah, and I don't know
Yeah,
if
we're
Kit,
still
you can
here.
hear.
Okay, sir?
Physically, yes.
Physically,
Mentally,
yes.
I'm about ready to kill myself.
Oh no, it's
Oh,
okay.
yes, yes. I have no transportation at all now. My trike's gone,
Yeah.
and there's not a thing I can do to replace any of it.
Did you not see the water there?
I wasn't.
You just weren't sure.
No, I didn't see it there.
Yeah.
But
It's hard to see sometimes. You know,
Yeah.
it comes up quick.
yeah, I know.
Aw.
How are you gonna go get some help now from the National Guard?
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Kit, can you ask him if
That's his only transportation? Why do I find that hard to believe?
about his home?
Right now, I don't. It wouldn't make a bit. It wouldn't make a bit of difference if I had $60 in my hand. I can't get the thing out of the water.
Yeah.
'Cause
I know they're gonna help you here today, but people are wondering how your home is holding up. Any damage to your home?
No,
No? Okay. Just
Well,
your
not
trike.
that I know of, and right now I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, if the house fell, sunk in the water, I don't care.
Oh, damn, dude. Oh, my God. He's so mad. Oh, my God. Yeah, I didn't see any of this. I just saw the guy drive into the water.
This is your main focus right now.
Yes, because I
Where
gotta
was he
have
trying to go,
transportation.
Kit?
Where were you trying to go to this morning, sir?
I wasn't even thinking.
Oh, my God. He went out for a joyride. Oh, my God. This dumb motherfucker did this because he wanted to go survey the floodwaters. And like he just said, his house wasn't hit.
It's a lot
I'm pretty sure that he would care if his house was underwater and gone right now.
going on here. I
I mean, dude, it's just your trike. It's a trike.
understand that. A lot of flooding, a lot of bad weather these past few days.
I just wasn't thinking this morning. I mean, I didn't want to get into this mess,
Yeah.
and now I've got.
I like how she has to feign like feeling bad where she's just like, well, we kind of watched you do it, but no, I do. You know what? The more I'm listening to him, it sucks.
Probably-
It sucks for him.
$80,000-$90,000 worth of motorcycle down the tube.
Oh my goodness.
Like I said, thousands of dollars. Yeah, yeah.
That's a Honda Goldwing trike.
That's a Honda Goldwing? Yeah, okay, so my dad has one of those. Or had one of those. I think he's got a Harley now instead.
Probably get it fixed, but I need to get it out of there.
Yeah, it looked
Yeah, he's literally one track mind right now. Like if he could, he would pull that thing out and head right to the fucking shop.
like a very nice
$80K for that?
bike there. But sir, can I give you a hug
Yeah.
or something?
Oh,
before-
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
My fault, not yours.
We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna try to get you some help. They're also here right now. They're gonna assess you and make sure everything's okay.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
What's your name?
John,
Nice to meet you, John.
Kid,
Oh, poor John.
John Gunther.
it worked.
God damn
He's
it,
okay
dude.
this morning,
Sorry.
physically, not mentally though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ain't okay. He ain't okay. He's just like, I just lost my truck. That was my retirement present to myself. I got nothing. I don't got no grandkids, no wife taking care of me or nothing. I got my truck. I don't care anymore. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. No, for real though. Like fuck. I genuinely feel bad for John. Although, come on, man. Yeah, my wife just shot me a text. She's like, "It sounds like your dad when he was more so my dad when he had his heart attack. Uh, he's talking to the nursing crew, right? And they're telling him, "You could have been dead. This was a widowmaker," and he's just like, "Will I be out in time for my movers?" And they're like, "No." He's like, "But I got movers at my house right now." It's like, no, $80K for a toy is ridiculous. Wait, you guys didn't understand that that's what those boats that you see, the motorcycles, yeah, and the boomers that are fighting for their tax bracket, yeah, that's what they fight for. That's what they're doing with their money. Just remember, for every time that we can't have something affordable for us, that's what they're fighting for. That bullshit. When in reality, it doesn't need to cost that much in the first place. All right. Let's get to the national news. We're just going to we're going to do that one quickie. That was funny, but also not funny. All right. Let's get our news from the War and Peace Report with Amy Goodman.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S. strikes on several fishing boats near Ecuador's Galapagos Islands earlier this year were part of a secret operation conducted by the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. That's according to the Washington
Pep out here sound like Joe Biden. Come on, man.
Post, which spoke to a source anonymously. One of the boats disappeared January 20th, along with 8 of its crew members who are presumed dead, according to the United Nations. Survivors of 2 other vessels that came under attack in March said they were abducted.
I could do the physical Joe Biden.
Cuffed and tortured aboard a ship before being taken to El Salvador. No U.S. government agencies claim responsibility for those strikes, which the Washington Post reports are separate from the Trump administration's publicly acknowledged strikes on boats off the Caribbean and Pacific.
Jesus.
The Pentagon has provided no evidence for its claims
No.
the boats were carrying drugs.
None.
200 people
None
have
at
been
all.
killed in the U.S. strikes since
Which
September.
usually that's what
Meanwhile,
you
US
need
Southern
that.
Command and Panama have concluded Panamax 2026, a series of war games involving at least 17 other countries from across the Americas. It was the first time joint U.S. military exercises took place in Panama since 2012. In Gaza, Israeli attacks killed 2 Palestinians and injured several others Thursday, with reports of airstrikes, mortar attacks, and live fire. The strikes came as human rights groups warned Israel is conducting a massive effort to clear tens of thousands of tons of rubble from the Gaza Strip. The debris resulted from Israel's near-daily attacks on Gaza since October 2023, which have killed at least 73,000 Palestinians. Some of the rubble is from cemeteries and other locations where human remains are known to exist, leading human rights groups to accuse Israel of attempting to erase evidence of war crimes.
Good luck with your wife. My grandpa died last year of cancer. I'm sorry to hear about your grandfather.
In the occupied West Bank.
No, she's actually, we caught it pretty early on, and she is in recovery. That's why we did name it the Recovery Fund.
Israelis.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Settlers are continuing to besiege the Palestinian village of Qusra, with Israeli soldiers stopping activists from bringing in aid. Among those who've come under attack is a Palestinian American. That prompted rare criticism from U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, who called the siege a horrific act of terror. A top humanitarian official at the UN said this week conditions in the West Bank have reached a breaking point. In southern Lebanon, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz vowed Wednesday his forces would maintain their occupation indefinitely.
We will clear this area and ensure the security of the residents of the north, and under no circumstances
they
will
did.
we withdraw from security zones, not in Lebanon, not in Syria, and not in Gaza.
Katz's remarks
They
came
wonder
after
why they're
Lebanese
being
Prime
compared to
Minister Nawaf
Nazis.
Salam said Israel's demolition of homes in southern Lebanon represented a serious violation of international law. Iran's militaries rejected the Trump administration's claims that ships are freely passing through the Strait of Hormuz, saying no one can pass without Iran's permission. This comes as the Pentagon's announced it'll send a new aircraft carrier to the Middle East.
Do you know why Trump said that today? What day is it? Friday? Oh, is he trying to boost the markets again?
To replace the USS Abraham Lincoln amidst reports of deteriorating conditions aboard the vessel. The USS George Washington is set to relieve the Lincoln, which has been deployed for over 8 months. On Thursday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth dismissed reports in Stars and Stripes and the Military Times about a growing mental health crisis aboard the Lincoln, where sailors face moldy showers, backed up plumbing, shortages of nutritious food, toiletries, and other supplies.
Hey, Hermit, welcome back.
Despite
we're back.
Denials, a U.S. official confirmed a sailor jumped overboard from the Lincoln in early August, saying the person was quickly rescued. The sailor had missed the birth of his daughter 5 months ago and reportedly complained to higher-ups about mental health challenges before attempting suicide. On Thursday, the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee's top Democrat, Senator Richard Blumenthal, demanded answers and called for a federal investigation.
And of course, they're going to cover this up until it's too late.
Aboard the Lincoln, which hasn't docked in close to 7 months. The New York Times reports the Trump administration carried out an expansive surveillance program targeting left-leaning groups in Minnesota, infiltrating group chats, spying on meetings at libraries and churches, and secretly obtaining financial records of organizations that were never accused of crimes. Among groups targeted were labor unions, including the Communications Workers of America, the SEIU, and the AFL-CIO, and climate activists with Sunrise Movement. The massive spying operation began last winter as hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans joined protests demanding an end to a violent mass deportation campaign by ICE and other federal agencies. Government documents reveal DHS characterized the protesters as violent opportunists.
This leaves the China Sea completely open, and I'm willing to bet that China is going to try some stuff on Taiwan. That's what people were speculating, that by Sunday they were going to do that.
And agitators, unquote, alleging they were involved in a widespread conspiracy. The surveillance operation arose from a White House directive known as National Security Presidential Memo, NSPM 7, which identified.
The thing is, guys, they didn't really bank on this, so that NSPM 7 because it's blatantly unconstitutional the way that it is. It's going to be a little bit easier for anybody that's, prosecuted under NSPM 7 to sue the administration and likely win.
Identifies a potential domestic terrorist as someone expressing anti-Christian, anti-capitalism, or anti-American views.
Yeah, that's actually blatantly against the Constitution and the First Amendment. We can express anti-American views. We can express anti-Christian views. We can express we can be anti-anything. It's America.
The civil liberties advocacy group defending rights and dissent.
What's your opinion on the war with Iran? Who won? Who won? Fucking Iran.
Called the surveillance a, quote, disturbing, invasive, and utterly unjust.
We're literally out of ammo, and they're also playing us like fucking hard right now, bro.
Viable attack on freedom of expression and political dissent. Democratic Senator Chris Van
The
Hollen
walls are closing in.
saying,
Yep.
quote,
It's McCarthyism in full swing.
These are the actions of an authoritarian state.
Yeah.
In New Jersey, ICE has confirmed the death of a third immigrant.
I'm just happy to see the pendulum swing where it's just like, no, like it does take a minute. This is where I was kind of trying to say this earlier, where I'm like, all right, guys, like.
In Newark that was first disclosed by Democratic Congressmember Rob Menendez. Jose Chajon Raxon from Guatemala reportedly suffered what appeared to be seizures and later died at the hospital, according to DHS. Chajon Raxon was detained at the privately run ICE jail known as Delaney Hall after being arrested July 18th. ICE claimed he was released from custody 4 days later.
He's going to be forgotten about.
No further details. ICE previously failed to notify of his death
sucks.
due to a new policy that no longer requires the agency.
He's just
to
one of
report on
many
deaths
now.
that
This
occur
is
within
insane.
30 days
Yeah,
after
cool.
an
Government
immigrant is
killings.
released from custody.
He died in a concentration camp. Jeez, it's almost like we're no better than like the 1930s Germany.
Even if he is released into
Abolish
a
ICE.
hospital.
Welcome back, Dieter.
This is the third
Yep.
reported death connected to Delaney.
By the
Hall
way,
since
man,
December.
I lost internet the same way you did. I'm starting to think that might have been targeted.
As prisoners and advocates have widely condemned chronic medical neglect.
What'd we
inside the
do,
jail.
man? What'd we
Nationwide,
do?
More than 50 immigrants have died in ICE custody since Trump returned to office. In related news, in Washington state, over 140 immigrants are entering the third day of a hunger strike at the notorious Northwest Detention Center in Tacoma, Washington. That's according to the advocacy group La Resistencia, which confirmed the action.
Sadly,
began
you might
August
be
11th.
right.
Among
Yeah.
their demands is proper medical care, as several prisoners with broken or dislocated bones reportedly have not received treatment. Northwest and Delaney Hall are both operated by the for-profit private prison company Geo Group.
Yep.
In Texas,
Geo Group needs to be abolished, and honestly, I think that every CEO or anybody that like profited from Geo Group should be sent to one of those prisons so they can live in the conditions that they were perpetrating.
bulldozers have rolled into Big
That's
Bend
true justice.
National Park to tear down portions of the environmental landmark.
Like, let's put it this way. If I was making a movie, and I mean just a movie, like this is for entertainment purposes, if I'm making a script, that there's this theoretical prison, right? Where they got an ethnic group in there, and they mistreat these people. Well, yeah, and wouldn't that be a great movie if all of a sudden things turned politically, and then every single person that was involved in perpetrating like that injustice,
As part of the
wouldn't that be fun? And then we get to watch it like a reality show.
Trump administration's
Hey, Ravy, we just found out that there's another Ravy.
$46.5 billion effort to expand a massive border wall and other security infrastructure along the border with Mexico.
Am I an NFL fan? We could do a leftist NFL episode every week. I mean, kinda.
Testers got
I'll be honest, with the Bears talking about moving to Hammond, I'm getting less and less into, I'm getting more and more out of football is the way I should put it.
Thursday at Big Bend seeking to block construction of the wall.
Just another, because the thing is, they made it political again. They want us to pay for the fucking stadium, and they're threatening us with leaving if we don't. Like, fuck you, fuck the Bears, fuck football. I just don't care anymore. Actually, no, this year, I don't care. And watch, this is the year we actually go to the fucking Super Bowl.
After the Department of Homeland Security waived requirements that federal contractors comply
Yep,
with
hockey
a
when
broad
it's in
slate of
season.
environmental
Yeah, once October comes, then I'll be good.
laws, including the Endangered Species Act. Meanwhile, in southern Arizona, a protest camp predominantly led by queer and femme activists continues in the small border town of Lochel to prevent the destruction of a
I agree. I already pay my fucking
grove
taxes.
of ancient cottonwood trees that
Yeah, dude, I hear that. Well, it's Kushner's brother, but yeah, it's Kushner's brother and Bob Iger. They have a split partnership the thing is that they used mob tactics, where they threatened the last owner with an investigation and were like, sell or else.
Federal contractors plan to destroy.
Yeah, no, it's just another fucking. It's great. It's great. Yeah, but I don't know, Dieter. What do you think about that? Jared Kushner now owning the fucking Lakers.
To build another portion of Trump's border barrier with Mexico at a cost of about $500 million. Ukraine's proposed a deal with Russia that would see both sides halted.
And then they have the nerve to charge us $15 for a fucking 9-ounce beer.
Attacks on civilian ships in the Black Sea. Reuters reports the offer came as part of an effort to reopen a crucial grain corridor amidst warnings that the attacks are driving up global food prices, which are already at their highest levels since early.
What do you mean the NFA is going to get repealed?
2023, the United Nations.
What's the NFA?
Reports more civilians were killed or injured
I'm
in
at that
Ukraine
point.
in July.
It's Friday, man. My brain's cooked.
Than in any month since Russia's full-scale invasion, with at least 437 deaths and over 2,600 injuries in Ukraine in July. Poland's prime minister says authorities have arrested a Russian national who is preparing to assassinate a Ukrainian-American citizen in Warsaw. Donald Tusk called it Russia's first attempted attack on a U.S. citizen in a NATO country. In Tokyo, the Japanese prime minister Thursday blasted Vladimir Putin.
Oh, yeah, Texas, you know, that bastion of fucking being well-governed.
The Russian president's first ever visit to the disputed Kuril.
The freest state in the Union that has the least amount of freedoms.
Islands. It's one of 4 islands claimed by both Russia and Japan.
Yeah, we're free if you're a cowboy.
This latest visit to Ituro by the incumbent president of Russia runs contrary to Japan's consistent position regarding the northern territories. Furthermore, it hurts the feelings of the Japanese people and is absolutely unacceptable.
Meanwhile, President Trump shared a video on Instagram Thursday showing former U.S. Marine Robert Gilman aboard a plane with Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff following Gilman's release from Russian custody. He'd been jailed by Russia for over 4 years. Here in the U.S., Indiana's governor has declared a statewide disaster emergency and deployed the National Guard following severe storms that brought what officials called a once-in-a-millennium, once-in-a-thousand-year flooding event. More rain is expected this week in Indiana and neighboring Illinois, which also suffered flooding. Some 36 million people across the Midwest were under flood alerts Thursday.
We're going to get a lot more rain actually coming in by around 8 o'clock.
A federal judge has dismissed the Trump administration's lawsuit.
So I'm going to be watching the weather in a little bit. Not on stream here. It's going to be
accusing Harvard
on my
University
phone here, but if I'm not paying
combat
attention to this,
campus, the government had
because I'm
argued the
watching the
university
system.
failed to protect
Actually,
Jewish
here, let me check.
community members during campus protests over Harvard's ties to Israel's assault on Gaza and Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories. A U.S. district judge in Massachusetts called incidents of anti-Semitism, quote, isolated and episodic. The Congressional Black Caucus is calling on the Department of Justice to investigate the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, an 18-year-old black college athlete whose body was found in July on a barrier island in Mississippi. Wells vanished after taking a boat to the island with a group of white friends over the July 4th holiday. His body was recovered several days later. Authorities say Wells may have accidentally drowned, but his family has questioned the official story in part because Wells' cell phone was found not with his body, but in the possession of one of his friends who returned home. This is Georgia Democratic Congressmember Lucy McBath.
This brings back so many vivid memories for me and my own family, having lost Jordan to unnecessary gun violence in November 2012, Black Friday, simply because he was black and playing loud music in his car. And so here we are again today, here for the loss of another black young man in our community. And we find ourselves asking the same questions.
And in Washington, D.C., the board of directors for the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts has voted to once again inscribe Donald Trump's name on the building and to shutter it for 2 years, allegedly to make renovations to the Performing Arts institution. Thursday's vote by Trump-picked board comes despite a federal judge's order barring closure of the Kennedy Center and ordering the Trump administration to remove Trump's name from the building. Meanwhile, Senate Democrats are seeking an audit of spending on the White House East Wing and ballroom.
Something's going on, guys. All right. So, all right. Apparently, there's a national Pokemon Go outage. There's a national YouTube outage. There's a national Twitch outage. Guys, I think that we're being I think there's a national cyber attack happening. I mean, I can't confirm this, but this is my speculation on it.
After the Washington Post,
I just checked all the outage sites, and they're all reporting this shit right now.
Reported the Trump administration plans to spend at least $900
And then my internet company saying that there's nothing wrong with the actual internet.
million on new construction. When Trump announced his plans to
Discord.
build a ballroom last year,
Discord's
he
down
repeatedly
too.
promised the project would
Wait,
be funded
what?
entirely by private donors. And those are some of the headlines.
Oh,
This
Discord
is
was
Democracy.
down for about an hour between hours of 4 p.m. 6 p.m. Okay, so that must have been Eastern. One can only hope a good cyber attack that shuts everything down might require people to once again start thinking for themselves. Trump hackers are doing a false. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that, yeah, it's a little, okay. All right, so let's talk about the Luigi stuff, because we're at that point. If you guys are just joining us and haven't already liked the stream and haven't already subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so. Also, welcome to the channel. Also, West Coast 420 if you guys celebrate. Maybe they're just incompetent. No, because again, this type of error, I mean, they're just saying they're all saying denial of service errors. Bandit. It's always cool to see my MR emote. I don't know how I got stuck with that one. It was kind of funny. I remember when they kind of explained the emote game, and they told me to choose one, and I was like, oh, the coffee, like, because I chose the pepper one. They're like, somebody else has the pepper. I'm like, how is that? Okay, well, how come they don't have to choose a new one? This just makes sense for me. A pepper makes sense for me. But no, I got it's coffee time because, yeah. Denial is just a river in Egypt. Denial. Denial of service update. Here, I'm going. I'm gonna do it. I'm just going to Reddit. Fuck it. I don't want to, but I'm going to. Service. Yeah, I mean, okay, so the outage report is saying that everything is back up, but they're giving times of everything going down. And it seems to kind of like do this like little fluctuation. Okay. You think this is the beginning? I hope not. We'll see. Luigi needs to be made an example of. It's not that somebody they disagrees with, it's somebody that ruined his life. Now, the fact that you guys can uncritically think of why he might do that, you're also full of shit. You guys are a bunch of LARPing assholes that pretend that, like, if somebody came after you and your family, you'd go full Punisher. But then you also say comply or die. Which one is it? Is it that you guys have absolutely no consistency and you just want to, like, you want a way to mask your cruelty? And that's the best way to do so? Because it doesn't make you seem like you're a complete sociopath, but in reality, you are. I'm getting errors from some Twitch channels, not others. Yeah. No, there's definitely something going on. We'll keep an eye on it, but yeah, this is a little sus. All right, let's do. All right, so on Friday, Luigi Maggione pled guilty in the Manhattan federal trial to 2 stalking charges resulting in the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Now, here's for the very small-brained plebeian that is just kind of hanging in chat right now, thinking that the CEO is, oh, you poor guy. Well, guess what? They couldn't even charge him with killing him. They didn't charge him with killing him. They didn't actually really charge him with anything outside of a stalking charge. So do you know what that means? Maggione detailed his intent to kill insurance executive after years of enduring severe back pain and frustration navigating the health system, confessing he used a 3D printed pistol to ambush Thompson outside a Midtown Manhattan hotel. Defense attorney Karen Friedman Agnifilo, I never have been able to say her name, even when she's on Midas Touch, announced plans to seek a dismissal of the state murder charges on double jeopardy grounds, while Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office maintains that the state case involves distinct legal harms and intends to proceed with trial. Thompson's family expressed gratitude that the federal justice system held the perpetrator accountable, stating in a statement that the plea marks an important step toward justice for Brian and for our family. Legal battles over double jeopardy protections intensify. The court must determine whether the federal guilty plea bars the state from pursuit. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it should, because theoretically it does constitute double jeopardy. It's the same case, especially if it's in the same, like if it's in the federal court building of New York. Now, if they go to like the federal court building of Pennsylvania, but they can't, because this is like this. They've already. All right, never mind. I'm all high, just like thinking about it. Yeah, boots taste good. Nom nom nom. Yep. Now this guy's one of them comply or dieists, where he'd rather argue in favor of billionaire class fucking, killings. Essentially, that's what it is. Because that's what it is. Like, you're perfectly fine with them doing it in mass, as long as it's masked. As long as it's masked under taking away policies that, and like instituting fucking fees and all these roadblocks that would kill somebody. Like, yeah, it seems like that's what you're in favor of, which is insane. You ever like look at yourself in the mirror and realize that you yourself actually, might be part of this problem? Whatever. If you live in America, eventually you're gonna get hit by it. Which, if you're not a bot and you're not, a foreign actor, then yeah, you know what? Have fun. Just don't come to us when you're all of a sudden you're stuck there with all this debt, or they won't even give you coverage, or they won't even give you treatment, because that's something that does happen. Denial of treatment does happen. Any judge of a lower court can charge anybody with whatever they want, but when it goes up to a higher court and they find out he did his job wrong, his ass is grass. Yep. If they keep going out after him in this kind of manner, they're never going to get him on for the crime that he committed. No, the thing is, that's kind of where I'm going. Like, they're not telling everybody how, like, the team that was trying to prosecute him really fucked up. Cool, but be careful with those details. You got to keep it TOS. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do. Yeah, the mention of the 3D prints. Well, that's the thing, man. Because they were talking about that, too. Like, the Trump administration was talking about, banning 3D printers before they were going to ban, any weaponry. Like, that's insane. Billionaire or not has nothing to do with it. You have no idea. 19 years working in healthcare, particularly in oncology patients. I think that I have a much closer seat than many here. No, you don't. You're full of shit. You don't actually see any of that. No, if you're an oncologist, you don't see any of that. You lying sack of shit. You don't know what your fucking patients are paying. I'm sorry. I'm going to just say this. My wife's oncologist is one of the best people on this planet. He's one of the best at what he does. But you know what he doesn't know? Anything about this. Because you know what you need to have to be a good oncologist? A degree of separation from that kind of, from that side of things. So your administration knows exactly, like your front office and administrative team knows exactly what that is, what's happening with your patients. But no, you know fucking nothing more than I fucking know. We've been going through it, cocksucker. Yeah, that actually just really pissed me off. $100,000%. Oh, yeah. That just no, this is the thing that people hate about doctors, and this is why people respect nurses over doctors any fucking day. It's because the nurses are the ones doing the hard work. Just because you had the opportunity to go to school and, get that little bit of an extra, that little extra boost. The thing is, yeah. Nah. I actually just lost every fucking ounce of respect for you. I don't care if anybody in my chat bans you. You're kind of a piece of shit. And honestly, if you do work in oncology, I feel bad for any of your fucking patients. You absolute hack. Sitting here making I'm gonna guess making millions off the healthcare system, then trying to tell us that. All right, boots taste yummy, and yes, I have a feeling that he's more like, the thing is, he's probably more than happy anytime. Like, this is actually genuinely fucked up. You understand that Jordan Sims, he sees his patients as dollar signs. He's one of those guys. Just remember, you know what, guys? No, we're doing this. I'm doing this. Alrighty. Jordan Sims 9721 he just got banned from chat. If it's true and he's an oncologist, just know that if you have a Dr. Jordan Sims or you see a Jordan Sims in your oncology office, just know to run for the hills, because this is not okay. Having anybody working in the healthcare system saying, who should pay for it? Everything's free. Who pays for the research, the development of the new drugs? That could be covered through fucking taxing billionaires. That could be literally like that. You're sitting here saying that we need to pay for it? Yeah, because where does this constitute in any other fucking, developed nation that has socialized medicine? How come they all can figure that out? But no, you greedy fuck, sitting there in a house that honestly you're still miserable in. If you're not miserable, I fucking hope you get miserable. I hate people like you. I genuinely hate people like you. Doctors with profit motives and only seeing money. No, this guy would rather have us all fucking doing GoFundMes and like literally doing this. Doing a fucking recover. Like, this guy's more than happy with that. Less medication from research derived from publicly funded research. Or wait. More? Okay, most. Jesus Christ. All right, your text-to-speech is awful. Wow, that is a dream experience. Coming at you from a country with free healthcare. Yep. Real doctors see what their patients patients struggle with, and the dude is a LARPer and cleans bedpans. That's kind of what I think. I think that is exactly what it is. He's a nurse practitioner. What'd he say? 15 years? Let's see. Because I don't think he's a doctor. I think that he's just like you said, a LARPer. Hold on. You guys keep screwing up my, Yeah, he's standing up for the billionaire, blah, blah, blah. Pep for a single 3-hour infusion of chemo and immunotherapy. Trust me, I understand, Porgy. I understand. I'm literally sitting with medical debt that's about to reach, like close to $1 million. Like, I don't want to fucking... This is where... assholes like this guy, I want to light that candle for. I can't even. I worked as a nurse in age and disability care, and oh my fucking god. Well, again, this guy is more than happy having that as something that he can benefit off of. Like, honestly, I don't know. I kind of feel bad for, or not feel bad for banning him, but I do kind of, like, now I want the engagement so I can yell at him some more. Over 45K die in America because of insurance denials. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit. Also, what up, DA? Good to see you, brother. How you been? I hope your vacation is going well, even though you don't seem to... I mean, damn, dude. They had you working on your vacation yesterday. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I enjoyed the show. No, you had every right to ban him. He was a piece of shit. Yeah. Well, it's not about having every right. It's the fact that I was still, I don't know. I kind of want to engage with him and, like, I want to yell at him some more. Because honestly, I think that I have so much pent-up rage from every fucking medical bill that I've been given. Pep, you have every right to be pissed. Where is Stan the Man?
At HBX $10.
Oh shit, I think he's upstairs.
You have every right to
Here.
be pissed.
Uni,
Where's Stan the Man?
can you let Stan down if he's up there with you? Because I know that he was barking at the neighbors. It might take a minute, guys, because Uni is in the middle of a project. I live in a country with free healthcare, and people die because the system is so overloaded they can't get appointments to see doctors. It's not necessarily a panacea. Okay, what country? What country do you live in? Because that's not fucking doxing you. Like, what country do you live in where the free healthcare system is resulting in people dying because they have to wait too long? I want to know. Like, none of... In the UK, I think you're full of shit. I got healthcare in the fucking UK. I can tell you right now, no, it isn't this bullshit that, like, they said the same thing about Canada. Like, the right wing in Canada says the same bullshit where it's just like, we have to wait. Yeah, you gotta wait for, like, things like a fucking bum knee. They're not letting you die of fucking cancer just waiting for fucking stuff. Like, dude. And if you think that, oh, Jesus. That isn't, you're not talking to Dieter McBusiness. There we go. Who dat? Who dat? Also, thank you for the very kind $10 donation, Etch. I really appreciate that, brother. Stats. Things are only bad in the UK because the NHS funds keep getting redirected into private healthcare. I want stats. I don't want any fucking of this bullshit. Because honestly, all I see is it's a healthcare bot trying to convince the fellow UKans to go to a private healthcare system. Which, if you want that, move to America and then tell me how much you fucking love it. I'm not kidding, bro. You guys can get, like... You don't have to worry about your wife fucking giving birth. You don't have to worry about any of that shit. You guys really do not know how fucking good you have it, and I hate people like you. Hate. You know, I said that yesterday, that I don't hate a lot of people. No, I take that back. I reserve my hatred for people that fucking fight against their own benefits. And idiots like him. I can't stand idiots that are so fucking just brain dead that they can be walked into the meat grinder that is the capitalist system that constantly exploits them. They fucking love it. They fucking love it. You love sucking billionaire cock. But the thing is, you're not even doing that because they don't even give you the time of day. You get nothing. And then you want us to fucking, trust me, the second something bad happens to you, you're wondering where all your protections are. Nah. Nigel Farage is trying to import our crappy conservatism over there. Yep. Come to Mexico with dental surgery was going to cost me almost $9,000. Stateside cost me $1,500. Yeah. No, I got something done in Mexico that was a lot cheaper than it would have been in America, but I was able to get some scans done. But this is where I say that I do have a level of expertise in this. I have had healthcare in Canada, Mexico, France, and the UK. I have been the beneficiary of all of that, and I can tell you right now, as an American enjoying the benefits of your nationalized healthcare system, even though, yes, the UK did make me pay because I was from the US. But you know what they made me pay? The equivalent of $22. Profit motive in medicine ruins everything? Oh, absolutely. I had my whole mouth done, and all up costs $5K. Yeah. Dental insurance in the U.S. is really wonky, but our dental care is a little bit cheaper. Like, for instance, if you need a filling, I know that, like, if I don't have insurance, I can go get my filling done for $150. So, your dental was free in California? No kidding. Wow. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I literally, here. You know what? Common myths around the UK's national healthcare system often distort public debates on funding, privatization, and management. NHS is being fully privatized. Out of pocket or private spending remains a small fraction. The vast majority of healthcare delivery and hospital care budgets stay within the National Healthcare Trusts. There are too many pen-pushing managers. Bureaucrats do not overrun the system. Managers historically account for a small percentage, about 4%. Immigrants are bankrupting and crippling the system. Non-UK nationals and immigrants are often blamed for shortages, yet international staff make up a vital baseline, over 11% of the NHS workforce, heavily supporting patient care. Oh, that's right. Yeah, a bunch of the British old dudes are. That's right. And they're probably the ones like, oh, where are all these immigrants coming from? You're in the UK. Oh, you are, Hatse? Hatsune Miku. It's Hatsune. What do you think about this? The NHS is uniquely wasteful and inefficient. Comparative international data shows that the NHS remains remarkably cost-effective relative to other wealthy nations, mostly the United States of America. Though productivity tracking is complex, okay. Health tourism drains NHS resources. God damn it! Fucking Christ! Sorry. I've hit my mic like 6 times tonight. This is day 1 shit. Health tourism is it drains NHS resources. International visitors using emergency or planned healthcare without entitlement represent a minuscule fraction of overall expenditure rather than a primary driver or financial strain. GPs are simply not working hard enough. General practices handle tens of millions of monthly consultations, facing structural volume constraints rather than a lack of effort. Explore analysis on health and social care missteps from... The NHS myth is cracking. This is from the Prosperity Institute, so take it for what you will. Despite soaking up more than $200 billion of taxpayers' money per year, NHS and health policy more widely tutors have gone ignored. Since coalition government, I'm not reading all this. Essentially saying that the myth of the of the burden on the NHS system is exactly that, a myth. I want to make a necklace out of my teeth. I'm not BSing. Ew. I mean, some people like that shit, man. I don't know, whatever. Donald, that seems interesting, but isn't that... I mean, why your teeth? Wait. Do you have like your old teeth? So like, for instance, this is actually true story and it's also kind of fucked up. Oh wait, I already told this here. So when we were going through my mom's stuff, I found my baby teeth. She saved all of my baby teeth. And the thing is, apparently they can get stem cells from that. So yeah, I don't know. I'm looking into it. But yeah, I have all my baby teeth, like as far as like the ones that my mom saved. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's weird. Like, it's like in a little container and everything. It's creepy as hell, but yeah. That's how Canada or California works. But since I'm on Medi-Cal, I get insurance for dental. Oh, cool. Now I think about it, it's easier to do that kind of thing with animals, but with humans, it's weird. Yeah. I got my kids' teeth. Shouldn't have backtalked. Yeah. Hey. Jesus. I have a gum condition that makes me lose my teeth, and sometimes I could pull my. Oh my God, that's so. Oh wow, that's like one of my nightmares. That's literally one of my nightmares. Like I don't know why, but I had a nightmare that I was at the United Center, not playing hockey. Just I was in the United Center bathroom, and I just felt it where I'm like, what the hell? And I just yanked my tooth out. I woke up from that nightmare, and I for some reason have that embedded. Oh my God. Ew. Oh man. Okay, DJ, I'm so sorry that happens to you. Fuck. Well, dentures are not as bad as you think. My dad got dentures when he was in his early 20s. So you have false teeth? Oh, okay. Like, do you have like one of those retainer things that has all your false teeth on it? I mean, dude, I've known so many dudes that like have that, so it's one thing with hockey. Again, those are the guys that took their helmets off. Common nightmare of losing our teeth. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I do know that that's a common nightmare, but still, that's... Oof. I always ask for my parts if I go into surgery. Yeah, that happens. That happens. That part did cost. Oh. Nobody ever lets you keep anything? I'm trying to think, because... I don't think they would let my wife keep hers. They showed us some stuff. I pulled my adult teeth at a young age. Now I got gaps. Ooh, that sucks. Yeah, well, that's the learning experience, folks. I think it's funny that we all dream of that. I mean, yeah, because it's literally like, I don't know. All mine had to go to pathology. Yeah. But they still showed us stuff. Like, that was kind of cool. Where they're like, look at this. It's like, oh, wow. Okay. I had that happen with my biopsy on my leg. They took a mole off my leg, and he's like, dude, here, you want to see it? I was just like, yeah. It was kind of cool. I'm not bothered, really. No. Yeah, it's it's anxiety. Yeah, no, I think that, yeah. Your wisdom tooth broke apart as they took it out. Ugh. Yeah, I had all 4 of my wisdom teeth pulled out. The surgery went well, but one of the gaps didn't heal like properly. I still have it in the back of my mouth. It sucks. I have to make sure that like food doesn't get stuck in there and shit. It's like something I have to be vigilant about every day. Yeah. You have partial dentures. They're beautiful. My dad, he has all of his teeth are his upper teeth are dentures. And honestly, yeah, he kind of said the same thing and they got better like through time. Cause he used to have, we used to call him his George Washington dentures because they were big and he would talk like this. Like he could never say his S's. So he would have to take out his teeth to like talk comfortably, but then he would whistle a little bit, which was kind of funny. A girl kept her amputated arm. So I'm sure that you can keep almost anything that doesn't harm you or anyone else. Oh wow, that's weird. Like, did they just dye the bones and give it back to her? Now, I mean, that is okay. Now, if you have it, like, if you lose your arm and you're able to like have it cleaned and then like put back together where all the bones are like, yeah, I don't know. I might do that one for like a display. Like if I had the opportunity to. Yeah, most people don't speak up about their body parts. I'm sure you can keep most things. I know a story of a musician who kept his dad's bones. Well, I have a friend that did the tattoo thing, where her partner died in a motorcycle accident, so she had his tattoo cut off of his his shoulder, his forearm. I know body parts. But yeah, it was pretty cool. Like they have it like very tastefully put into a frame, like with a really cool picture of him with it. Yeah, no, it was pretty sick. It's weird when you realize what you're looking at too. And the craziest part is it kind of looks like paper. Like, yeah, man. Like it almost looked like a tapestry. But it was cool. I'll be honest, man. It was pretty cool. I've heard, yeah, the tattoo thing. So, like, I don't know. I don't have any tattoos, but there's one specific one where I think I might get my mom's ashes. Same thing, and just something tasteful and small. Because I don't want tattoos. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe if I get to that point in, my, like, late 50s or maybe when I turn 50, I'll go and just get, like, 2 sleeves full. But I don't know, man. I've seen tattoos age weird. I don't know. I would get sick of it so quickly, I've talked about this before, too, where, like, yeah. But I'm not saying that there isn't a bunch of, like, tattoos that I would like to get. Now, the thing that I'm doing with some of my mom's ashes is really cool. Me and my sister are making some jewelry out of it. Me and my sister are big into, like, wearing rings and, necklaces and stuff. Never had, like, if anything, I can actually attribute that to my mom. My mom always told me, like, never worry about somebody making fun of you wearing jewelry. She's like, oh, like, look, some of the coolest people in music and just in general have worn jewelry. I was like, she's right, I have a tattoo of my logo. You do? No shit. You're like Big J Okerson, dude. That's crazy. Big J has his Legion of Skanks logo tattooed right on the top of his hand. That is, it's a choice. That was definitely a choice. It's a badass logo, though. I'll give you that, man. You did a good job. I haven't got a tattoo yet, but all the tattoos I wanted years ago gave me the ick now. See, that's exactly it. I have had that happen where, like, I looked at my old sketchbook and realized, like, because in my sketchbook, I have a whole bunch of tattoo ideas. Not a single one of them would I be happy to have on my body right now. So that was kind of the big deciding factor there. I'm glad, you know what? I'm glad you kind of understand where I'm coming from. Because for real, like, all of them, I'm like, douche, double douche, what the fuck? You're going to take a Wendigo out and keep it as your trophy. Anytime I think of Wendigo, I think of Marvel Comics. That was the first villain that Wolverine was up against with the Incredible Hulk. I want to be wrapped in the Palestinian flag when I die and shot out of a cannon. It's going to cost, but it'll be worth it. That is kind of cool. The cannon thing's always cool, but I don't know. I hate to say it. This idea of, like, what you want, like, your last rites, I don't know. Maybe it'll happen, but I'm kind of glad that my mom did the thing that she did with her last rites, where she even said, she was just like, I don't want pomp and circumstance. She didn't even want a funeral. Which is sad to me because I wanted people to, like, celebrate my mom. But she also, like, my mom was always that way where she never wanted to be a bother to anybody. I want to be a tree. Yeah, see, now I want to do the Luke Perry thing. I want the mushroom suit. If you guys don't know, when Luke Perry passed, him and his family did the mushroom suit. Where he essentially, like, was buried, but he also was planted with tree seeds, so multiple tree seeds. So yeah, like, the idea is Luke Perry will eventually become his own garden, which is awesome. It's beautiful, actually. Oh, Luke Perry, he was on your wall. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, his son is a wrestler. Jungle Jack Perry is his name. Looks just like his dad with curly hair. Yeah, put me around the ground, under my favorite tree. Not under, though. Well, the thing, like, the problem with that is, somebody pointed this out once where they're just like, could you imagine being buried, like, casketless underneath a tree, and then all of a sudden that tree gets uprooted from a storm? It's like, oh! That turns into a medieval set piece pretty quickly. Just your skeleton's literally like all wrapped in the roots, just dude, that'd be fucking fire. I'm gonna haunt all you. Dude, I have said that to all my friends. Like, I'm just like, hey, you guys best be nice to me, otherwise, you know, I'm gonna haunt you. And the thing is, I'm gonna do it not out of spite. I'm gonna do it just to be funny. I'm gonna haunt you in the funniest ways. I'm gonna do phantom farts where you're just gonna be like, who farted? It's just like, they don't know that it was me. Wait. Soundboard is required for this one. Really? Oh, come on. Don't give me the... I'm getting my error. Come on. All right, reload it. Hold on, guys. This was supposed to be quick. There we go. Reload. There we go. It was a ghost. It was a ghost. I swear to God, it was a ghost. Uh-huh, Jerry. We know your game, man. Come on. What? It wasn't me. I swear to God. Guys, you should be scared. It was the ghost again. I'd be visiting heaps of people. Honestly, I would just like, I'd go like trip out a whole bunch of like Republicans. Like I would haunt Republicans. Nah, I'll do the opposite and make you smell cookies, but there's actually nothing. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. Now, I'll be honest, dude. Like I had a scary one. I was on stream. I don't know why I just slipped up saying that. But yeah, I was on stream. Let's say like 2 weeks ago. It was a Friday. Because I remember like we were just about to go to the Twitch thing. I didn't want to talk about this because I wasn't sure how to really bring it up, because it freaked me out, but it also was like I was sad because I could have sworn I saw my mom. Like, so I turned around and I felt the presence. Like, and I don't even believe in ghosts. I really don't. Like, I'm a skeptic to the nth degree, but I felt my mom's presence, and that was weird. You know, like now I kind of get it, where it's just like, you know, when somebody's in the room with you and you know it, and it's like you don't even need to, like, yeah, it was wild. And there was one time too recently where I was walking around and just doing some stuff around my house, and I just randomly smelled my mom's perfume, and like I don't have any of it anywhere around the house, and I was just like, what the fuck, dude? And then what got me was that there was a red cardinal outside my door at that moment, like staring directly at me. I was just like, okay, I really don't believe in this stuff. Like, what is, okay, you're testing me. You're testing me. So, I'm not going to say like I'm a huge believer, but hey, it could be. And that's cool. So, oh my God, excuse me. To blow my nose. My parents described the same thing not long after my brother passed. It freaked out. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. No, it freaked me the fuck out. Cause yeah, that was the first, and like I think that that was really. This is the only time I had that where it's like feeling the presence. I haven't had that since, and didn't have it before. So I'll be honest too. Like I'm a little nervous. Like if that happens again, it's almost scary. Where you're like, quit fucking with me, Mom. Like, what the fuck? Like, Jesus. I honestly wish something super. I know. I am like Fox Mulder, dude. I want to believe. I wish I could. I wish I could believe in God. I wish I could believe in aliens. I wish I could believe in ghosts, but I just can't. I just don't. And the thing is, I don't know, man. I just have to admit that. It's exactly what it is. I also remember astral traveling as a kid. See, now I did that one time, but again, it was under guided, like a guided retreat, if you know what I mean. I had somebody kind of holding my hand through a trip on Lakeshore Drive, if you're catching my drift. You have to let yourself escape reality. Oh, no, I try to, but I say hi. Oh, I literally talk to my mom. No, I talk to my mom. Like, sometimes I won't even need to be near her, like, as far as, like, her ashes or anything. I'll talk to her. My mom had a favorite stuffed animal. His name is Leclerc. She got this bear from Paris that she named Leclerc the bear. And she like wrote children's stories about him. And I don't know. I got this feeling that if there's anything inhabited by her spirit, that would be it. Because it was like the main thing that we had as a connection. I don't know. It was so weird. Like when I picked up that bear, my sister started like really crying. And she was just like, oh my God, Leclerc. But oh, that's so sweet. Thanks. Yeah, I also got her high school portrait, her senior year portrait over my my desk here. She's always watching out for me. Miss my mom though. I'll say that much. Okay, anyway. I appreciate you guys letting me talk about it though, and not getting, sad or upset. Because it is, it's pretty serious topic. All right, how long have I even been on? So I started at what, 2:20? All right, so 5 hours. Jeez, I've already done 5 hours of stream. The ghost fart cookie situation had me craving cookies. Now I'm making some caramel. Oh, really? That's cool. I believe in the science of the phenomenon. I just don't think ghosts are conscious. But those feelings still exist in a residual state. Yeah. You gotta go? Oh, okay. I'll catch you later, man. Be safe, and also if you stream later, have a good stream. It's always good to have you here, man. Thanks for checking in. Okay, well, let's get to some stuff, because we already talked about the Luigi at Magione part a little bit, but we got so much more to cover. And then, yeah, like I said, guys, if you're interested in watching the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate, we are going to be covering that in a little bit on Twitch. Now, here's the thing. I think I'm going to let this stream go until what would have been our 420, so around like 820, and then I'm going to start figuring out what we're going to do and how we're going to do this. Because I know for certain... Oh, wait. No, that was during the live. Okay, so here. I got to run this through this. Let's check this. Sounds like an absolute train wreck. It was an absolute train wreck. I mean, dude, they started, like... So they had, like, mini breaks where, like, you could tell that they were going to the fact checkers. I would have loved to see the behind-the-scenes stuff. Because, honestly... I kind of feel like that was a little sus. Where it's like, oh, okay, do you guys need to get your talking points in order? Like, what are we doing? It should be an uninterrupted debate. But I also understand that Candace Owens is, 4 or 5 months pregnant or something like that. So, yeah, she needed a break. Does make you wonder, though. But, yeah, they came back from the third break, and, oh, boy, it got heated, man. It got bad. Because Andrew started doing his, like, he started doubling down more on, like, his assholeness, and, but the thing is, she wouldn't let him smoke in studio. I think that he was going and having smoke breaks. I believe other life exists. I don't think that we are being visited or abducted, though. No, I don't think that aliens know anything about us. I believe it's very much like the case of Hail Mary. Like, I think that if there's life out there, that's kind of what it is. Like, this idea that they're humanoids, the Greys, all this shit, the Anunnaki, all of it. It's all fucking bullshit, dude. It's all bullshit. I believe that we don't know shit. Let's just roll with what we got. Yeah, I mean, that's how I am. Like, because the thing is, so I love gaining knowledge. I love learning. I absolutely love it. But you know what? I also have figured out that you ain't taking this with you. You can learn all the shit in the world, and guess what? You still like start forgetting things by the time you like are walking to the end of that last door, that last hallway. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Experiences are definitely the big thing. I've learned that, like, going into my 40s, the people that chase stuff, that's probably my biggest regret is chasing shit and stuff. And, like, there's a few decisions I made where I knew I would want to buy, like, and this is how dumb it is. I, like, wanted to spend $200-300 on, like, a card game. And instead of putting that towards a vacation or an experience, I bought some cards that now just sit with the rest of my cards. Whenever I want to play the game, fine, I have them, great, but does it bring me any more joy having those than it would having the proxies? Kinda, but it's also artificial because it's mostly what people tell you, like, oh, well, that's not worth it. Who cares? It's also like, for any asshole that's out there that's like, I have $600. Actually, here, perfect example. This right here. This average MSRP, $54, right? This was going for $70 at certain retailers right when it came out. Now it's, peaking at around $100, $125. But the thing is, that's if you sell it. You could have that $125 price tag stuck on the box forever. If nobody buys it, it ain't actually worth that, huh? How many experiences did the cards bring me? Not as many as I can justify. That's why, honestly, I say that this is actually a bigger regret that I have, because I have made literal, like, the decision to not go on a mini vacation, with some of my friends that were planning this stuff, because I deemed it more important to focus on buying some shit, or to buy some Warhammer figures or something like that. Like, not doing that anymore. Me going into my 40s, like, FOMO is just that. It's FOMO, and it's stupid. Actually, I have that right now. Oh, jeez, that was quick. What's up? Oh, it's okay. Honestly, I wanted those anyway. Woohoo! I got a gift. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, shit. All right. I mean, even if we found civilization out there, you stand with the Emperor of Mankind? I mean, I do play Space Marine, so might as well have gone with Old Milwaukee. It don't get no cheaper than that. Actually, those are a really good deal where we're at for some reason. I don't know why, but they must have a partnership with one of the gas stations that is by my house, where it's just like, for some reason, the PBR it's the cheapest one. And you know what? This is where I oh my God, I'm literally going to lose my Chicago card here because of it. I like PBR more than I like Old Style. Old Style tastes like copper. PBR tastes like aluminum. I'd rather have aluminum. I mean, if I'm being real, dude, like that's the problem with some of these, these lagers is they tend to take on the flavor of whatever apparatus they're in. So, we find a 100,000 year light year away signal that proves without a doubt intelligent life. That signal came out 100,000 years ago and would take 100,000. I think your math's a little off because light years and years are different. I know that. Like here. How long does it take to travel a light year? 1 light year. Wait. At the speed of light, it takes exactly 1 year to travel 1 light year. Oh, wait. Measures in distance, so 5.8 trillion miles or 9 point... Oh, wait. Okay, no, you are right. Fuck. I don't know why... Wait, okay, so, I don't know why I always thought that a light year was technically different. I know I understand, like, it because of the distance side of things, but yeah. All right, that's pretty cool. All right, well... Either way, we're still talking some politics. We're doing the politics. Welcome to the show. If you haven't already hit the like button and subscribed, please consider doing so. Here. I don't know why my chat just did that. Give me 1 second. It's not, dude. What the fuck? Oh, it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, man. Okay, sorry. My chat, just locked up. And I don't know why. This is the first time this has ever happened. Holy Lightyear. Wait. Holy Buzz Lightyear, Batman. There we go. I got you. We're back. Oh, that was scary. Okay. Testing. Thank you for that. Honestly, thank you, Pinker Bell. If you don't mind hopping over to Twitch and doing the same thing. The tech difficulties are coming out. Today has been it's just technical difficulties all night. Like, let's just be real. I have not been able to escape these. Okay. Hold on. I'm getting another error report. Oh, come on. Hold on. Son of a bitch. Okay. All right. So I just got an update that we're going to be dealing with some of that weather that I was talking about. So I'm going to keep as I said, I'm going to keep an eye on that. Hopefully I don't just lose stream. Bro, I'm shocked I have not crystallized this caramel. Watch me fuck it up now. Dude, okay, so I had a situation the other day. I was making some burgers on the grill. And for some reason, there was like a clog in my gas line. So like my burners weren't working properly. So like I threw the burgers down and there was not your telltale sizzle. I'm like, huh. But like I tested the temperature of the actual griddle and I was like, I mean, it's over 350. I'm like, that's weird. Because that's usually what I cook my burgers at is about 350, like right around, or like 350 to 400. And then I'll kind of turn the heat down a little bit. But yeah, like for some reason, it just stayed at 350 the entire time. And like the burgers took for fucking ever. And I was so worried I was going to fuck them up. No, they turned out fine. They turned out fine. Just not all charred. Like it was kind of weird. It's like I accidentally made like, you know, McDonald's type of burgers where like no char on them at all. I was just like, huh, interesting. They kind of tasted a little bit like McDonald's burgers, not gonna lie. Just with more flavor, because I used the Wash Your Sister sauce. You can slow sear a burger and it be fine. That's what I did. That's what I did. It was essentially just slow cooking it. No, if anything, it was actually really good. I've just never done that. Because I usually have like a method to it. I like to do smash burgers where I like to have them at just under an inch thickness where I do 3 minutes one side, flip it, and then do 3 minutes that other side. Give it a little smashy down. You put the cheese on, pull it off the burner, not directly onto the bun. Never. I like to give it a nice little, few minutes to rest, 5 minutes tops, and then you put those bad boys on a nice toasted burger bun. Ooh, God, they're so good. That sounds fun. McDonald's burgers has flour and egg in it. Did you know that? Or it didn't? Wait, it didn't. You did. Wait. A flour and egg? What do you mean? You're making me want a burger for dinner? Yeah, me too. Damn, that sounds good. Dude, I know how to make a fucking burger. I know how to fucking make a burger. All of my friends, if there's what, like, I've had the honor of having this happen where I went to a 4th of July event, and my buddy, who he's he's good on the grill, but man, he was just like, okay, Pep, do you mind? I was just like, do I mind? The only thing is I have to have cooking gloves. If you don't have cooking gloves for me, I will get like a little bit like, nah, because like I hate washing my hands over and over and over. So I like to have a set of cooking gloves. Put those on, form the meat, do that, take one of the gloves off, do your thing with the wash your sister sauce. And a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, nothing else. People over-season their burgers. I hate that. Personally, it's just a me thing. And then, yeah, like I said, very, very simple. Recipe is ground beef with a little bit of flour and egg plus seasoning. A little bit of flour and egg, eh? They use it as a binder so that they can make the patties into their shape. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I mean, hey, they're delicious. Like, I hate to admit it, a McDonald's burger is very tasty, especially if they're fresh. Yeah, maybe I should try a little flour and egg. I think that I'm going to. Actually, I kind of want to try the McDonald's method to see what they like, how it tastes. Otherwise, I know I have the perfect burger recipe. Like, I am very, very confident in my burger recipe. Can you cook pizza on a grill? I cannot, because I need a wood fire pizza oven if I'm going to make a pizza. Because, yes, I know how to make a deep dish pizza, though. I learned how to do that. Have you seen that guy that has a McDonald's burger that has been... I don't care. I don't care. You know, I've had this shit, like, posited to me about how what you eat is not real food, blah, blah. I don't fucking care. Did it give me sustenance and am I alive today? Because realistically, that's how this is. Like, now, I do care, like, if they are poisoning us, I care about that. But, like, dude, millions, billions, when they say billions of customers served, billions of people have eaten that shit. So it's kind of, I treat it the same way with those assholes that were telling me I was going to die with my COVID vaccine, where I'm just like, okay, cool. All right, so you feel a little bit superior because you figured out that you don't put that shit in your body. Good for you. You know what I do? I put that shit in my body and I enjoy my nights out when I drink, you know? That's just how it goes. I can't stand that up your ass bullshit from people where people are like, they have to, again, act like they're, I am better than you because I don't put garbage in my body. You can mix a tiny bit of unflavored gelatin into a burger to keep its shape or stay together. Just use a good flour and a good egg. Organic flour would also probably make the burger tasty. Fuck yeah, it sounds like it'd be great. Turns out COVID vax actually help people more than just COVID. Yeah, right. I don't eat at chains is another one. Yeah, I don't eat at chains. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't eat at chains. I only go to fucking like local places. It's like, yeah, sure you do. It's also, yeah, have you ever walked into a local place where you realized you're like, okay, the food looks awesome. We have this. I hate to admit this. We have a Chinese place where it's just like, it's a little sketch, but oh my god, it's good. But I don't know. After watching those horror stories about the Chinese restaurant in Florida, I was like, nah. Some local places are chains. I hate. Yeah, I can't stand people like that. I really can't. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't. Like, dude, I would love to have like a healthier diet. That's something that I do want. But not in the vein of, oh, I'm gonna cut out all fast food and all the I did that with soda for a while, and then I just realized that I was making myself miserable. To give myself a pat on the back for being like, you don't put that stuff in your body, when I'm like, why? Like, I talked to, actually, it was my wife's doctor about Coca-Cola, where he was just like, Coca-Cola, because like I was like one of the guys where I'm like, I watched Coca-Cola take the corrosive fucking shit off of batteries. Like, yeah, your stomach acid would do that too. I'm like, oh yeah. So, white Gatorade. I like the white Gatorade. White Gatorade's great. McGriddle is great. I love me a good McGriddle. I love me a fucking Big Mac. Yeah, I'll say it. That's the one thing that me and Donald Trump have in fucking common. I eat it on the buns, though. 420, by the way. Yeah, white Gatorade is the best flavor. I can actually agree with you on that one. It's the white Gatorade is the one that I would consider to be the most like refreshing, you know, when you really like, yeah. You're a Gator assist. Yeah, you tried. He told me to stop smoking cigs during treatment because I smoke so little, and benefit outweigh the stress of quitting. Yeah. My uni had to quit smoking through her treatment. Right now, it's like she's cancer free, so I am of the mind of if like she gets the occasional, I'm so proud of her for quitting though. Triple cheeseburger. Oh, speaking of uni, there you go. OG yellow Gatorade is the best. Yeah, you do love that one. You love that one. Oh, they told you not to quit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, because the stress would actually be worse. Get a McDouble, have them make it like a Big Mac. You won't ever go back. That way cheaper too. Oh yeah. No, that's what I do. I mean, I only get it with the Big Mac sauce just because why not? I've known the Big Mac sauce trick for a long time. I couldn't believe the amount of people that just like kind of figured that out late in life where I'm just like, yo, what? I just miss when the McDouble was $1, dude. I used to live across the street from a McDonald's at my old apartment, and that was like, I would walk down high as balls with fucking $4 in my pocket, and I would get a full meal. Like, that kind of bothered me. Like, obviously, it bothers everybody. Like, because I think that's, like, realistically, that's when everybody started figuring out that the economy is fucked. McDonald's is unaffordable. Do you remember 10K sports drink? 10K. No, I don't. 10K. I'm wondering, like, maybe we didn't have that here. Highest giraffe balls. Nice. All right. Well, this is a politics and news show. I've done 5 hours of content and barely done any of that. We're just kind of chilling and talking random stuff, but those days are gone. Thanks, Trump. Yep. Mayo, mustard, ketchup, mix it. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, no, that's not that. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. I watched a YouTube video about how it is like, no, technically they got their own recipe. They do. It's the same as their ketchup. You can never technically perfectly replicate the Heinz 57 recipe. Or actually, it's not Heinz 57. I think it's a different recipe. I think it's like Heinz 58. But it's McDonald's exclusive. You can only get that ketchup at McDonald's. Anyway, we have the best chill streams. No one can compare. No, we definitely have a good time here. All right, so let's do this though. Let's talk about the Luigi stuff and let's get some news out of the way and then we'll chill some more. Okay, cool.
Let's go back out to our Shimon Prokupez right outside the courthouse in New York City, where Luigi Mangione confirms he is prepared to plead guilty. Tell us more, Shimon.
Okay, so I'm going to just bring it
The stalking.
to you right now from inside the courtroom.
So he has 2 stalking charges that they're prosecuting him on. How come the mainstream media is like making this like he's pleading guilty to the actual murder? Because he made the confession, but that was part of the plea deal to only prosecute him for the stalking charge.
Mangione has begun
Unless I'm misunderstanding that.
on speaking, and here we go. After years of enduring pain from a broken back and witnessing similar experiences of others,
Oh, by the way,
he said he learned.
yeah, the stock market not doing as well today because Trump is not as convincing that, there might be a deal.
United Healthcare would be holding its
Yeah, the
annual
audience of
investor
one. Yep.
conference in December 2024. He said the public location wasn't posted, but he researched to learn the location and who would be there. This is him now in court speaking to the judge in this allocution. This is the part for the judge to decide whether or not she is going to accept this plea. And he's now describing in his own words how he was stalking United CEO Healthcare Brian Thompson, saying that he learned of where he was going to be and that after years of enduring pain from a broken back and witnessing similar experiences of others, he researched where Brian Thompson would be at an investor conference in Manhattan in 2024.
I meant to change
Brian
that.
Thompson's family seated Pamela
Whoops.
in the front row.
Hello.
They are crying, is what our reporter Kara Scannell is telling us. What a moment for that family to come
Are they
face to face.
crying? Well, how many other families had to cry for, their dead relatives that were directly impacted by his decisions for to boost his profits? Do not let them gaslight you out of that fucking conversation. This is why I'm tired of this. But I do have to pee. I'll be right back.
Breaks my heart because they have been so silent and they have not said anything throughout this whole ordeal. And to see their loved one to be murdered in this way, and now the man responsible for it standing up in court for them will be excuses, and none of this is going to make sense. To hear him explain why he did what he did, and we have heard this from Luigi Mangione before during the investigation of this, where he was having issues with his back. But for this family to sit there and listen to this, and he's now, here we go, Pam. Again, he says to the judge, I shot Mr. Thompson and he died.
Wow.
He concluded by saying, I knew what I was doing was illegal. Again, I shot Mr. Thompson and he died. I knew what I was doing was illegal. That family is sitting in that courtroom listening to this.
Wow.
Again, he admits now, in his own words, to stalking Brian Thompson. He says that in November of 2024, that he traveled, Luigi Mangione telling the judge, I traveled from outside of New York State to Manhattan. So he came from outside of New York. I emailed United Healthcare leadership. Wow. So this I have not, don't think I've heard this. I don't remember ever hearing this. I then emailed United Healthcare leadership, Luigi Mangione saying that he emailed United Healthcare leadership posing as an investor at a firm managing over $15 billion in assets and requested information about the conference.
Wow.
Unlike my previous interactions with insurers, he received an immediate response within an hour. And that is how he learned where Brian Thompson would be on the morning he would execute him. So
I had
this
never
really
heard
even
that,
highlights
Shimon.
more I have not heard that either, Pam. This is new information, and obviously this all came up during the NYPD and the FBI's investigation when they were probably going through his computer and his phone and his email. But this is just so striking that he emailed, this is how long he had been planning this. And this tells you his frame of mind, that he emailed United Healthcare leadership saying, posing as a $15 billion manager of an investment fund to learn where he was.
I just want to go to Ariva on some of this information coming out of the courtroom today from Luigi Mangione. For the first time, I'm learning, and Jamone said he hadn't heard it as well, that Luigi Mangione posed as an investor with a firm and just reached out via email to the insurance company and then received a response within an hour. And that is what helped lead him to Brian Thompson, where he said, I shot him and he died. I knew what I did was illegal. Wow, Ariva.
Yeah, that's a shocking detail, Pam. I remember early on when this case came to light, when all of the publicity, we had all the reports, and I just remember the people who were supporting Mangione, who were glorifying what he did, who were making him out to be some kind of martyr. And it was really sickening at that time. And now to hear the deception involved, how he found out about that meeting, which was otherwise not a public meeting, that individuals who had not been invited wouldn't have even had access to that CEO. And he used he posed as this manager of this large fund to get that information and then to stalk Brian Thompson, to show up at that meeting, to shoot him in broad daylight on a street in Manhattan, just makes the nature of this crime even more heinous. And I just hope all those people who somehow thought that this was an act of courage now understand what a heinous act of cowardness this was. Again, my heart goes out to the family that had to hear this, but hopefully this begins some kind of closure for them. That sentencing hearing that will take place in December will give them an opportunity to present impact statements and to talk about how horrific the loss of Mr. Thompson has been for this family. Again, we talk about the state court. At this point, Pamela, you can only imagine that this is about where he's going to serve time, because it is clear that he is going to get a life sentence, whether it's from this federal court or if he is convicted in state court. And the lawyers are jockeying now to determine, does that life sentence happen in a federal prison or in a state prison? But certain that he is going to spend the rest of his life in prison, as he should, for the admission that he just made in that courtroom today.
All right, Michael Smerconish is actually standing by and wants to get in this conversation. Michael, what are your thoughts?
I want to follow up something Ariva said about the perverse nature, the way in which some have received this horrific murder. On 54th Street, where this transpired, the hotel where Brian Thompson spent his last night is a hotel where I would often stay when working for SiriusXM and CNN. And I remember being on that block in the immediate aftermath, 2 or 3 days later. What was surreal is the fact that there were no candles. There were no flowers. There's no memorial.
Because nobody gives a shit about a fucking...
And what I remember is that on a telephone pole that was adjacent to the murder scene, I saw something that depicted Luigi Mangione as a saint. You might remember that there were wanted posters that were then put up in that neighborhood for other corporate leaders. And all of the glamour and panache that has surrounded this man, I just find...
Watching the elite class panic is fun.
Twisted and tragic, and I can only hope that the way in which now he has just articulated exactly what he did is going to change minds. Maybe not, but of those...
This is like, don't you think about it.
People that have glamorized this killer. I can say killer now without any fear of contradiction because of what he has said. And one other observation I'd make is what a sin that we all couldn't watch. There ought to be cameras in courtrooms all across the United States, including federal courtrooms and including the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yeah, I am with you on that, Michael Smerconish. Our Kara Scannell just came outside of that courtroom. Kara, you were there for every second of what went down. Tell us about it.
Well, Pamela, Luigi Mangione was led into the courtroom. He's wearing a great beige prison outfit, escorted by 2 U.S. Marshals, where he sat down between his attorneys. The judge went through the process, asking him if he understood his rights, if he had taken any medication, if he was under any medical care. All of his answers were crisp and clear, someone who was definitely in control and aware of what was going on today. And then when she started to ask him the specifics of his guilty plea, to explain what he had done that was wrong, Mangione chose to stay seated, and he started to read from a piece of paper. The judge actually stopped him and asked him to slow down because he was going too quickly through it. But a few things that stood out to me from what he said is he started it by saying, after years of enduring severe pain for a broken back, navigating obstacles in the healthcare system. So underscoring again what his motive here in this case is.
Yeah, And it's the person that is at the top of all that.
And he walked through it saying another thing, he's underscoring what he had previously written about in those writings, the greed of the healthcare industry. He said he had emailed United Healthcare's leadership trying to find out about the specific location of the investor conference where he was targeting Brian Thompson. He said he claimed to have $50 billion in assets. And he said, like, unlike his other previous interactions with the healthcare industry, he got a response immediately within an hour. Then he went on to explain that he had made a gun using a 3D printer, that he had obtained a silencer, and then he said he traveled to New York with the intent to shoot Brian Thompson. He said, I knew what I was doing was illegal. He did not say it was wrong.
Defense attorneys are now with the microphones. Let's listen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karen Friedman Agnifilo, and I represent Luigi Mangione. Today is a solemn and significant day. With today's guilty plea, Mr. Mangione has accepted full responsibility for the death of Brian Thompson, arising from the events of December 4th, 2024, outside of the United Healthcare Investor Conference here in Midtown Manhattan. It was a single tragic event, yet he's being prosecuted twice for the same conduct. As Luigi explained in court today, he endured years of severe, debilitating pain following a broken back, while struggling to navigate our healthcare and health insurance systems.
Yeah, the thing is, I think that they're anticipating that if there's a Democratic president, then he might be able to be pardoned. And the thing is, they understand that that wouldn't necessarily be the most unpopular thing.
Thousands of people who've reached out since this tragedy to share their own experiences, he believed that the system had failed him and destroyed his life. Despite this being a single isolated event, Mr. Mangione has been unfairly treated since the outset in every way and has successfully fought off terrorism charges and the death penalty, while also fighting at the same time two simultaneous prosecutions in two jurisdictions who are trying to punish him twice for the exact conduct. He's been treated differently from every other defendant charged with this offense in New York. However, thankfully, New York law does not allow this. New York law does not permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime under a statute that governs successive prosecutions. It's also known as the double jeopardy law.
Yeah.
Today's guilty plea triggers this statute, and we just filed our motion in state court explaining why the state charges must be dismissed under New York's double jeopardy protections.
Yeah, I have a feeling they will be too.
We will not be taking any other questions. Thank you so much for coming.
We will not be taking any other questions, but there's always some dipshit that's just like, maybe they'll answer mine!
We go back to Kara
Fucking clown.
and Shimon. I do want to talk about some of the details of what Luigi Mangione admitted in court, but just to explain what we just heard from his attorneys, Kara, and you have been talking about this, one of the reasons why they decided to go ahead and have this plea deal is so that the charges in New York State could be dropped because of what's known as the double jeopardy law in New York State.
That's right, Dana. That was one of the objectives today by Luigi Mangione's team.
All right. Now they're just fucking going in circles, just trying to fill time.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jacob Soboroff. Good evening from New York.
Hey.
Let's take a quick trip back in time, if I might. It was on May 1st, 2003, that George W. Bush declared mission accomplished in Iraq on the flight deck of the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. How can we forget? That war sadly lasted for the better part of a decade.
I can't, because it was one of the most...
Since what some have called
Donald
Trump,
that was a meme before memes.
Trump's mission accomplished moment. When he posted that his war with Iran was over and he told all of the world he would be traveling to the Palace of Versailles in France with great pomp and circumstance to sign the formal agreement. This is what he said back then. The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. 2 months after Trump's mission accomplished moment, America is still at war in the Middle East. Donald Trump is secretly switching planes to avoid alleged Iranian threats. And Iran continues to block the Strait of Hormuz and 20% of the world's oil supply. In fact, shipping traffic through the Strait this week reached its lowest level in 3 months, about 90% lower than it was before the United States and Israel attacked Iran. That's driven the national average gas price to
over $4. Yeah, we fucking know, dude.
We know this.
The thing is, you're not like you're not hammering it the same way you did when Biden was in office, where it's like, whatever will we do? What is the Trump administration going to do about these high gas prices and the outrageous grocery prices and gas prices and inflation? And like, they just don't do that.
$4.
They save that for this hour, where it's just like the one that usually nobody's really watching.
And 7 cents a gallon today. That is the highest it has ever been.
It's not like they're covering this in the morning when all the old fucks are watching it.
Also exhausting the arsenal of the world's most powerful military, as the United States and their allies have burned through most of their long-range strike missiles and the defensive interceptors as well. And today, the Washington Post reports that the United States has lost 45 Reaper drones, 25% of its entire arsenal, in a war with a nation, according to Donald Trump, whose small Air Force was destroyed multiple times in the past 6 months. That's odd.
Hats you.
It's not just shortages of oil and weaponry. Trump's war is also depleting morale among some of the service members who have been on station, waging his war since it started. We're going to have more on that in just a minute, and you're not going to want to miss it. What is Donald Trump doing about all of this?
Talking about his ballroom.
Focusing on? What do you think he is focusing on?
Fucking ballroom.
Today in Washington, Trump's handpicked board voted to put his name back on the front of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. It's been one of his obsessions to remake the Kennedy Center in his image. He wants to do $250 million renovations on the center, including adding marble floors. And yes, we have been here before. Just last year, Trump's board had his name installed on the center, and they looked ready to break ground on the renovations, but then a judge said no. So they eventually removed his name from the wall behind a tarp, safe from public view. I went to see the mess myself after the judge ordered the administration take his name down. Did he leave that tarp up because he was embarrassed about the removal? You decide. But now it might be back. The name, at least. The board voted to install an inscription saying, "Restored and renovated by President Donald J. Trump." And they voted to...
I'm so glad that like he is so transparent. Like that's the one thing, because for all the MAGA chuds out there, and I've said this so many times on this show, they're the only ones defending him. Your average American, the person that doesn't follow politics, hates this guy. They hate this shit. And honestly, they're seeing like this is crossing over. This is getting to their USA Today feeds or their Apple feeds. Like this is the shit that is starting to break through.
Close the main hall down for those renovations.
No matter how much he tries to fucking bury the fucking media, he just keeps fucking up this bad to where it's like you can't ignore it.
Both moves violate the judge's order, but Trump wants this so badly. This week, PolitiFact reviewed all of Donald Trump's public events and speeches so far this year, and they found that he had devoted nearly 45,000 words just to his vanity construction projects in Washington. That is almost as many words as there are in Great Gatsby. More, I think, than the latest book that I wrote about the costliest wildfire event in American history. In fact, the review found that Trump mentioned his projects more than any other single topic except one. Guess which? The Iran war. And it was pretty close, as Larry might say. But PolitiFact notes the Iran war led the list when he was responding to reporters' questions about the war. In other words, when the subject chosen was the subject that was chosen for him. But they added, Trump returned the construction projects repeatedly when he was the one choosing what to talk about. He always comes back to the ballroom, or the pool, or the new marble floors in the Kennedy Center beneath his name in gold. That is what he is focused on, not the war, and certainly not the more than 5,000 sailors and Marines aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Get this. The same aircraft carrier from George W. Bush's photo op left its home port last November, just after Donald Trump was just after he was elected. It left San Diego last November and it headed for the Persian Gulf. And by April, deep into Trump's war, the USS Lincoln went viral as friends and families were sharing photos that sailors had taken.
What is that? Is that like a protein, like a fish protein thing? Like, what is that?
Look at this.
That's like a fucking dry-ass burger patty, but what is that?
Of the meager portions those sailors got from the ship's mess halls. They blame the logistics of such a long deployment. Pete Hegseth called those reports, these pictures, fake news. That was back when the Lincoln crew thought their deployment would end in May. It did not end in May. They remained at sea today. They're still there 265 days after
Leather
they
sole
left
of a
home.
boot.
Last week, MS Now's Priya
I love how there's a bunch of people that don't believe that that actually happened. You know, support your troops.
Sridhar interviewed more than a dozen family members who say they're extremely concerned with the morale and the safety and the conditions on the ship. They cited things like moldy showers and food shortages, sailors running out of toothpaste, deodorant and soap too, as well as water contamination and mail disruptions. It left care packages undelivered. A lot of people warned that their sailors' mental health was at risk.
You know, you understand that that's essentially. I'm just gonna say it, guys. They have been on the same ship for what, 7 months? Yeah, that's a prison sentence, guys. You understand that's over 6 months in prison.
No,
like that's what that is.
Fresh food is a problem, especially considering the conditions right now. There's a logistical problem with getting fresh food out there just based on where they are, right?
All he's really told me is there's a time where he was only eating half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas.
They want our support, and part of that support means we have to have the tools to do our job.
I bet the kids can't wait to sign up.
That means the food.
The kids ain't the ones hearing these reports.
Right? That means the food.
Trust me, when I was in my 20s or like my late teens, I wasn't watching news like this.
That means the toothpaste and the deodorant. That means all of it, right?
I don't think it's the ship is the issue. I think it's
the leadership.
It's our government.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? I don't think it's the ship that's the issue. I think it's our president. It's our government. This week, Military Times discovered multiple incidents in which sailors on the Lincoln attempted to jump overboard. That's 60 feet down.
Dude.
Pete Hegseth stopped short of calling that fake news today, but he seemed to deny that there were any problem.
60-foot jump? They ain't okay.
On the Lincoln.
Did he survive?
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment. Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more respect and gratitude for those sailors.
You know what's going to be funny? The day that he gets thrown under the bus for Trump.
Than anybody.
We do know that at least one Lincoln sailor did jump off the ship, but miraculously, he was rescued after an hour in the open ocean. We know that because his wife today spoke exclusively with Sridhar of MS Now and shared texts from her husband earlier in the Lincoln's deployment, including one text that said, quote, "The boat is finally getting to me." Now members of Congress from both parties are demanding answers from the Pentagon about the Lincoln's cursed deployment. And while there is certainly no mission accomplished victory banner hanging off the control tower of the Lincoln anymore, Donald Trump's pointless war in the Middle East drags on. And this time, the USS Abraham Lincoln, the sailors, and the service members are calling for help. Help to understand what their mission actually is. Priya Sridhar is our MS Now Pentagon correspondent who has done truly incredible reporting on the hardships facing the crew of the Lincoln. Priya, thank you so much for being here and for your reporting.
Thanks so much, Jacob.
Let me ask you, we had seen reports that sailors attempted to jump overboard from the Lincoln and were stopped too, but you have this reporting that one sailor actually did end up in the water. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, that's right, Jacob. And I actually just spoke to his 19-year-old wife who said that she saw him for the first time since he went on this deployment. And by the way, he finally got to meet his 5-month-old daughter who was born back in February while he was on the ship. But now he is...
Oh, good. Yeah. Dieter, what were we talking about? 19 years old, married, with a kid. He wasn't at the birth. Yeah, I'm going to just go out on a limb and say that this one has a very strong chance in ending in divorce.
He's actually in the Balboa Naval Medical Center in San Diego because he got medically evacuated off of that ship after he tried to jump and take his life last Monday. And
yeah, most of the time they do that because they realistic. Like, I'm just saying this, dude. Most of these guys get married like this because they're afraid that, like, they don't have anything or anybody to like take care of their estate or like, so they'll get married really quickly, or they'll get married like to somebody that they meet on deployment. Like that's what happened to one of my friends. He married the first girl that ever fucked him.
His wife shared with me that she was growing increasingly
Which is
concerned
great if
over
you're in
some
love,
of the text
but-
messages that he had been sending to her since about halfway through the ship's deployment. He was talking to her about being exhausted and hopeless, and he worked on the aircraft carrier's flight deck as a mechanic on the helicopter squadron, and he shared with her that his prescription contact lenses had expired and that he was worried that he was having issues seeing and that that could potentially lead to accidents. And he expressed those concerns and also some of the concerns over his mental health with his chain of command and with the ship's medical team, according to her. And she says that they basically just brushed it off. Now, what's even more concerning about all of this is she says that she learned about her husband's suicide attempt from one of his squadron mates. And when she discovered that it was actually him who had jumped off the ship, she attempted to reach out to the Navy several times and didn't receive any sort of response until
Why would
5
she?
days later. So I think all of this.
What? Yo, dude, you ever fucking found out like been worried about like somebody in your life and like the panic? Oh my god, dude. Do you understand what they did to this woman?
Jacob just really
Holy fuck, dude. This is our government. This is our government. Oh my
Shines-
god. Dude, this is so much worse than Iraq. I'm going to just say it. I couldn't like this is unfathomable. Like if you were like in Iraq or Afghanistan, like this is unfathomable.
spotlight
What a word.
on the
Unfathomable.
mental toll that this ongoing war in Iran is taking on our service members.
Well, it sounds like there was some kind of response from the Pentagon, you said, but I wonder what more the Navy or the Pentagon are doing about any of this. What does your reporting tell you?
Yeah, that's right, Jacob. So last week, I also exclusively reported on these two back-to-back town halls that Navy leaders held. One was in person with the acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Kao, and about 200 family members in San Diego. And actually, in that town hall, they confronted the Secretary of the Navy about this report of a sailor who went overboard. And another Navy leader who was there basically said that the situation was under investigation and it was unclear at that point if this sailor had actually intentionally jumped off the ship or if he had fallen off. But this Navy leader said that that sailor was fine, and that was met with a lot of anger from the families. Now, Navy leaders inside of the Pentagon have told me that they have not seen an uptick in any sort of suicide ideations on this deployment, but they said that they can't obviously specifically comment on.
Don't you just love how the narrative always conveniently works out for the government and the people in the government? Pete Hegseth, Trump, like they're never wrong. They're it's like it's inconceivable. They're infallible. Does that make sense? God damn it. Wake up, America. Seriously, wake up. I'm kind of glad that the soldiers, like families, are kind of getting their act together with this one, because pretty sure that a lot of them aren't going to be like, yeah, Donald Trump, woo!
Service members' medical records for privacy reasons.
The conditions sound horrific, and I did see that an anonymous active duty sailor wrote an opinion piece for the Military Times, and it was called "If Long Deployments Are Future." If long deployments are the future, endurance can't be the Navy's only plan. It's got to be unusual for service members to write opinion pieces like this. What does it tell you about the military morale 6 months into this war with the 30 seconds that we have left?
Yeah, Jacob, I think that the service members are desperate, and I think that's why these family members are trying to sound the alarm.
They're so freaking disingenuous. Oh, yeah.
Here, what's going on with the Navy right now is unprecedented. The Lincoln hit a
Smug assholes that are, like, again, the way that they act, like they're infallible and fucking untouchable.
modern day record
That should scare the shit out of each and every American.
for the most
Every single one of us.
continuous days at sea. They
Don't care
didn't
what
have
your
a port
politics
call
are.
for 208 days. That's completely unheard of. The Ford that was also deployed in Operation Epic Fury hit a record for the longest deployment in modern Navy history. So what's going on right now with the Navy is something that historically has never happened, and that is what's prompting these service members and these family members to speak out, Jacob.
Priya Sridhar, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
That guy's coverage is fucking... I gotta say, he's one of the best ones, like, as far as MS Now and the reports that he chooses. All right, consumer sentiment takes major dip as Republicans struggle to stick the landing on economic messaging.
Now, senior national security reporter and Pulitzer Prize winner, I love saying that for you, David, Tim O'Brien, senior executive editor of Bloomberg Opinion and author of Trump Nation, The Art of Being the Donald, and Lizzie O'Leary, host of What Next TBD, Slate's show about technology.
Oh my
I guess
God,
we're
get
in the
to it.
moment where it's the economy. Stupid.
Yeah, it's the economy.
I mean,
stupid.
you can't fool the American public out of what they are feeling right now.
No, and you were talking about gas prices, mentioning gas prices. There is a robust body of research. I think George Mason was the study I was looking at last night that shows that oil price shocks have an influence on elections. Globally, in the United States, when you have an oil price shock, that is not good for incumbency. And there's some interesting polling from Politico that shows that Americans actually perceive gas prices to be even higher than they are. And then the thing that I think is really key for Republicans is that in Republican districts, people tend to drive about 25, 26% more than they do in Democratic districts. It sort of makes
More
sense
rural?
if you're just, if you just do kind of the logical extrapolation there. But those things combined are not good for the GOP when you're looking toward the midterms.
So, Charlie, I'd love to get your thoughts on that. The fact that these policies, the economy, the situation that Americans are feeling out
Oh, it's hard not to hate him, especially because they just became what CNN used to be.
there, it's not just impacting Democrats, it's impacting Trump's own
It's also dummies like her.
voters, his core base, who are also hurting. Is this going to impact how Republicans feel about turning out to the polls in November?
Well, yes, and a lot of things are going to impact how they feel about turning out in the polls. The lived reality in most of the country is that the cost of living is high. Whatever the inflation rate is, the base cost of getting through your day, getting through your week is up, and it's not going down anytime soon. And of course, Republicans are, staring down the calendar, and they realize they don't have that much time to pivot. And there's no indication that Donald Trump is going to pivot either on the Iran war or on the tariffs. What Republicans, I think, are counting on is that
they're not paying anymore. I do find that funny. That a bunch of countries just said, fuck it, we just won't ship you anything. And he's just like, what?
Change the subject. They can basically go, hey, yes,
Couldn't
the cost
see
of
that
living is high,
coming.
but squirrel, look, let's run against the communists and the democratic socialists and the other, crazy woke one
squirrel.
types. That
I
seems to
told
be pretty
you.
much the playbook that they're going to have, because you cannot talk people out of seeing what they, every week they see at the gas pump and in the grocery stores. The Democrats tried to do it during the Biden years with their whiteboards. It didn't work. Lived experience always trumps the spin.
And to that end, Tim, we're just getting the new consumer sentiment, fell 8% this August.
Tommy Lauren actually finally had an episode on Fox News today where she's blaming the Trump administration, and she's just saying this is ridiculous. Like they're trying to gaslight us on this, and she finally even said it. Like, well, did that work for Biden? It's like, oh, you
Is there
guys
any
see
way
it.
out for Republicans here?
Now we'll see how long that
You
takes.
have the war in Iran, you have these rising prices, and now you have consumers really feeling it out there.
Well, the way out would be for inflation to start taming, and it's not going to tame. And one of the main reasons is because of this inept and injudicious prosecution of a war in Iran, because the Strait of Hormuz is still not fully open. So gas.
Here we go. I got it from Twitter. Fox News host Tommy Lauren spent Monday blaming her own party for the price of groceries. She ended by calling the GOP an utter embarrassment. She writes on X, "Let's be frank about it. Some Americans are turning to socialism because Republicans have failed us so dismally that even the most destructive economic model imaginable feels palatable to people because they are struggling to make ends meet and buy groceries." She was specific about who she meant: middle-class working families who don't indulge in luxuries and just make it to a little left over each month. This is not a fringe mood. In late July, AP NORC, I don't know what that is, but 41% of Americans said that they were worried about affording groceries in the coming months, up from 24% in April. Gas has climbed to about $1 a gallon, higher since the Iran war began. Sorry, guys. And by Brown University's estimate reported by NBC News, not MSNBC, Americans have spent an extra $40 billion on it all along the way. Gee, who made the profits? Did those companies, did they take a hit? Are they still seeing record profits? Gee, or can we not talk about that? Are we not allowed to talk about that? Weird. And she exempted almost no one by her account outside of Republican Tim Burchett of Tennessee and maybe a couple others. The GOP is under embarrassment. This is not a one-off. Last month, she was already asking why should we vote for Republicans in November? Her answer: vote Republican, get Democrat policy anyway. Nobody at this page has ever mistaken Tomi Lahren as a ally, and no one one post does not make her one. She spent years calling for this, calling this exact argument dangerous. Lahren hasn't changed, but the grocery bills have.
Gas prices, I think,
wow.
Brent crude right now.
Hey, PepTalks, are you still a pro wrestling guy or just watch casual? No, I still watch.
Like
I mean, I watch AEW non-casually. I'm a casual watcher of WWE. But David Hernandez, welcome to the show.
Barrel. It was $72 when the war began. It escalated as much as like 110, but it's now settled in at a number I don't think it's going to budge from between now and November, because the Iranians have discovered that they have a chokehold on Donald Trump and on the Strait of Hormuz. And so in the real world, consumers are going to be driving by gas stations every day and seeing this number.
Just within the last few days, I have had this happen a few times. What happened, like that crack right there, that was my elbow caps.
Up above gas
I don't
stations.
know what the hell is going on.
And they're, especially right now, it's August. They're traveling with families. They're going to remember that into the fall.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they will, especially if it's if the gas price is not $3 nationally by November, Americans are going to vote en masse against Trump. It's that fucking simple. They can sit here pontificating on all the complexities, but it's that simple.
Trump also initiated a tariffs war that still has lingering inflationary problems.
Neoliberalism and free market capitalism have proven ineffective, and without equity, capitalism is still a valid theory, but needs massive reforms.
Around that. So inflation isn't something
Leslie
either party
Simpson,
can just
nice.
pull a lever and it disappears.
Leslie Simpson, welcome to the show.
That Joe Biden,
if you haven't already subbed, please do. And just in general, thank you for being here.
The Democrats were doomed in 2022 for re-election because inflation began spiking. Trump made great hay of that in the 2024 campaign. None of them learned their lesson from that. So I think it's going to hang over their heads, and I think they have a very they certainly. I think the Democrats are going to take the House. I don't know if they'll take the Senate, but even if they take the House, they're going to put roadblocks in front of this party, and it's a complete cell phone by Donald Trump.
David, I know national security is your forte, but talk to us about the
Donald Trump just announced in Garden City, New York, that he will soon declare the Strait of Hormuz a territory of the United States of America. He's just declaring it.
Market.
Fucking Christ.
How Americans are going to feel the impact of that.
So everybody's groceries, everything else you're buying at Target or wherever is, many of it's brought through trucks that use diesel. So that's just generally increasing prices very rapidly. And the administration, I think, signaled that.
Fuck, hold on.
Territory of the United States. Defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated. Pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States.
Just staring at it.
No ships get through unless we want them to.
Dude, he just... Anybody who's believing this motherfucker, they deserve exactly what they get.
This week that they're going to try to
I
use
hope you all go bankrupt.
Economic pressure on Iran and sort of do a longer term pressure.
Where are all the millennial political voices on MSM? Oh, here on YouTube, because they all act like we're fucking children and
approach to them versus some, giant number of airstrikes in 2 weeks.
Dude, the boomers are going to die off and they still won't let millennials on. They're just going to skip right to Gen X, Gen Z because they bought in to their grandparents and their shitty older parents bullshit.
And that just ends the war. I would just caution, and I'm not the political expert here, that the Democratic Party needs
He's absolutely nuts. He's so gone.
to be careful. Trump is a master messenger. And he wants this to be about culture wars and,
He really isn't that masterful. It's the fact that he just doesn't budge.
Socialism and communism, and the party has a tendency to get lost in infighting or any effort to sort of, he's, very good at messaging. The Democrats have to be just as good and not be overconfident.
What's the Democrats' message other than Trump is bad?
I mean, the Democrats have to not do the sort of Francesca Hong thing where suddenly Republicans are spending on that race and throwing a race into total.
Oh, shut up, you dumb bitch. They're going to do that anyway. AIPAC money. This is what happens when you don't call out the fucking Israel lobby. God, she's useless as tits on a bowl. All right, let's talk about the Rogan stuff because it's more interesting than anything that chick was about to say.
At the end of this presidency, there's going to be a lot of people where the justice is going to be coming for them.
Yeah, hopefully.
This government has done some shit that no government has ever done before. And one of them is the crypto stuff. The crypto stuff's nuts.
Isn't he selling his Truth Social tweets to people and then they can bet on it?
What?
I think, yeah.
You can bet on anything.
What? I love that. Wait, what?
Selling access.
And he looks at Jamie like, really?
Selling access.
To what? He's selling faster access to his tweets,
Yeah.
and then you can bet on it.
Yep. Dude, Shane's based all of a sudden. I like base Shane.
On the market.
Base Shane rules, dude.
Because it's literally insider trading.
And he's just like, it's gay. He calls it gay.
Wait a minute. Is that real? How's that legal?
We'll see.
Wait a minute. What is this? Trump sued over Truth Social advance access sale.
I'm online in the Oval Office.
Who's telling him this is a good idea?
Oh, see, I love that Joe Rogan's just like, yeah, he has no agency. He's the leader of the free world, but he's always told what to do. Anytime it's a bad idea, it's one of his fucking sycophants. If it's a good idea, it was 1000% him. Do you understand how fucking dumb you are, Joe? And also how useful you are to, like, just for being the idiot that you are? Like, right there. Really? Yeah, it's the people who fucking tell him tell him what to do. I always love that, too. You guys ever catch him when he says that? He's like, they tell me that I can't do this. Well, I'm the president of the fucking United States. I can tell them to get the fuck out of here. Well, too bad. They told me I can't.
To get early tweets.
That's how much sense that makes.
Hey, bet 200 on
That's literally crazy.
All right, so we have Joe Rogan addressing Donald Trump's corruption. I guess it's reached a point where he can't ignore it anymore.
All right. I hate to say it. American Redacted actually has a better delivery than Too Lazy to Try here. Where is the American Redacted? There we go.
Which is pretty funny.
Yeah, nah, he at least, like, yeah, I can't stand this shit. Like, dude, okay. We get it, the Costanza pick. Like, you made your channel with it. Time to change it up, because honestly, you're covering politics now, and you cover these things like, and I get it, Too Lazy to Try is the bit has run its course, bro.
Joe, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
USA
did a lot of good stuff.
You've gotten so big that all of your opinions will be debunked.
Yeah.
That's true.
Your opinions, when you say something, when you go, this is what happened.
Right.
Literally, the first article will come up, and instead of naming you, it'll be like,
that's wrong.
Despite these crazy claims, it's literally your claims.
All right, so just yesterday, Joe Rogan had Shane Gillis, Mark Normand, and Ari Shaffir on his podcast, and honestly, I don't think Joe Rogan's ever looked worse. Because during this episode, Shane Gillis really showed how Joe Rogan is completely out of touch with reality these days, and how he has no idea about what Trump's actually been doing in office ever since he got elected. Which is pretty funny considering that Joe has admitted to texting Trump personally, and has spent the last few years presenting himself as as someone who's extremely plugged into politics. Like Joe Rogan genuinely seemed shocked when Shane brought up Trump's latest scheme, where he charges basically a subscription service for rich people that costs $100,000 per month and lets them see Trump's tweets before he actually tweets them, aka insider trading.
Isn't he selling his Truth Social tweets to people and then they can bet on it?
What?
I think.
What?
You can bet on anything now.
I gotta be honest. That's one of the funniest. Just what? Because even he can't be. He's just like, wait, oh, please don't let that be real.
His tweets, and then you can bet on it.
Bet on what is
on the markets because
wait a minute,
it's literally insider trading.
It's Kashi. You
Maybe
can bet
I'm
on
wrong,
everything. You can fix.
Yeah.
Wait a
You
minute,
fix your
is
own
that
bets.
real? You get access
Is that
to a tweet before
real?
he makes
God,
it,
the
and you can bet on
laziest
that
fucking
tweet?
question
How's
he
that
ever
legal?
asks. Is that real?
Wait a minute, what is this? Trump sued over Truth Social advance access sale.
And I'm online in the Oval Office.
Who is
Just so
telling
thick.
him this is a good idea? I feel like I need
Nobody's
to be closer
telling
to
him
that.
shit.
$1,000 contracts.
Yeah, it's $100,000 you can get his early
Yo,
tweets.
Hey.
you know how crazy that is? $100,000 to get early tweets.
Hey, bet 200 on
That's literally
Yeah, it
crazy.
must piss you off so much when he tweets like
Truth Social's
the guy from
parent
Twilight's
company, Trump Media, announced in July it would offer subscribers to Truth API who paid up to $100,000 each month. Oh my God! Not even just $100,000 a year, each
Patreon?
month.
He's raking it
For
in.
early access to market-moving posts from Trump and other people who use the platform.
Market
You
moving.
imagine you charge $1.2 million a year? He's just on a grab.
Oh, yeah.
And to get that, it's just people who are like,
Yeah, but you seem to respect that.
But who?
profit off that.
I just want to be in the meeting
Insider trading subscription. Yeah, it literally is.
where they go, I got an idea.
It's also money laundering too.
Everyone looks at each other and is like,
Let's do
should
it.
we
One of
tell
the
them?
most illegal. Like
Yeah,
honestly,
look,
I never want to hear about Nancy Pelosi's bullshit ever again. She sucked. You know what? She was wrong, but in reality, it's just like fuck it. She was actually doing small potatoes.
100
That's
grand-
adorable.
I bet it wasn't even Trump. It was probably some weasel who works
Ah,
in the
there it
administration.
is.
It was like, charge them $100,000 a month, and you post things, and they can move the market.
Yikes.
It's funny how
Yikes.
Joe Rogan, upon learning that the guy he helped get elected is allegedly doing this right in front of everyone, reacts to that information by just saying that it's wild and crazy, and then actually suggests that maybe somebody else in the administration orchestrated the whole thing instead of Trump himself.
Yeah, he thinks Stephen Miller really is like the fucking orchestrator of all this.
Joe Rogan actually comes across as so oblivious and unaware in this podcast that it's literally started sort of a debate online about whether or not Joe Rogan is actually this stupid.
I swear to God, I thought that too. Where I'm like, is he really this stupid, or is he that disingenuous? Which either way, not good. Not a good look for him.
Or if
he built his entire career about being like the truth teller, the guy who he'll say it like it is anytime that he has a fucking brain fart. Well,
just act
seems like those brain farts have a filter now.
clueless about everything that Trump's doing in office in order to maintain this bizarre relationship he's formed with him over the years. But honestly, if you think about it, it's probably a combination of both. Like Joe Rogan is willfully ignorant.
You know what's
and
funny? American Redacted used to be a red pill coded channel, and not same with Too Lazy to Try. Like they used to be like they're Red Bar listeners. They love Red Bar, but even Red Bar is starting to turn away from like the Trump stuff because he was like he loved him some Trump for a little bit there, but now all of a sudden it's just like, oh God.
certain topics that he's actually scared of, and super informed
Oh,
on other
Rebecca,
topics that
you're gonna
he
go have
thinks
lunch and go
benefits
back to
him.
bed. You're not feeling great today. Oh.
Just remember, guys, that this is the
Well, I hope you can join us when you wake up for the Twitch exclusive side of things. If you can't, we will miss you.
Same guy who
I'll miss you. Like fuck.
was so scared to read any criticism about himself online that he actually goes out of his way to
Always like
personally
having the fun time on Friday.
tailor his algorithm to show him nothing but positive
you
posts about himself and people agreeing with everything he already believes in. Like he just
Oh, he's
buries
gonna
his
drain the
head
swamp pep. Oh, wait. We meant the reflecting pool.
in the sand and pretends nothing is real
one.
whenever it doesn't benefit him, which he even sort of admitted to in this podcast.
I'm not online. Look, I have done a
Literally,
very smart thing
All
over the
this
last 3 months where I almost never go on Twitter, and I go on Instagram, and my curation right now is nice. He was at the White House.
You gave Trump a
Yeah, so was I.
championship
So was Shane. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the
Hold on,
problem.
Let's stop bringing up that.
We left that party early.
We were there together. We
They asked me to
prayed.
go in the VIP room. I said no way.
You didn't? I went in there.
No, I
I
knew
was
those
hanging out.
photos were gonna be taken.
What was in the
I'm not
champagne?
Me and Nate
taking pictures.
Bargatze were in there.
I know.
Chilling.
I know.
Look at that.
Yeah, being useful fucking tools for an administration that is conducting some of the most heinous crimes against the American people in possibly history.
Turned out.
Yeah,
was
I
fine.
stood outside in the rain. I was like, I'm not getting my picture
Based, Shane.
I took zero heat for that event.
Sure.
But you took a
You're
photo
already
with
on.
Trump a couple years back.
It was a funny photo.
That was a great photo.
He's wearing a
Bro,
ridiculous
that was when you
shirt.
were wearing the Pablo Escobar
That was
shirt.
pre a lot of things.
That's true.
That was pre a lot of things.
Pre-world record.
No, not me personally. I mean,
Also,
pre him.
the Iran.
him.
I was
Iran.
back then when I was taking that picture. I was like, this guy's going to release the Epstein files. No more wars. I like
Right.
that.
Wasn't killing Americans.
Also, still didn't vote for him. Not a big deal.
Based.
Yeah.
Fucking Shane.
I was at the cellar and I was like, I don't feel like fucking dealing with it. Also, war in Iran or this is a crazy time to be like, I support this.
Everyone had a great time, but Nate.
Nate was
Nate had
my
a good
favorite.
time.
Well, not later.
Yeah, but he doesn't care. He's not reading it.
That was
He's
a
not
fake
paying
one,
attention.
too.
It didn't affect his ticket sales at all. All these people saying that they canceled. Fuck off. He sells out 2 fucking
Yeah.
stadiums a night. Like,
That was
it's
a
all
fake one.
bullshit.
It's the same newspaper writing 10 articles.
Yeah. Well, it's just they'll go after anybody who's even remotely connected to that White House. So Joe
Why, Joe? Why? Wait a minute.
Rogan, who's in charge of one of
Damn, he's just such a
the
moron.
biggest platforms in the world, is somehow so blissfully ignorant about what's actually going on that he genuinely believes he never took any backlash for the White House UFC event this past June. That is how out of touch with reality he's actually become. Luckily for us, though, Shane Gillis actually seems to read the news and follow politics enough to sprinkle some reality into this already delusional conversation that Rogan's having. Like Gillis,
I fucking love Shane so much. God damn it.
who was once fully on board with the MAGA train, can at least read the room and recognize that staying on that train might eventually run him into the ground. Which of course annoys a lot of people, because to their point, Trump has always been a pretty awful guy, even before he took office for the first time. So they see Shane suddenly distancing himself now as just another example of him riding the fence whenever it benefits his career. But regardless of what you think about Shane jumping ship, the more important part here is how badly it exposes Rogan for still happily sitting on that train without even realizing that it is
As I said, American Redacted was a little bit red pill coded.
actually crashing.
This government has done some shit that no government has ever done before, and one of them is the crypto stuff. The crypto stuff's nuts.
Excuse me.
What?
Like Trump has made billions in crypto.
Yeah,
like,
it's a bad
he's-
look.
Government's so fucking crooked.
And then you got his sons, and his sons are involved in all these weird business deals, where the business deals have to do with some things that Trump put, and then the sons are involved in these businesses, and like there's a lot of money flowing around that you could dig in and start arresting people. So if
crazy
he
they're just
pardons a
doing
bunch of people and gives them the same kind of deal that he gave
I thought
Fauci,
the Trump family would do that.
so they're going after him using all these lawsuits that are frivolous. They don't make any sense. So by doing that and trying to bankrupt him, or at least trying to put him in jail, like he realizes that, okay, I need a ton of money to protect myself.
Yeah, but now he's actually doing things that
Don't burp in my ear, bro. Sorry.
are gonna get him in trouble.
I say, hey, I'm not like Hassan where I just drop him and then just move on with my life. I at least say, excuse me.
Okay,
Back
so
then,
what's going to
those
get
were
him in
all
trouble?
crazy.
So here's the question. The thing about the crypto
Stat Pat does
is
that now
it's
and then, and
shady
it
as
drives you nuts. Well, sorry, I fucking burp on my stream. But as I said, I go, excuse me.
but it's legal. I don't know.
Really?
Yep. I don't know if it should be. That's a lot of
Release the
money for a year.
gases.
Pump and dump on his
Don't
own
let it
people.
build up.
He did. So ridiculous.
But I don't know if he did. This is my
Definitely
question.
did, dude.
But here's
the
my
Trump
question.
coin's not making any.
I understand. But this is my question.
God, Joe is so defensive.
Who's really investing in Trump coin?
It's funny how whenever Joe Rogan is given the opportunity to criticize his beloved leader, that he conveniently pulls the innocent, dumb comedian podcaster card and pretends to be some goofy idiot who doesn't even know anything. Like absolutely no one is buying that anymore. Especially because when it comes to certain fringe, conspiratorial, right-wing topics, Joe suddenly seems to know everything about those. For example, during the podcast, when they started talking about how rap has sort of died down this year, Joe immediately starts reciting every single detail about this debunked right-wing conspiracy about how U.S. aid supposedly is funding rap artists and pushing them to make anti-government music. Then Jamie plugs it into Perplexity, and it immediately fact-checks Joe Rogan, which then forces Shane to basically have to break down the situation for him on air and remind him that he literally is the media, which of course flies directly over.
God damn. Shane is the best at this.
For Joe's shiny bald head.
Someone trying to imagine someone having a casual conversation of some serious felonies, like, oh yeah, Bill, I mean, he was like picking up those streetwalkers and like keeping them in the house. Such a wild guy. Yeah.
The weird thing is how rap has fallen off the
I was
charts.
gonna say that.
It's because Drizzy Drake was gone.
No, it's because USAID got defunded.
Maybe
That's
some
a
that,
lot of
but
people
No,
think.
but Drake was gone.
USAID got
They-
defunded that drop rap.
We're back
Well,
on aid.
I like it.
USAID, the Agency for International Development, is well known
Fauci
to have
was
been
big on that.
funding about a bunch of radical anti-government rappers overseas. Funding
Overseas.
a ton of them, like a ton of. It was
Yeah, let's
basically
stand up.
all about regime change. That was a big part of what USAID was about. And the thought is that USAID had some. Look, Mike Benz, he has a famous quote that USAID was there for things that were too dirty for the CIA. No,
Iceman
USAID
came out.
didn't fund
Let's check
rap
the
music,
charts.
despite what this viral right-wing theory claims about
Yes.
chart decline.
There you go.
Yeah, but this is Yahoo News, and that's owned by Ari's family.
Joe, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
USAID did a lot of good stuff.
You've gotten so big that all of your opinions will be debunked.
Yeah.
That's true.
Your opinions, when you say something, when you go, this is what happened.
Right.
Literally, the first article will come up, and instead of naming you, it'll be like,
That's wrong.
despite these crazy claims, it's literally your claims.
Well,
if you
That's
Google
true.
something, it's
First of all,
directly
but
against you.
But this one is not mine. I read this online, and I read this from people like one of them was Mike Benz, and Mike Benz is very credible and was talking about it. So it's not my
But Mike
idea
Benz,
at all.
isn't he a CIA disinformation agent?
Is that what you think?
Oh,
Obviously,
I get
CIA
you.
guy going on,
I call
bro.
him on FaceTime right now.
So yeah, only Joseph Rogan would label Mike Benz as a very reliable source. Same guy who said all of Jeffrey Epstein's
Stan was being a little needy. I need to rewind that because I haven't actually heard this. Sorry about that. Back here.
Mike Benz, and Mike Benz is very credible and was talking about it. So it's not my
But Mike
idea
Benz,
at all.
isn't he a CIA disinformation agent?
Is that what you think?
oh,
Obviously,
I get
CIA
you.
guy going on,
I call him
bro.
on FaceTime right now.
So yeah, only Joseph Rogan would label Mike Benz as a very reliable source. Same guy who said all of Jeffrey Epstein's victims were of-age adult women who wanted to quote-unquote juice deals.
You can very easily see someone getting involved in that just because girls juice deals. So I don't think that Epstein, I've not seen evidence, and in my view, you don't need any of that to understand the core part of the Epstein story.
So honestly, at this point, I think Joe Rogan takes pride in the fact that he is super out of touch with reality. It's almost like he thinks that being out of touch is a big sign that you've made it in life, which is super far from the truth. You'd actually have to put effort into not looking at the news or even paying attention to the headlines.
They have dirt on him. Nah, he's too free. He's too flippant with this. No, he's that stupid. He think like this is the problem with being Rogan is he's somehow viewed as like this intellectual fucking powerhouse because he asks like so many questions and he's just, childlike curiosity. But I think that he understands it because like the subconscious part of him gets to it where it's like he rubbed elbows with real power. He feels like, you know what? I don't want to fuck this up.
And the funniest part,
and now he is literally choosing between the stand-up scene and the grounded comedians or the billionaire cronies that he's decided to fucking, as I said, go rub some elbows with.
part about that is that I think Joe thinks Shane agrees with him in that aspect, even though he most likely does not. Like at the very end of this 4.5 hour long podcast, when Shane starts saying how much Donald Trump can't relate to the regular Joe Schmo with a salary, Joe Rogan kind of shoulders Shane and says that he's right there with them, as if Shane's now in the cool club of uber rich celebrities who are too cool to care about poor people problems like universal health care.
I think Trump just turned 80.
Oh, he's
I think-
only 80?
I
Well, we
think
should
his
let him lead the
birthday
whole
was
free world.
at
Yeah.
the White House when we were at the UFC. That was for his birthday.
80?
That's
No,
why they
he's
did it in
spring
June
chicken.
and not like July 4th.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they did it June 14th, I believe, because it was Trump's birthday.
Ah,
that's correct. 80. At some point, you're like, you can't relate to most of the population.
100%.
You don't know what
Sure.
college loans
Him?
are.
Yeah, impossible.
You can't relate to any human on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, it gets these levels. Like Shane can't relate to most people right now,
I can
right?
relate to a lot of people.
A lot of
He
people,
remembers at
but
least.
less people, and it's slowly going to get weirder.
So there you have it, folks. The most cringe part of the podcast. Rogan essentially tries confiding in Shane with the fact that they're both rich beyond anybody's hopes and dreams. And because of that, Rogan thinks
don't
they're
even wanna
both
platform
super out
this
of
unless
touch
it's
and detached
absolutely
from
fucking
any real
true.
problems in life. Like the fact that he said that so confidently to Shane
This is why I can't stand Twitter anymore, guys. Is some of these updates that come through.
is pretty
There's
embarrassing. And it's pretty
nothing.
revealing as to why Rogan loves Shane so much. The theory as to why Shane is all of a sudden turning on Trump, however, could make for an entire other video. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Shane was once on the bandwagon, but is now sprinting away from the MAGA army as fast as he can.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
He
He
would
goes, you
sell
can't
out.
play a totality. I was like, didn't you go to Saudi Arabia? He
Nah.
was like, all right.
That was a great
that's funny.
festival.
Dude, I had to pick up my luggage from your hotel
Did you go?
right afterwards.
How was this out? You went to Saudi?
It was.
Festival?
I would go again.
Right.
They said you can't talk about this. They gave you a list of stuff.
And you're like, I don't know how many bits about that.
I was like, oh, okay, this is like half my act.
Like what?
Everything. Oh, can't with the government, can't with trans, can't gay, can't do this, stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of
Literally
that
just
stuff.
a mothership set.
Just two regular mothership.
Just the contract you sign when you do the mothership.
But I got on stage
in blood.
Regardless of what you think about Shane, though, it's always nice to see him and Mark Normand and even Ari Shaffir sort of expose Joe Rogan during these Protect Our Park episodes. So comment what you thought about that podcast down below. And as always, thanks so much for watching.
Sorry, guys. These guys are such douchebags. Well, unfortunately. A lot of comedians can be, but I mean, dude, I can be a douchebag sometimes. I'm not just, I wouldn't call me a blanket douchebag. I'm more of a guy that can be a douche. If I chaired a committee, would be the first man I call. Wait, Joe would be the first. Oh. Here's how mainstream media is taking it.
It's literally insider trading.
It's Kashi. You
Maybe
can bet
I'm
on
wrong.
everything you can fix.
Yeah.
Wait a
You
minute,
fix your
is
own
that
bets.
real? You get access to a tweet before he makes it, and then you could bet on that
Hey, Peach Creek, thank you for the chili.
tweet? How's that legal?
We'll see.
Wait a minute, what is this? Trump sued over Truth Social advance access sale.
I'm online in the Oval Office.
Who's
It's so
telling
fair.
hip this is a good idea? I feel like I need
Nobody's
to be closer
telling him
to
shit.
him.
It's like an experiment to, I don't know, watch them open their eyes and see the guy they cheered to the presidency for who he really is. And it's not a terrible question, right? Who's telling Trump it's a good idea? That was, of course, Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis, uber famous podcaster and comedian, respectively, this afternoon.
Okay. Boring. Moving on. All right. Hassan confirmed that he's suing Scott Jennings in a fucking 41-second clip. Yeah, I scoured the internet. Everybody freaking out about this. I'm like, okay, this is it.
This was a Scott Jennings clip. This is the RNC strategy. It was the initial clip came from the RNC, and now Scott Jennings is highlighting it.
Real douchebags have money and talk about their money.
This is such an egregious lie. It is such an egregious instance of defamation that numerous people who fucking hate me, like literally hate me, have actually...
I'd argue Shane's more in the line of Hassan, where it's like he's rich, but he doesn't really talk about his money.
gone out to bat and said, this is the worst instance of defamation that I have seen. I hope you sue him, which I am. I'm in the process of I'm working through litigation right now. So
He's reaffirmed that he's looking into what he can do, really, legally.
like this was a...
I mean, until he actually files a lawsuit, then I'm gonna still mark this as this is tentative, like could happen thing. Right, let's discuss a few things and then we'll go into the next segment. We're getting close to where I want to go over to Twitter, but or Twitter, Twitch. Twitter. Soon, actually. I don't know, guys. I might just fucking pay for it and like Christina does it. The thing that I don't understand is why it's okay for other like certain creators to do things like pay for like Black Red Guard. He pays for it. You have to. You have to pay for it to get live, like to go live. So I don't know, guys. I've been thinking about it. I can do multi-platforms. Why the hell not? I have X. What I was thinking about doing is trying it for like maybe a 6-month trial. See how, like, if it adds anything. And then if it does, cool. If it doesn't, then I'll quit. So the only reason it's going around so much is because it's pretty big for him to go into litigation. Whatever. Honestly, I think that too many people are obsessed with this motherfucker. Watch everything that he says and does. This is kind of where I hope I'd never get that big. Where it's like I have literal, like, just smaller fan contingents. And that's like all they think about and talk about. Like, it's crazy. He's got a very, very dedicated fan base. But they talk about Hassan like he's fucking Taylor Swift. So. You need the social medias? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But just make your PC, or wait. Got enough RAM? Yeah, who knows for how long. Seriously. My PC's it's at that point where it's just like some days it runs great. Some days, that fan's a little bit louder than usual. And I clean my PC, so the day Pep cuts his hair and puts on a sport coat, it's over for America. He did it. He actually did it. Yeah, Peach Creek, you might not be too far off. But yeah, I'll just say this: like I think that Hassan does have a big platform and can use his community, but so can smaller channels also use their community in a positive way. It's not about using his community. I was just talking about how the way that like certain people stan Hassan, where it's like literally every little thing he fucking says or tweets or does. Like, it's just, listen, I could care less. And this is where I have a major difference. I don't really, if like, I try to avoid, like, for instance, if I was working with him, I probably wouldn't name drop him like until like something came out. I don't know, man. I feel like so many people tried to ride his coattails like in so many different ways. It's kind of weird, man. But I also don't stan people. Like I don't even like the Majority Report. I would consider that like the closest to like what I could stan, where it's just like, oh wow, that's crazy. Like I'm not gonna lie and say like it wouldn't be cool to be on, you know, some of these like shows or like interact with some of these personalities, but I just don't think I would have the same amount of hype and joy that other like fans of Hassan would. Because like I said, he's like a fucking like the Hassan fan base. Y'all are fucking kind of like Swifties with the guy. I'm gonna just call it out. Y'all are. You are very much like Swifties. And it's not a bad thing. Swifties are cool. My wife is a Swiftie. Like, you think that yeah. Like, come on. It's just, yeah. Seems easily to get entangled, or seems easy to get entangled in drama with him. Well, that's mostly manufactured. I'll give him that. he is unfairly targeted by the mainstream media, Republican and Democrat, because they're afraid that he actually is, you know, like he's speaking for the youth. I'm not a Hassan fangirl. I'm a Kaya fangirl. Oh, Kaya. Good girl. Seems easily. Oh, yeah. I mean, Hassan's a Democrat psyop by the Schumer folks. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't believe that. Facebook is another platform you can stream to. Yeah, I know. I could. Well, Facebook, I can only go for like 2.5 hours before I have to like reset stream or something like that. I saw that it like caps you. And I also saw that it has like rules against some of the stuff that I talk about, so I don't know. Not to mention the DGG harassment figure. Who speaks for black voters? I don't know. Who's speaking for black voters out there? I don't see a lot of people stepping up. You know? I talked to Pastor Ben Dixon yesterday. He seemed to have some ideas. I know that he was talking about David Crowley in the Wisconsin race, so... I feel like if I can, as a white man, speak to, you know, people in the Black Caucus and try and convince them, hey, this is a good candidate to vote for. But I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the white lib that comes in there saying, you guys need to vote for the liberal candidate because it's always been that way, or whatever the fuck. I also don't want to be disingenuous and just be like, hey, Whitey's telling you how to vote. Like, I ain't trying to do that shit. So I can just kind of like throw my hands up, disconnect a little bit from that side of things and just go, okay, I'll let other people handle this one. Because realistically, what am I going to do? You know, I got some ideas, but also I ain't a black American. So are they good ideas? I don't fucking know. I know what would work for me, but I'm not looking at it from my identity. I'm looking at it from my economic fucking standpoint that I live through. I know it would benefit me personally, politically, and it's stuff that would benefit, I think, pretty much 99.9% of Americans. We definitely need more black socialist luminaries because over half of the CBC takes AIPAC money. See, I didn't know that. I mean, cool. Like, I don't know, man. This is where you, Jeff from Good Morning Comrade, you know, this is where you organizers and, like, you know, you guys are out here doing the hard work. I think that Jeff gets pissed off at me for not doing more of that, but I don't know. Jeff's an odd cat to read. I'm just gonna say it. Like, sometimes it's hard to read whether or not he is pissed off or not. Or not even pissed off, just indifferent to something. Like, I had that on the panel yesterday where I was just like, is Jeff upset? Black people tend to be socially center-right to conservative and fiscally liberal. We're in the Democrats' coalition, but they assume we'll always be there. Yeah, that's where I do agree with them. With the Black Caucus abandoning the Democratic Party when you are feeling like you're betrayed. And that's good. Because that's a good message. I certainly think you should be pushing people to organize more frequently. I'm not listen, if that's what it means to talk about the politics that I do, then I can always point you guys to the other This Spacers that do that shit. I'm not about that. I'm really not. I barely, like, I stopped paying my DSA dues. I barely go to fucking meetings. I'll go to a protest here or there, but realistically, I'm not as active as a lot of you guys probably wish I was. And you know what? I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not. I'm going to vote in the ways that can help change things. I'm going to give my opinions on the things that I think can help change things in the right direction. But realistically, what is me telling you to go get more involved in your DSA really going to do? Especially when half the time I don't actually, like, I might not even fucking believe it. Like, sometimes I don't. When I went to my DSA meeting, it wasn't great. I didn't have a great time. I got invited to go to one that's like 4 counties away. It's like an hour away from me. DeKalb County. Like it's in fucking... It's a really red area, like way out near Wisconsin. And I don't know, maybe I will, but what am I going to do? I don't know, man. Just interview activists every now and then if you're not into it. That's yeah, no, and I try. The thing is, I'm not good at doing interviews either. Like, dude, I'm a live streamer that, like, I hit go live. I might broadcast from 4 to fucking 8. But realistically, the structuring things, like, goddamn, dude. Like, you saw how I brought you on today. That's usually how I do things. If Alex comes on my show, it's usually because he asks, just, hey, can I come on the show for a little bit? You know, there are the occasional, you know, debates or just like something that, but I don't know, man. Like, I'm not trying to pretend to be something that I'm not, okay? And I don't know. Like, there are days that I'll even say it. Like, I do genuinely feel like bad, where I'm like, oh, I'm not as much of an activist as I can think, but you know, how many of you are out there daily fucking doing it? Realistically, I'm not trying to be condescending, but I mean it. Like, how much of it is just pontification online until a protest pops up, or like, do you guys go to county meetings? I mean, Dieter, you're I'm not talking to you on this one. This is like if Jeff was in chat, I'd be like, not you. But realistically, guys, just because I have a platform doesn't mean that I necessarily, like, need to do that, because I don't think it's gonna add much. Like, dude, I have 3,000 fucking subscribers. I have on average 20 people watching me, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna really change the fucking world there. Especially when I'm more interested in just bringing good feelings and good vibes and telling people to chill the fuck out. Like, if I can do that, or I can get people to chill out and actually have conversations with each other instead of just condescendingly calling each other lib, leftist, or fucking whatever, you know, preconceived fucking label you want to put on this person that will make you very comfortable in disconnecting from talking to them, then okay. But if that's how you want to be, that's a whole other thing that I'm not willing to fucking even engage with. Because I see too many people that really want to just hate the other side, or just hate their own side. Like, fuck, man, I've run into that a bunch of times where I'm like, oh, you don't even want to, like, try to see it from our point of view. Okay. Isn't necessarily to get involved in party politics to make a difference. Go get involved in your local community. The labels suck. Yeah, they do. We do. We got the IGSA overturned after heckling them for 6 weeks. What's the IGSA? The problem with politics in Nevada is that the Democratic Party is having an internal war between the Gambling Commission Dems and the DSA. Corruption in our state and politics is insane. Dude, I live and grew up in Chicago. You want to talk about corrupt politics? Dude, they call it the Windy City, not because it's windy. Just a heads up. Not sure if you guys knew that. That is true, though. Yeah. I don't know. If I start doing numbers like Hassan, maybe that will change things. Like, honestly. Because that's the other side of it. I got work to do, guys. You know? And I'm not talking about, like, political activism or any of that. I mean, like, I actually, like, I don't have the time outside of doing this to go do that shit. And honestly, this is what I'm good at. So, ish. I mean, that's arguable. I vote for and canvass for Mia Vang. That's all I can do. I can't make people vote for her. Yeah. It's the same thing that I was willing to canvass and do a lot more for Kat Abou-Ghazali if she didn't fucking ditch me and literally disrespect my time in a way that was, I mean, fucked up. It's not controversial, Peach. It's just a matter of what that would look like. Oh, wait. I just wanted something good to happen for the marginalized and the poor. That should not be controversial. Yeah, you have a day job you have a day job and moonlight as a creator. Yeah. I mean, again, going back to Jeff, I feel like maybe if I was like a union organizer, that would be a little bit different. But he actually gets paid to do that. You know, that's his job, you know, but I don't know. I simultaneously feel like on this space, I don't take things seriously enough, but then I also feel like some people take things way too fucking seriously. But who am I to fucking jump in and say that? I mean, it happened again yesterday. I'm just going to say it. I'm probably like, I really am like the most right-wing, quote unquote, person on this space because I'm willing to just listen. I ain't there to fucking blow smoke up your ass and pretend to be something I'm not. We respect what you do, Pep. Trust. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I really do. I do appreciate that. I need an artist to draw me an avatar. I decided letting a friend, I tried letting a friend do it, but it's been like 6 months and they got me only one drawing. Well, how much are you paying for it? You know? That's something. I don't know. Actually, there was a problem. I'm not going to say who the creator was, but there was a problem with that where I heard another lefty creator got into it with somebody that drew him a thumbnail, or like the person that drew him their thumbnail, and then they stole their art and said that they weren't going to quit using it. That's fucked up. I don't see how that really espouses lefty values, and that was the first like hint that I had. I'm like, oh, there could be an issue here. We agreed on 80, but I was going to give them like 200 or 300. Oh, geez. Well, I mean, lead with that. I don't know. Depends on what you're looking for. I might draw you up something. It'll be freehand. It'll actually be like, you know, a real drawing though. Like I literally am such like a non-digital creator that I will take a picture of something I drew on a fucking canvas before I do it on an art pad. Because I have an art pad, I just don't like it. It's not the same. Every time I end up drawing on an art pad, I end up going back to my sketchbook. So develop it. Did CIA use to target the maybe who I don't know. I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. I don't know, man. Maybe. Who cares? What's that going to add to your life or any discourse in politics besides like, ooh, conspiracy? Takes me outside of my boring life and makes me think that I know something that the average public doesn't know. That's all it is. It's all right, dude. You can pretend you're like, you know, you can pretend you know all the secrets. You don't even need to go there. Just do it anyway. You need it to be digital. I'm looking for a simplistic style with a few expensive or expressive poses or faces. Ah. Oh, it's like a flash puppet. Gotcha. Yeah. God, I wish my friend was still in town. He was an expert at that shit, but he moved away. I lost my connection with him pretty much. Like to the point where if I just hit him up saying, "Hey, I got a job for you," he'd even I would probably just get ghosted. I guess that's what you could call an acquaintance in life. You know, we were friendly. We hung out with the same friend group, but yeah. I'm also honest about that. Like, who's a friend? Who's an acquaintance? Like, Peter, actually, you made content, friend. I got a few of them. You, Alex, Letterhack, AG. There's a few others in there that I now here's the thing. I might consider them friends, but do they consider me a friend? I don't know. I don't want to be weird like that, so I'll just say that we are all a friendly community, and I'm here to support, you know, anybody over on this space right now. And yeah, the other thing is Carlos. Fucking Carlos is dope. Flash puppet would be perfect, but that's like a lot to ask, and rigging is expensive. Yeah. You're a frenemy? Damn. Fuck. All right. Hurtful, but I'll take it. That was like low-key hurtful. I'm sitting here doing the cope laugh, but at the same time, legit funny. No, dude, I really have been blessed in meeting the people that I have through these communities. That's why I also kind of do have the attitude that I do, where I'm like, I just can't do political content. It's not for me. I can discuss politics, but I'm not an expert on anything. Just have an informed opinion. That's what I do. I'm not a fucking expert on it. Dude, you think I'm an expert on politics? Like, brother. I think on this shit. I'm just as bad as you. I'm literally giving informed opinions, you know? Like, I'm a little bit informed, but... Face says homeless, hair says sus. Face says homeless? Damn. Alright, well. I'll work on that. I don't know how, but... Why are you so rude? Tinkerbell. You made Pinkerbell mad. Now I'm mad at you for making Pinkerbell mad. Don't make my mods mad. All right. Here. Oh, yeah, I wanted to watch this with you guys.
Joe Kent and Marjorie Taylor.
Wait. This hasn't come out yet, I don't think. I think this is coming out tomorrow. Because I looked for the full interview, but check it out. Our boy Sammy!
Joe Kent and Marjorie Taylor Greene was seen in a picture with Tucker Carlson in his home recently in Maine. They went there to try and persuade Tucker to run for president as the leader of a new third party. What do you make of that?
Well, one, I would love it. That would be great.
Split the Republican vote.
Whoa, don't be so humble. You understand politics better than 95% of Americans.
Republican vote.
You don't think it would take a lot of lefties with him? Because me and Shadi Hamid
Well, I guess that all just came, I don't know, organically, because it's not like I took a poli-sci class or any of that shit.
We got attacked a few months back when we said...
I think that's part of it, and I'm not even going to, like, front. I do think, like, I always feel so, like I'm a layman compared to everybody else in these political spaces is because I'm not as well-read.
That we had gone to visit family and friends, and we noticed that in the Muslim community, at least, a lot of Muslims are like, I'll vote for Tucker Carlson because he's speaking out against foreign wars.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the absence of a Democrat who's speaking out against foreign wars, water flows downhill, and there's a lot of people who don't want that.
Boston went on Candace Owens' show, and I said, "Why'd you do that?"
Dude, I'm gonna just say it. Stan's getting older, right? It's getting so bad. Every time one of my neighbors closes their fucking car door, he goes nuts.
Boston's argument is...
Like, I'm probably going to have to put him on some kind of medication because, like, it's getting almost unbearable, where it's just like every fucking vibration he feels, he goes nuts.
If the house is on fire, you take a bucket from whoever's nearby. And his argument is, and I hear this from a lot of people on the left.
Old dog, I know.
In the Muslim community.
I know.
Put all these other things aside. Yes, we can disagree with these people on multiple issues. Immigration.
Are the neighbors complaining? Dude, yeah.
The economy, taxes, blah-de-blah. But
yeah, dude, he went out there at 3 a.m. the other day, acted like he had to, like, pee. This motherfucker goes right underneath the grape trellis, right to where the bat is, and just starts howling at this bat.
It's a genocide, and Tucker Carlson's saying the right thing on a genocide. Candace Owens is saying, and this is not me saying it, but other people saying, she's standing up against Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Which then I feel bad for, because then I got to use the hose on the trellis to get the bat out, so then he gets out.
Been very strong on
God, it's a
so
fucking
that's
nightmare.
Why we should work with these people. Do you buy that argument?
No. If I go on Tucker Carlson...
Oh, my pup does that to a possum. It's very annoying. Yeah.
Show. I mean...
A bunch of people have who are quote-unquote on our side of the argument. Trita Parsi was on recently talking about Iran.
Right.
A good friend of mine.
Right.
Cenk Uyghur's been on. Anna Kasparian's been on.
Right. Am I happy that Tucker Carlson is advocating that we should not be supporting Israel to his people? Yes. That's good. if I had a button to stop him from talking, that I wouldn't press that button. But what value am I bringing to that cause by going on his show? If I was to go on the show,
people would say, just to be devil's advocate, people would say the value you're bringing is you're showing there's a coalition of Americans on right and left who are against these endless wars.
To whom am I showing that?
The establishment.
Well, the establishment can see that I disagree with the war, and they can see that, and they can do the addition if they want to do the addition. That's not a very hard math problem. When I go on that show, what I am saying, unless I am arguing with him the entire time, which is what I would do, is I am saying there's something for you. My audience, I'm saying this to my audience, there's something for you to hear to take a look at and encourage. Like, I am happy that he's doing that. But this is not like we're both going to sponsor legislation that's going to go through. Like, what is the material thing that I'm achieving there?
Good question. And I am very much looking forward to that. Did that drop yet? Let's see. Maybe he dropped it while we were waiting. Zateo. Is Franny not working for Zateo anymore? Yep, still not out. It's okay. Okie dokie. Oh, fuck it. Alrighty. Count Binface was on MS Now. We have to watch it because you guys know what's up.
Yes, now is Count Binface. He is running against Nigel Farage and more than 24 other candidates to represent the town of Clacton in UK Parliament. Count Binface, it's really good to have you. Just first question up top. What made you
Oh, it was a temp gig with Wajat? Oh, okay.
become Count Binface over Lord Buckethead? What happened to Lord Buckethead?
Well, good question. Firstly, it's lovely to meet you, Katie, and all your fantastic viewers.
Lord Buckethead was getting
you have a lot
cease
of
and
adverts in
desists.
America, don't you? And I should just say at the start, this is definitely the holodeck on my Starship, not a budget hotel in Clacton-on-Sea. Let's just make that absolutely clear. Also, here's a little scoop for you. Due to broadcasting rules, I cannot talk on British television until 10 p.m. UK time. It's currently just or nearly 8 o'clock. So through a lovely little loophole, I can talk to America first. How cool is that? But as for the old Buckethead snafu, yes, well, when I first came to Earth in 2017, I thought if I came down like this,
oh my
I might freak out the humans. So I adopted a disguise of this Lord Buckethead, a title that had lain dormant for 25 years. And that went very well. I ended up on Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. But then there was an unfortunate battle on the planet copyright, so I respawned in my true guise. And Katie, I'm the first politician in history
It was, yeah, literally Buckethead.
to feel better after kicking
Primus.
the bucket. How about that?
I like Planet Copyright. That's a good one. All right,
Les
let me
Claypool,
put up
you know?
on the screen your flow chart about winning, because I think this is worth looking at again. So you ask, who won the election? Count Binface? Yes, then you win. If Farage wins with fewer votes than 2024, yes, we win. With fewer votes, no. With less of a majority, yes, we win. And regardless, it'll take you, I can't read a flowchart. Regardless, it'll take you back to the investigation.
Wait, he's
into
actually a musician? No.
conduct. Tell me why you believe
No way.
that Nigel Farage deserves to be under investigation.
Well, I mean, that's not for me to say, Katie. I mean, firstly, that's not my flowchart. Yeah, I found that online. Some human did that, but I agree with it entirely.
Some human
the
did
fact is
that.
that I've won either way. It's checkmate to.
Oh, thank you, Bandit, for the $5.
At Bandit and 11 $5. The power of the British accent even makes a trash can sound sophisticated.
You're not wrong.
Face, and if Nigel
very
strikes me
right
down
about that.
electorally, I will become more powerful
Thank you for the
than you
$5
can possibly
donation. Appreciate
imagine.
that, man.
Because, of course, then, yes, the parliamentary committee will look into, again, his interesting finances. For example, this £5 million gift, an unconditional gift he was given which he says he could spend on Ferraris if he wants, but he didn't declare it to the correct committee. And I tell you this, firstly, I would not accept such a donation on Earth. And if I did accept it on any planet, I swear to you, I would fill out the proper forms. It's very important.
Very important.
What does it say that his chief rival in this race, there's a number of them, but the chief rival is an intergalactic trash can warrior?
Well, I think there's a slight tone of sneeriness there, which is unfair. I would say to you that my path is on the up, and it's a natural point in my career to become His Majesty's official opposition. So, this is a natural point for me, and we shall see if I can take control of Clacton in due course. But I know where you're going. The
He
point
does
is,
comedy
why
writing?
have
That
the
makes sense.
Labour Party, the Conservative Party, the big party,
Probably
the Liberal
successfully.
Democrats, well, maybe not them.
He's British
but, why
Danhausen.
have
That's
they
what I
not
was thinking,
bothered?
yeah.
It's either because they're scared of my magnificence, or maybe both.
Maybe
they
both.
think that Nigel is pulling a cunning stunt, and I use those words
This guy
very carefully.
rules. Oh my god. Dude, in a political cycle like that we have been in, Binface really is just he's a breath of fresh air, okay? I'm happy. I'm just happy to see
Live
it.
television. And I think it's a bit of both.
A cunning stunt. I like that because this is American TV and we have a different set of standards out here for what words we use. One other question for you, and I hope you don't have to take that phone call. One other question. What has his politics done
How embarrassing.
to the UK?
No, I'm just going to pause that for a second. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I hope you're talking to me and not the phone. What has Nigel Farage's politics done to the UK?
Yes, I will tell you this. I do apologies for those awful humans. But I would say Nigel Farage's politics, the beauty of democracy, as you've discovered in America, Katie, is that, of course, different views can have strength at certain times. So, of course, it is humans' right to vote for Nigel Farage, or indeed it's their far right to vote for Nigel Farage. But I am offering a sane alternative. Now, I know that might seem strange, but in this day and age, I am the voice of sanity and moderation. And on that note, I wonder whether American viewers would like a little bit of Binface in your politics, eh? Democrats, Republicans, Binface. Who's going to win that battle, I wonder?
I have to tell you, you might win. Our politics, people are sick of everybody. So come on over, take your chances. You might not do so poorly. Count Binface, it has been a pleasure.
With your standards.
All right, folks, Donald Trump just wrapped up a disastrous speech in New York and said something so profoundly stupid that people may very well look back at this particular moment and say, this was the moment that Trump and the Republicans lost the midterms, because he addressed elevated gas prices that are elevated because of him and his stupid Iran war.
I'm here for
and he
it.
said the phrase, quote, "I'll never apologize," quote, "I did the right thing." Rather than try to appeal to people's concerns and try to mollify their concerns, instead he doubled down and rubbed their faces in it, insisting that they needed to suffer because of his war, and he didn't owe them an apology. It was a shockingly stupid statement.
But before we unpack all that,
the
blah,
next
blah,
time
blah, blah, blah.
I post a video and media.
All right, we don't
reports.
fucking
Trump
care,
declares,
dude.
quote, "I'll never apologize for Iran war bringing up gas prices." Quote, "I did the right thing." Donald Trump declared on Friday, there's Warren Mamdani, but set that aside for a moment. I want you to see this in real time because, again, Republican strategists and politicians and pundits.
Are you guys enjoying this type of content anymore? I'm just going to say it, man. I have not been able to watch a full video of pondering politics, secular talk, or any of this shit anymore. Like these clipped fucking story, like the Midas touch fucking way of doing things, I just don't care anymore. I'd rather go catch a live stream that's talking about it. Like,
It's across the country were slapping their forehead as soon as these words left Trump's mouth.
they're adding filler, like, too much.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline
just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have.
And it goes to show, by the way, how stupid the MAGA cult is. I want you to imagine these same people standing behind a Democratic politician saying something like that. Yeah, I started a war. Yeah, it's not going well. And yeah, you're paying more at the gas pump in the grocery store. But you know what? I did the right thing. I'll never apologize. Eat shit, losers. I want you to imagine a tone-deaf statement. This is what I mean where MAGA is a cult. They do. Most of MAGA doesn't care. They will do and pay and suffer as much as humanly possible for God, Emperor Trump. But the rest of the country, the majority of the country, they're not going to be happy when they see this, when Democrats cram this in every possible campaign ad. And on the margins, there will be some Republicans who will be pissed off as well.
You get less filler with live.
The MAGA
yeah.
cult, the rank and file, probably not. But at the margins, and certainly independents and Democrats, they will be furious about this because it would still.
I just hope it forces them to change up the fucking format because honestly, it's almost more infuriating that I see them making like.
It will be one thing. It would still be stupid if Trump said that.
This is where it's annoying that my tastes changing out of this, where I'm just like, but I still watch so many people just be like, I love this guy, I love Biden's touch, I love all this.
And the war was going well, and the war was justified, but the war is not justified.
I gotta remember, I'm a very niche
more for no goddamn good reason.
personality. So.
Ron Filkowski of Midas Touch saying, I don't remember Trump saying during the campaign that would be paying more for gas to fund a new war.
Nope.
Midas Touch says, Trump during the campaign, I will get gas below $2 a gallon. Trump today, pay $4 a gallon for my illegal and unnecessary Middle East war and suck it up, peasants. And just people talking about this. Chuck Todd says, wow, can only imagine what Republicans whose names are actually on the ballot this year will think about this. Trump is the DCCC's and the DSCC's best asset when it comes to messaging. Precisely. This was an incredibly stupid thing to say, and that's why Democrats should be ruthless and relentless and force.
Should be. How come you're the only one bringing it up, though? You'd think that like some Democratic personality would have jumped on this right away and had their own personal press conference to be like, "Did you hear this, motherfucker?"
Republicans to answer for this every step of the way. Do not let up off the gas pedal.
Yeah, once you see the formula they use, it's hard to unsee it.
Pun intended. Yeah. Here's some other moments from this disastrous speech.
So the numbers you just heard, the preliminary numbers for just now, are even lower than the record numbers that you just heard. So it's a great tribute to all of the people in this room. Together we're showing what is possible.
Yeah, except if you're watching 4 hours of content, you better expect yapping. I'm watching this for a fucking quick like summary of what the fuck he said.
Possible when you finally.
And does he ever add any substantive actual content or commentary to what the fuck is happening here? Like, at least some of these guys play it and then rap. Like, this is what I like about Breaking Points is they will play the majority of a clip and then they'll kind of discuss like. But it's not so cut up like this.
Have a president in the White House who supports.
And specifically, I'm just kind of over pondering politics, like as a channel. Like I hate to say it, man. He's so
who lets you do your job.
He got big by baiting leftists, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh well, I'm as centrist as they possibly can. Check out my meta glasses. Like what a disappointment. The only reason I started watching him in the first place was that I actually had a fucking better set than he did.
Backs the blue. We back the blue.
Except he didn't. Remember the Capitol Police, which are just as blue?
Yeah, except these fucking retards are going to fucking sit here and lap this shit up.
Just as blue.
Sorry.
As the blue here, the law enforcement.
That was a room full of cops. I think that every single one of you in my audience can get over the R word for that one.
Enforcement officials in Long Island. Trump permitted a violent cult to beat the shit out of them. He was actually the one who fomented the insurrection in the first place. He downplayed it. He allowed the chaos to unfold for 3 hours. And then when he returned to power, one of the first things he did was pardon the people who beat the shit out of cops, hundreds and hundreds of people. Donald Trump has contempt for cops. And unfortunately, and I can say this because I'm not running for office, there are some MAGA cops out there who are just too stupid to understand that.
Oh, shit, I used the R word. What's that, Republicans?
No, these
we
young,
go.
beautiful girls. These young, beautiful girls. These young, beautiful girls in the White House. You know, they come.
Please, by all means, keep repeating that one even more.
in. Now, I'm not supposed to say beautiful, but what the hell? These young, these gorgeous, beautiful.
Right there. Right there. You see, you hear that laugh? You hear that shit? That's the difference between right and left. He doesn't give a fuck. I'm not supposed to say beautiful. Well, who's telling you you're not supposed to? You're the president of the United States. You're the leader of the free world. I said that earlier. But he does this thing. I'm not supposed to say that. It's literally the fact that he does, like, when he goes up here, he's that dumb. He got nothing. And that's why people love him. Because when he goes off the cuff, he's, whatever, man, I don't care.
Girls, they want to be safe, and they come, Mr. President, may I speak to you? Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I said, why are you thanking me? Because a year and a half ago, I was afraid to leave. I was afraid to open the door of my apartment.
So Jeffrey Epstein's best friend there, Donald Trump, really emphasizing how young and 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 how we haven't heard the word young this often. Like psychology classes don't mention the word young. That's a J-U-N-G, Young, right? The famous psychologist, right? That word is mentioned so often by Trump, which is really unfortunate because he used to be Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. So it's really creepy to hear him say that, right?
He's implicated in the Epstein files. Are we just done saying that?
Probably not the best time from Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, who also directed the Epstein files cover-up, to be talking about how much he loves young and beautiful girls coming up to him. Next clip.
We're bringing the prices way down. Look at what's happening, coming way down.
A-cab. A-cab.
And after we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States.
So he won't be doing that because the Strait of Hormuz will not be out of the control of the Iranian regime. Number one. Number two, prices are not coming way down. He's just lying. He's hoping to gaslight the American people into believing something other than what the reality is. And it may work on a bunch of dipshit MAGA cultists, but it will not work and has not been working on the vast majority of Americans.
More than I wanted to, frankly, but that's okay, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Do we agree? Can't let it. So most things are down.
They're not down. And by the way, you said you took care of Iran ever having a nuclear weapon in the 12-day war last year during Operation Midnight Hammer. You insisted that this was no longer an issue. You lied. If it was already resolved last year, then this war was unnecessary, and the inflationary crisis which has ensued, which is entirely your fault, we should not be experiencing right now. You were either wrong or you lied to us then, or you're wrong and you're lying to us now, or both. But either way, these two things are mutually exclusive. Here's another clip.
Beautiful, everything's beautiful. There's only one problem. I walk into the store, I said, what's going on here?
You know what it is? I think it's because he doesn't evolve his rhetoric.
Every shelf has glass on it, and it's got a lock and a key. I said, why do you do that? How do you live like that? You want a toothbrush, or you want a little toothpaste, or you want to get a little Dove soap. You know, you have nice skin. You want Dove. You can pour it gently on your face. Keep your skin very nice. You want a little of that good hair that can puff up your hair a little bit more, so it makes you look like you have 4% more hair than you had. They charge you a fortune.
He's really struggling to get that sentence out.
No, he wasn't. He was actually, this is what I can't stand about this commentary, is when they can't recognize that that was actually landing with that audience. I can't stand this disingenuous fucking bullshit anymore. You know what? Josiah, this is why, honestly, you're seeing the fucking, like, you are seeing a decline on your channel. I know you are. Trust me. A bunch of you fuckers are. Like, that's the perfect face for him. poorly educated, fine, but the fact is, he's still landing jokes, dude. He knows how to be funny. This is what, part of it is that we take ourselves way too fucking seriously. And then it's just like, well, there's existential threats from every fucking which way. Yeah, learn how to deal with it with some fucking grace and make the audience laugh and endear yourself. Fucking A. So over the fact that most people don't understand that, that's why they call him a good speaker. It's not because he's an actual good speaker. It's because he knows how to go off the cuff and make people laugh. He knows how to make people feel like, oh, this guy's not like your average politician. Isn't that kind of funny? And you know what? It works. It works. You can be as pissed off as you want. It fucking works. He's going to the same thing that BTC went through. Who's that? Yeah, what's his face? Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. Yeah, and half of it you can attribute, or not half, but a small amount of it you can attribute to, the algorithm being manipulated and all that shit. But realistically, there's the other side of it. Where is your content just getting stale? Are people are they constantly just fucking sick of hearing the same thing over and over? Fuck, man. All right, let's see. U.S. Democratic Socialists.
Being dogmatic on either side is... I mean, again, I don't want to do the both sides bullshit because that's just not true. One side is worse than the other, objectively speaking, and that's a big problem that we have culturally, too.
Most Americans nowadays get their news not from legacy outlets, but from online platforms such as podcasts, forums, or YouTube videos, if you can believe it. And for nearly a
This is U.S. Democratic Socialists, so I'm going to be right back. I do have to pee again. That's what happens when I break the seal and I am drinking, which it's Friday, guys.
decade now, these spaces
Be right
have
back.
been predominantly
We will be
conservative,
watching
but
the
in
Candace
recent
Owens thing
months,
on
as
the
tide
Twitch
has
show.
shifted away from MAGA, the podcast bros are now starting to sing a different tune. Case in point, here is Shane Gillis on Joe Rogan's podcast, and we're going to talk about these guys' backgrounds in a second here, but just listen to what he has to say.
Socialist, communist, and you're like,
free
just-
healthcare is cool.
Yeah.
We should have that.
It's normal.
Yeah.
That's not communism.
We should have
Communism is no
healthcare and
private
education.
property.
Yeah.
You should treat the entire country like it's a community. If you have a community, would you want the sickest person to fucking die who could be very valuable if you could like take care of them and do you have the resources to take care of them?
Of course you should. We're a
take
rich
care of
country.
them. Exactly.
Do it with libraries. It's no big deal.
This is the problem with
We don't feel like a
capitalism.
community.
This is the reason why people turn on all these billionaires. They turn on them because why do you have so much when people have so little? But it's
Interesting, very interesting. This whole conversation that they're having, very interesting, very interesting. And I know, and I can already hear it. And these people are correct, right? Here's Joe Rogan pictured with Trump. Here's Shane Gillis pictured with Trump. And then just like Kyle Kalinske makes a good point. He says, "Can't wait until next week when Joe has on an Epstein-class pedophile to shit on Zoran and say higher taxes on the rich or stupid, right?" And he's right? I mean, like that's just correct, right? Joe Rogan will completely flip-flop. This person says, and both of them will talk about how JD Vance is the better choice in 2 years. And then this person, I think, hits it more on the head. They say, the thing about being a left-winger is that everyone agrees with you, and they just refuse to recognize that. And I think that's more of the case, because Joe Rogan and all these kind of podcast bros, they're chameleons, right? They will just adapt to whatever's popular at the time. You know, and I think that the tide shift just needs to happen for these guys to switch up their attitudes, because that's just what they are. And I think even Stavros Helkias points that out here in a really funny way. He's a comedian, and he's always been kind of a progressive
Thoughts on the Candace and Andrew debate?
guy, but he kind of points out just the idiocracy of a lot of what's been going on.
She's nuts.
on
He's
this
terrible. That's what I thought.
Media and junket as of recently.
I only got to watch maybe a collective 30 minutes of the entire thing.
Let's take a look.
I don't fucking want the president on my podcast. You don't want to hang out.
He's landing with his audience, and his audience are morons who worship him. They laugh at anything he says. No, it's because of the way that he just breaks from that whole thing.
Like Mayor, you're a little evil.
Who in the Democrat, on the Democrat side of things, or the DSA, is a good speaker that can make you laugh? Any of them? Besides Mom Donnie? Anybody?
level, sure.
Yeah.
But you haven't gotten
And luckily,
fully.
can't be
Abdul?
And you can't,
Oh,
you can't
okay.
be president, so we're good.
ceremonial job.
Yeah,
So we're just admitting that I'm right. That it's literally about personality, and part of the personality is being able to show that you don't actually take this shit too seriously, that you can come across as a joyful human being. Even, like, that's the fucked up part about Trump, is that signifies, like, he's not too much of a stick in the mud.
Exactly,
I mean, fucking Bill Maher came out and said, he's a nicer guy than you would have thought.
But there's
And
a
Nick's game.
yes, there's a hierarchy to authority that, like, yeah, you shouldn't want to be around.
Sure.
Like, these people are bad.
You're taking
you know?
you're taking stand-up comedy back to its roots.
Yeah.
Don't hang out with the president.
No,
Yeah.
the president is a fucking piece of shit, no matter who it is. Like, that's almost always true.
He's right. I mean, he's right. He's right. And having more comedians out here actually being able to call out their, fellow stand-ups or whatever it may be is like the first step in actually changing the dynamic on this. And he then continues here just pointing out how some of his comedian friends have had the dumbest opinions ever these past couple of years. It's awesome. Let's take
Being
a look.
dogmatic on either side is, I mean, again, I don't want to do the both sides bullshit because that's just not true. One side
I'm glad you
is
said that.
worse than the other, objectively speaking, and that's a big problem that we have culturally too, is thinking like, oh, but these are both crazy people. It's like, I really don't believe that, especially not in this moment. One side's disappearing people, and one side wants children to go to have health care. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's equivalent. And maybe at different times, even the first Trump administration, I could maybe humor that argument, but we're past that. And so earlier it was just like, yeah, I think people will listen to me because we do have a lot in common, and so I don't even think about it that way. It's not calculated. It's just that a lot of stand-up comics happened the last couple years to have some of the dumbest opinions on earth.
Yep.
And they are my friends. And I'm like, all right, guys, can we fucking talk about this?
Because you get the comedian pass. Like, they have no
true.
doubt that you're like pro censorship. Like you like
no, I'm
you like
huge
an
free
offensive
speech. I'm a free
joke
speech,
as much as the
absolutely.
next guy.
Yeah, and so I think that this is exactly kind of the argument that we need to be focusing on here.
Please speak into your microphone.
When it comes to all of these, I'm sure you know someone who follows Joe
You
Rogan.
literally spent all that money on that fucking paneling and soundproofing, and you still can't get your microphone to actually be up, like, to your fucking face to get some good audio. God, this is the part that drives me nuts about, like, the shit that I've learned, where it's just like, fuck, what a waste. Because there's, like, this guy's got a way bigger channel than me.
Gillis and loves their comedy, and they have an edgier style of looking at things, and their worldview is pretty conservative. But again, it's about the tide shift, it's about the atmosphere, and it's about other fellow comedians calling them out and being like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?" And that leads to Joe Rogan saying shit like this on his show.
Oh no, Savi and Ravi's not here. Yeah, right.
They've made so much money doing it, and there's so much money now that these corporations are holding, that they have so much influence over politicians. It's really an extraordinary time where these tech oligarchs are really in control of the giant chunk of the narrative that shapes society, shapes our economy, shapes our social systems, shapes everything. There's so much going on right now that it's being manipulated by just a small amount of people. It's kind of fucking nuts, and nobody saw it coming.
But I think the internet is a big part.
I don't know if nobody saw it coming. To be perfectly honest, I feel like there was a group of people out there that were calling this out and saying that we should not give a bunch of power to tech companies and AI corporations and make.
Like I said, I don't know, man. This format, I've had it. I've just fucking had it with this format.
I think Israel's involved. Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me.
Oh, I can officially watch this. That means, okay, so the live was the one that was locked down.
That thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be.
I don't even know what this is about anymore. Fuck it. I give up. I give up on this. Haley Stevens clashes with Elizabeth Vargas over campaign spending. That was actually kind of funny here.
Change the campaign finance system. I mean, look, I think, yes, you can see these votes. You can see the votes in Wisconsin and see the votes in Michigan. A lot of Dems voted for Dems. I really think that's the answer.
I just want to say our graphic is correct. We have triple checked those numbers, so that the spending.
That's good. I was just asking. You're the one with the graphic. I don't have a graphic.
Okay.
You're the one with the graphic. I don't have a graphic. You're the one out here crafting a narrative with whatever you want it to be.
Don't have time for a graphic. I'm not litigating a price that ended a week ago.
Oh God, she's just such a wacky, weird woman.
That is what we're trying to do out here.
By the way, check this out. You want to see something funny? You hear this audio and how bad it is? How it's like silent? Check this out.
Watching. Subscribe below and download our news.
That was loud. That was nice and loud, right? Right? It's almost like they don't actually want you watching the video. They want you to get the view. And then they just kind of like, and if you do watch it, then they're like, oh, we're going to fucking blow your ears out and make sure that you guys remember to subscribe here, even though, why? Sounding very Wisconsin-esque. Oh, yeah. She's definitely Upper Peninsula, you know. She's a UP Michigander. All right, here. You know what? Fuck it. I think that we can watch this now, but I don't want to watch the full fucking thing. Let's see.
See that too.
Oh,
are we live?
God, they
Okay,
fucking
so-
cut all the bullshit out of this. Yeah, because this went for about 5 hours, from my understanding. Okay.
We're officially live. Candace, Andrew, you know, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000.
So did she pay him the fucking $300,000 or whatever?
And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place, and kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible, I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three.
Government, one of them. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them?
Pickle jar boy. Yep.
Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with
I'm going to
the
speed
United
this up.
States government to murder Charlie Kirk.
Even though it's going to
Within
be
a day or
almost
two of Kirk's
insufferable to
death,
hear.
Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed
Candace
Charlie
Owens
Kirk.
at the speed, but
And
fuck
the
it.
conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson.
By the way, 9
This
minutes
scintilla
until the
of misleading
420 on the
information was
show, even though technically this is
that
the
he would
second
kill Charlie
show.
Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war.
God.
Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to
Yet here you are.
Debate. And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's
Dude, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did he take the 300K? If he took the 300K, then he's so full of shit. It's like you could end the debate right there.
overwhelming evidence
Just
that
be like,
Tyler Robinson
wait a
killed Charlie
minute.
Kirk, and
You're
two,
better. You're literally
Candace's
profiting
belief
from
that there's
this. What are you
overwhelming
talking
evidence
about?
that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In some, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is a killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair.
Thank you for the silver star,
In describing the
Dieter.
evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy.
Jesus Christ, there was a child abduction at one of my fucking local spots.
Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson is overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence.
Oh my God. Never mind. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Algonquin officers had responded to a 911 call. So I was wrong. So they responded to a 911 call of a juvenile standing outside their residence yelling that her father, or that the man at like that her father was not her father. So apparently the neighbors called the fucking cops. Turns out that it was totally her dad. But it turns out that they are arresting the father, the daughter, and a neighbor, and they're not explaining what happened. So, oh my God, dude. Yeah, that's the last of it. What the fuck?
At all, only speculation on verified claims
kids
and
suck.
suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible.
Seriously, like,
Dreams,
how come
vibes,
kids have
feelings,
to,
things
like,
this.
oh my God.
Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing you.
Could you imagine that? Like, just you're chilling. You know, you're getting in an argument with your teenage daughter, and then all of a sudden, like the cops are called because she's saying that she was abducted by somebody in her own home. Like, dude, she almost like they were gonna SWAT this guy.
Any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest,
dude,
the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000
911 or police calls happen all the time in my hood, to the point where police start to ignore them. Yeah,
Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making.
Happens a little bit here.
Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation.
But the fact that it was technically labeled as a child abduction case, because that's what I'm reading here, is this is from the police report.
Be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. She's making a mockery of the online right.
Kid, thanks, you little turd.
Commentary class.
Well, that's the thing, because like it really does kind of muddy the waters. Like,
she's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them.
But this is also why police have to treat it all as serious.
And she's attacking the people he
but
loved.
This is where kids are stupid. Did she not understand that she could literally get her father killed just through that action right there?
His wife, and it cost me $300,000. But today,
I'm going to say this one last time, and then we'll watch the rest of this. I'm so fucking glad I don't have kids.
I hope that she finds the answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
Wow.
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since.
Nah, she was oblivious of that fact.
There was a personal
14 years old is what the
and diminishing the pursuit.
Yeah, officers responded with urgency, quickly investigating the situation. It was determined that the man was in fact the child's daughter. Both are safe. No crime occurred. We appreciate witnesses that called 911.
Sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people.
She was standing outside saying that. Oh my God. I just figured out what happened. So she went outside. Her dad was trying to get her inside because she was yelling.
People to remember that it's important to think we've been lied to by the
was it a white girl? Yes.
A great many
yes,
times.
It was.
Over, I mean, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this.
What up, man, priest?
What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense.
I've seen my siblings stress hard over what their kids do. No thanks. I don't. Yeah.
I need to waste time with the preamble going through the points
yeah.
and trying to insult
I've actually had it said that I have a few friends that like they have come out like, or I should preface. These friends, when they first had their kids, for at least the first like 4 years, would tell me how, you know, you really need to have children. You need to have children. Otherwise, you don't understand the full gamut of love, which, fuck you. Condescend even more. Like, seriously. I can't stand that shit. Like, when people are just like, you'll never understand true love until you have a child. Okay. Whatever, man. Selflessness. Yeah, you know what's fucked up about that? I've watched plenty of people treat their kids like they were just dirt. So no, fuck you. Like I'm so sick of that shit. But yeah. The stress that comes along with it afterwards, like now that their kids are turning into teenagers, they keep constantly reminding me how I'm lucky that I don't have children.
Like
also, 420.
And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be...
That's a terrible thing to say about kids in love.
Strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk.
I literally got told that I was going to die alone and that, you know, I was going to be jealous because their kids were going to be visiting them in the nursing home.
But nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed
or taking care of them.
Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said...
Like I said, I used to work in the estate sale industry. I can tell you just how much bullshit they're full of.
Charlie was not changing on Israel that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're
I'm
now
just gonna say it.
contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which
A lot of people have to justify the misery that they feel by going and saying there's a payoff here that I understand better than anybody that doesn't have this, because they genuinely are just like they're mad that other people that don't have kids have to deal with that. That's also why they kind of treat people that don't have kids so condescendingly.
not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th.
Those are
which is when
words of
I
deeply
began asking
insecure
myself
people.
more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had
told
with
your
Charlie.
daddy's gonna die
People
alone?
Then begin to ask a reasonable question.
Well, we all
which
die
is,
alone.
why are we lying about this? If they were
My mom
forthcoming with
technically
that,
died
and
alone.
they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I
Technically.
think after October 7th, it's
Her husband
reasonable
was
that
in the
people
other
are starting
room.
to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy.
My family
And I'm also
doesn't say that to me. They know what's
grateful
up.
that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between zero?
Damn. So technically he's there to actually like be the mouthpiece for TPUSA.
200. What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85.
How to say it? Wait. I think they are going to have a big surprise in the future. How to say you have no plan for yourself without admitting it. Yeah.
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
Yeah.
So-
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only
Also, I can't tell you how many times I've seen like really resentful parents where they ended up having a really shitty relationship with like their adult kids, where all of a sudden like they keep saying openly like, I wish I never had kids.
that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk. and
Right.
kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes. he
My
was.
family says I'm lucky for not having kids. I'm not BS, and my dad told me that outright.
I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My
The
percentage?
fact that he didn't
My stepmom wants
shoot.
like grandkids, but my dad even says like, I respect your decision.
kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Why is he so sweaty?
You're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. to that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman
wear
neck,
out
which
Pep
has
Dad?
been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay.
30-06
No,
from Losi.
I actually no. I'll be honest, Dieter. I think that he was not killed by a 30-06. I've shot a 30-0. There's no fucking way.
See 150
There is no fucking way. Anything like a 30, any of it. Like there's no fucking way.
feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber?
Nah.
Okay.
Yeah, no. The thing is, had they said that he was shot with a 22, I might have believed it if not for the distance. Because like the exit, like that's the thing too, is this was an exit wound. Like the way that he like did that, I don't know, man. That was like a.
And
it was the mic. I mean, I don't know, man. The more that I see the mic theory, I'm starting to fucking buy into it a little bit because
concessions on.
Why did they pave over it? Why? Why did they pave over that spot within days of him getting murdered?
That I do think we need more answers.
Come on, man.
And we can get to those.
That
things
is
as well.
sus as fuck.
The other thing is in the timeline. One of the things that we
All right,
just
we're in Friday mode, by the way.
is that
Not
you
too
think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that
We're
correct?
going for
Okay,
3.
And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and have seen the receipts. I know the
No,
conversation.
I'll
that
just
I
say
had.
this: like, as someone who has, I think you know this, Dieter. I'm a 2A leftist. Like,
And
no,
I think it's enough that it will
Just
be presented,
no.
obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so
feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible,
no, it's not about that. You're missing the argument here, Andrew. It's the fact that his neck would have been decimated.
ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round. Well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock. That's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know.
Oh, he doesn't know how. That's not how it works. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. That's not how bullets fire. Oh my God, do I know more about this than Andrew Wilson?
But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary.
Upon impact, no, that soft tissue wouldn't do. Oh my God.
You can bring that up this summer.
Holy crap. This is weird. Like, you'd think that he'd even admit, yeah, it's a little weird that, it was such a small, like, a small wound, like,
which means he would have to be a part of some kind of.
This is bothering me because, it doesn't need to be a hollow. That's the thing. It doesn't need to be a hollow. Even if it wasn't like that's my point, is they were claiming that it was just a normal 30 caliber. Like that's why I'm saying this doesn't make fucking sense. That doesn't change the actual, like, do you understand how big that is, by the way? We're talking like about this big, which that's pretty large.
Conspiracy.
Ladies.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
hearing?
hearing?
It live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so
blow up your neck. Yeah.
That's kind of the most.
No,
relevant
and
part.
that's
I'm not denying. I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler
That's what I'm
Robinson
telling- that's what I'm
was
saying,
found near
like,
the crime
yeah.
scene. Right. That
Okay.
doesn't remove if you think somebody set up as a patsy. You could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
Correct.
Like, that's not convincing evidence to me.
concur.
All right, depending on how entertaining this is, if we go through the whole thing, I might not make it to the Twitch fun night. Like, if I, at very least, I will do at least like 20 minutes with you guys.
Concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
It's
you
logically
are
possible.
you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay, and for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. You also said.
Wait,
that
have you
were
ever
an
heard of
army sniper.
a round made by, that is what the wound resembles to me?
I wasn't a sniper in the army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Like
no
15 years ago,
Twitch.
she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial.
I feel
term?
bad, man. I feel like I need to like just set you up an account.
What did you do in the army? Did you teach this? Then I
Can't
corrected
do
and said
that,
you taught
but-
rifles in the army.
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my
Okay, so then you should know this, man. Why are you being so disingenuous about this?
my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this,
Andrew's full of shit.
this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver.
I don't necessarily. I won't say he's full of shit because I know I do know that he was he was an instructor with the NRA
who explained painfully.
I fact checked that one already
about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with the point.
No, I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to
It's
finish my
fine.
thought, right?
It's fine. I would just ask him why he's being dishonest. It's like, come on, Andrew. Like, you've had to have, fired a 30-06. I mean, one of my favorite guns to shoot is a 30-30. It's essentially just it's the pump barrel. Like it's the old Western style fucking, like it's awesome. It's one of my favorite like weapons that and that's why I'm saying I understand this caliber very well because
you don't do a point in time.
No,
and I'm just saying, not once have I ever seen it break apart in a way where it just like it went so small where it just didn't decimate what it was hitting. Like that's what I don't understand why he can't just admit it. Where it's like this Superman neck theory is bullshit.
Well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Jesus, Mitch.
Secondly,
Yeah, I
the
would
fact
never
that there
fire
were
that.
5 sets.
I would never
of prints, 5+.
I have
actually by the end of the testimony,
No.
5 sets of prints.
Oh my God, those
for
are so
which
dangerous.
We already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints, and among those 5+ prints,
Damn.
Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints,
Yeah, his own defense said they hit the intended
5
target.
plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
What could have done it though?
I
honestly, this is where the microphone theory does make sense because I've seen. This is the problem with seeing some of the footage. Like you only can like test for AI so much, but from what we watched that happen. Like guys, I hope you were like, if you were there, then you understand. We all watched that together. What I saw was him go like this, and then even then I was like, huh.
You think there could be debris and dust.
Like if it was from the roof, this is where I mean, even when it happened, I remember, I think that day I even said it. I'm like, I feel like it was a 22.
He just
But
fired.
when they said 30-06, I was like, no fucking way.
Weapon. Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest.
It doesn't
Now, I
matter
don't know
how
if-
far you
if
were.
you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's.
That's bullshit. No, Grandpappy's
dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore.
Yeah.
You go fire it. You'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Well, number one, you should never do that because that could actually backfire on you. That's very dangerous. You should always clean your weapons before you ever fucking fire them. Just basic safety 101.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't.
Sorry, guys. I'm just assuming that a lot of you have not handled firearms, and this is just if you ever need to. That's kind of how it goes. Yeah, always make sure that they're clean.
Know all of the.
Never, ever go firing something that you are not sure is perfectly clean.
Details on just.
And also, never even if you're just when you are cleaning or after it's if you know it's empty, never ever point that to anybody.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the
We
prints.
don't because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know.
Anyway,
on the print front, but Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made a claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis analysis
Well,
during trial, right?
but you also would agree that her fact is not going to change. That among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
Why was PBD needed for this?
asking you to
But
address
let's-
that. How
well,
could
I'm
that be
kinda
possible?
confused.
Let's give it.
It seems like a waste
let's
of
just
money
grant this
and
for a second
resources.
as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of
Let's talk
argument.
about who celebrated it and who's profiting off it. They are the ones responsible. Candace uses this to grift. I have no real proof. Tyler didn't shoot Charlie. Tune into.
So what?
You're not wrong.
What do you mean? So what?
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Trust me, I ain't like Team Candace by any means. And yeah, no, you're nailing that. Welcome to the show, by the way.
If he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Devil
Yeah,
dog.
so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints.
I just call you devil dog.
I'm telling you
If
to
that's the
explain it.
case.
You're the gunsmith. So
Well, wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
Me
but I did.
runs.
You said
What
so
up?
what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation for
that
that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly,
Okay.
and this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home, and she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, she said some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3 were their prints were found on the gun. She's explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who
There is like a level of like she does have like this defensive mode that you don't usually see Candace in. It's kind of funny.
prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples,
She's getting
when you get
super
up to
chats the whole
5
time.
plus, it's really
Yeah,
hard
no, I
to
know.
make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant.
Oh,
If you
dude, she probably like made enough to fucking pay his fee and then some.
explain.
Like I think she actually paid him that. Like he made hundreds of thousands of dollars off that, if that's the case. Which Jesus, dude,
why
like good grifting, but God damn.
his prints are the most degraded, and you're saying he is the shooter? It's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have.
One
a
of
right
these
to pursue.
days, I'll
It's not
just
a
be like,
conspiracy.
"Yo, I know how much you made off that Candace thing. Like, you're gonna contribute to the cancer fund. I mean, you could, fuck, dude, for 1/5 of the rumored like price that he got for this, $500,000. Fuck,
it's actually
he could help me wipe out half. Well, not half, but like
proof of my claim that there's
you know,
evidence that he was
1/10 of my medical debt.
set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence
Oh.
to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, you
hang
actually-
on. I didn't cut you off. Right?
factual
you would need to actually
results.
explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Actually, of all the debates that I've watched, this is one of the ones that could actually like change people's minds, specifically on like the TP USA side. Like, it's not for us. Like, this isn't for us, dude. This is kind of nice. This is like watching the playoffs when your team's not playing.
Are you claiming
you're just kind of like, all right, it's a game?
That these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs, or that he had any?
See who
DNA?
wins.
I'm saying that it could be Matt
don't give a shit.
Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom.
My
I
mom
had
would have
a
loved those
conversation
chairs,
with
by the way.
members of the Robinson family.
She's
Twiggs
big into
family,
those
both
old
of
style
them,
chairs,
like I said,
especially
we're
like
not
the
just
fucking
dreaming.
deep blues.
And if
She
we're
would
having
love
those
that.
conversations, and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy
The
part?
thing is, if he got it from his grandpa and he didn't take care of that thing in the way that, like Andrew's saying, admittingly, by the way, I don't know, man. Like I have fired enough where, dude, for that like to be the first shot that he took with that thing, because they're saying that there was dirt and debris. So he obviously didn't take this thing in practice anywhere. So
Okay,
if I
I'll
can't get to
wait.
the end
I'll
of the
wait
sentence.
patiently till we get.
So
to
that could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he
Dust in the barrel, not debris. Sorry.
doesn't often shoot this weapon, and he is indeed a fisher.
Yeah,
And
she's
it could
right
also
about
be a
that.
reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this.
Yeah.
Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon.
You think
and put it
that
somewhere.
him being like
His
part of the
prints are the most degraded,
NRA,
somebody
like and
else's
all
prints,
that, he'd
there's
know
more
this.
presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also could
places.
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is hang on. This is not evidence.
I mean,
that
all of
Tyler
it is,
Robinson
though,
a patsy. It's
Andrew.
only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson.
Yeah, if he didn't shoot it often, if he doesn't shoot it often and use gloves, he would have left new prints. Yeah,
being a patsy.
Okay, I just
well, he didn't use gloves. That's the thing. They even said that he didn't.
describe that for you, so I'm not. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about
damn,
this is not evidence. You can't make that claim because you're the entire base.
Candace fights like my sister, bro. Like for real. I hate to say this, but god damn.
Just for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson.
She reminds me so, like, seriously, the way that she, like, and how quick she is. That's how my sister fights, man.
And being the person that
That's why, like, it's like, ooh.
took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah.
She's like the only
1102
person
rules,
on this
meaning
planet
that
where I'm
they
just
are
like,
doing the
all
exact
right, I'm
same
not
thing that
getting
I'm
into
doing.
this.
This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the
Well,
preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and
No,
convincing.
what
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based on
statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence
Mhm.
under.
Did she go to law school?
Utah's.
I think she did.
1102
I
rules.
feel like she did.
Demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed
Uh-huh.
to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you
Damn,
know,
Andrew's not used to actually getting, like,
because I'm sure you watched
right there. He was like, oh, shit.
the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that
He's trying to
means.
call him a
is that
fed,
the entire
yeah.
hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of
I
it,
don't know,
is
did
not
she?
going to be allowed
Let's
at the
see.
trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no,
no. This is a huge point. This
I
is,
wanna-
this
well,
is
hey,
crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for a
this.
fact check if
yes,
all the
well, we
evidence
need more
was
than a
put
fact
in-
check. This was every
We-
single
the team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying They want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation
No.
of the shooting.
No, she
That's
didn't.
in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull
Where
it
is
up.
there a team? There should be one team. Fact checks can't be done by teams. Fact check is fact check.
So we can show it. And in the interim, can't.
This is part of the problem with this.
Is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae. Transacted.
Okay, so
the cervical spinal cord.
that's where it doesn't make sense because then it looks more like an exit wound.
Medical examiner
That's the thing. It was the. I mean, it was literally the back part that didn't make sense to me.
observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this is.
No, that's not there. Yeah, she's. God damn it, this is weird. Like again, as just watching this from the outside, looking at it, I'm like, no, she didn't say that.
That was a fact check. Could you bring up 11?
That was that didn't even need to be fact checked. She didn't even say that.
1102 Utah rule, because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the
Hold on. New update. Chicago suburb Forest Park Mayor Roy Roskins So apparently there was a police chief that was working with ICE. He just got fired in the suburbs. That's actually like right next to where Broadview is.
Preliminary hearing. They do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I agree,
trial,
they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And again,
majority.
no
I mean,
disputes.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
that's
want to
not
give. Please
what's
don't cut
in
me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of that is what's in
This is
dispute.
what
It
happens
means
when
that
you turn
your
on Twitter updates.
entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before
Andrew,
they had about
Andrew Brock Alpha, welcome. Andrew came off as a normie who spent no time looking into this, and he doesn't understand law at all.
hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than
She
an hour
doesn't
debate
understand
before
law
we
at all
sat,
either.
And they said,
She's
this is not
not
going to be
a lawyer.
allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm
He's
a
just a good
magistrate under
talker.
Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we
This
can then
debate
move
is
to
peak brain rot. You ain't wrong.
the trial.
That's why I am getting drunk, and well, I mean allegedly, and we're
then
we're kind of
they would not allow
smirking
this stuff. They
away
would say we get to cross-examine
here.
Lance.
So.
Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of
But,
your
yeah.
argument is that people can't infer.
We're watching
off
this
of
for fun, man. Like, dude, this is like a Friday night. Like, fuck it. I was just explaining to everybody, as a leftist, this is watching, two teams, and NBA, NHL, whatever your fancy, the finals. But we can just enjoy it.
evidence. That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me.
Because
When
it
you
ain't
say
my
Candace,
team.
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the
argument
legal
now.
purposes.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say
that
that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So
I'm
here's
not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up. I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I'm doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe
inference.
Yeah, Andrew's at a
Yes, so
disadvantage
just
without his
so everybody who's
ciggies.
watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me
Did you notice how he was avoiding looking at the screen that was about to prove him wrong?
that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Then
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay?
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that
How
he is
long do you go
describing,
back and forth with
that
that?
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
so what they are
just-
inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
Andrew's not that much
What
older
I'm
than
telling
me.
you is it's the exact same
remember
way
looking into that
when you
when I was
tweeted,
gonna debate
I
him.
think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference?
Jesus,
So
he's
that I
not even like the
understand.
most
It's not a
famous
fact.
Andrew
It's
Wilson.
not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals
Owen
patsy.
Wilson's
How do you
brother
get
is the
that
most
inference?
famous
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is
Right.
exactly what this preliminary
There's
was
no,
in the
but
inverse.
that's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm
that
using this
image
as
is
evidence
wrong.
that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mhm.
Okay,
He's in his
It is
40s.
plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there.
guess
That's
there's an
it.
Those are
estimate.
equally,
That's how it works.
and there's
Damn, dude doesn't even have a Wikia?
equally 100 other plausible explanations.
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how.
Good
this is how the court process
evening,
works.
Devin
So if
Davis.
there's
This
100
debate was
other
not long
plausible
enough.
explanations-
It's 3 hours and 11 minutes. What do you mean not long enough?
Things then, Candace. Why is it that we should go with this idea
Excuse me.
that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with
Debates are too prideful these days. Well, 89 Concom. You should go check out PepTalks versus Andrew Wilson and watch me concede a few points to him and blow people's minds with my ability to concede a point because I wasn't trying to necessarily win a debate as much as have a conversation, but I didn't know what I was getting into because I was also, balls deep in COVID.
The idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh,
That's
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like, I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And
Oh, trust me, you're gonna be very disappointed in my performance.
they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to
But I did it. And I was only 4 months into YouTube when I did that shit.
be convincing
Well,
was
streaming.
something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps.
He's in his 40s. Does he bathe in Taco Bell? He looks rough.
Could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can
You
we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just
to
said
be
you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're gonna
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
He
did.
totally does.
You said the blurry images coming up the
He's sitting there lathering with the
steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified,
fire
when I'm
sauce.
talking about making inference, this is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually
Caliente.
David Hull. They asked
No,
him a
dude,
question:
that
how
was
did
so-
you know the guy
that
in
was
the
funny.
maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later?
I mean, I hope she pulls out a pickle jar at some point. If it's just like, all right, here.
That was wearing the American flag black shirt, and he said they're wearing the same shoes.
Yeah.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh wow, what a scientific! They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say.
Le
that is not
Mas.
evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
but I still
muy
understand how that'd be
caliente.
absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen.
PBD was not a great mod. Like I said, I feel like he doesn't need to be here, and he somehow weaseled his way in where he's just like, subscribe to all of us.
It's such an absurdity
It's
that
just like,
I don't even need to argue that. I'm just gonna let people. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd
I
thing
don't.
to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same
I'm not
people
sure in
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on a totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking.
I mean, this is the bit. I would argue this is the biggest one because, like, this is the one I can't buy into. There's no way.
Do you remember how long ago that
There's
was?
no fucking way.
the tweets of the 5. Did you?
I
delete
just,
it?
I don't
Or
know,
no?
man.
Deleting tweets. Okay, cool.
I've not once ever seen a 30 cal just fucking, like that little just yeah.
I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspelled.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going on.
she has it. Perfect. If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera. The fact being
Conspiracy or not, the world is a better place without him.
just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The
That's
DNA
okay. That's okay. You can feel that way. I don't
on the
know,
roof. We
man.
should discuss
Like,
that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
That's not what I said.
it is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you
PBD
pivoting?
is always
Just say
doing
I
his
was wrong. I just
MLM.
wanted to say I was wrong.
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not wrong. So back to the tweet. The
Allegedly.
tweet aspect here. It was really
Alleged.
funny. That's not an
It's
exhaustive.
very litigious.
Exhaustive list. Why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that.
What
I
up,
mentioned the
BB
screwdriver,
shots?
DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But
Like
on
your
top
other
of
name
that,
better.
moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
Wasn't
evidence
asked if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say
There's
this.
zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you
I
want.
was about to say, yeah, Devin. Yeah, see, I don't hunt deer or anything like that. I usually like go to ranges, but
Spend it
no.
interrogating my position.
Just no.
You can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was
I
like,
have
the hard evidence
literally cut targets in half with my 30-30. Like, there's just
that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what you
claim.
said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing it.
What? He hasn't. Oh my God, really? Just go, dude. What did it for me was when I went to the range, a few months after, the Kirk situation, and I was just like, all right, let's see. So I rented one, and
anything which is convincing me of something.
And this was me and a friend doing it, like back and forth, as far as just like, hey, he was kind of, he was just like, you want to Kirk that target? I was like, all right.
Otherwise, then what the state is presenting is evidence. That's my position.
Okay.
That's what you're asking me.
He's got some
just going back
balls,
to what you did
man.
actually
His ammo bag has a fuck ice sticker on it.
Is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
It's definitely been awkward at the range a few times.
Is
That's
that the only
evidence.
tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're
It's like,
addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
It's like,
I feel
what?
like that's
It's
fair.
like, I don't know. I mean, they see it.
And I never said it was exhaustive.
What a
I
legend.
did.
He really is. I got to give him that. He is a legend.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the.
I think this is one of those, I don't know if it, like a MAGA chud or like some, Republican comes in here, they just be like, ooh, I don't like this leftist.
Okay,
It's
so
like
I
this,
would like to
this
know how
one
you got to the
knows.
conclusion. And I'm just
He
going to
knows
back at you.
scary
The reason
things.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How
It
are you
does
able
fuck
to
with people
infer
when you
off
say
of blurry
2A leftists, they're like,
images
what's
that is
that?
Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't,
She's got a point there. I mean, the staircase stuff, that doesn't look like Tyler Robinson to me.
don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why
That's
do you
an
think
awesome
it is? Because
friend.
everybody,
That's
you call them
literally what I'm trying to
conspiracy
explain to you.
theorists. Okay.
My best
So
friends.
if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that.
I
He
mean-
did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm sorry.
that,
I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong.
You're
I just I
wrong.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have
think
it.
that's
By the
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
in the staircase?
maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance-
Aren't the homeless? No.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead, you're
Hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I
I
believe
mean,
that that's Tyler
some of the
Robinson.
homeless are armed, but no, like, come on, man.
Not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over. You'll be
To
able to see me
my-
in footage
I
at,
will
the, at
recruit them
UVU,
to
and I'm
my
paraphrasing,
army.
but that's what he said.
Yeah, can we get a
stop
fact
being.
check on that?
You
The
can
second
find
thing
it.
you
You're
said
being
was Lance's
silly.
testimony,
You're being
where and
silly.
actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is
Nobody
going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102 do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to
Keep saying hearsay in a lot of contexts that it's not actually applicable, but okay.
just be able.
It's like, it reminds me of that thing where it's like, that word does not know. I don't think you're using that word in the way that it means.
To also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that. From
Well,
the
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise
Okay.
for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay. I thought
Statements
you
that
said
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge.
I think Candace actually bit off more than she can chew on this one because she looks like she's realizing that she's wrong halfway through.
That the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I'm like, wait a minute.
This wasn't hearsay.
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party,
that was a
giving his
whoops.
testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that's
sorry,
why
Candace.
his video testimony would not be accepted in the trial.
you
And
kinda
what I said
fucked
to you
up.
is this
It's okay, it's
entire
okay. You know,
preliminary
it happens to the
hearing
best of
is
us.
under Utah's 1102, so they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things
How
that-
many times did you, I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this
Mm-hmm.
stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing.
hearsay. True.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing.
Do I have
other
a way that you can Venmo? No, I
statements they were
don't
saying
do
they had
that. I have a direct link in my chat, though.
conversations. We don't know where it came
Or
from.
not
All
my
allowed
chat, my
at this
description.
stage, okay, but it's hearsay. So it
But even
doesn't-
a lot of that stuff may not fall under
appreciate
hearsay,
that, man.
under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson.
Excuse me.
His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't
Do you
make
have
sense to me.
the
Well,
link?
overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me?
Yeah,
that
it's
I
marked as
said
my Streamlabs
that
one.
What overwhelming means to me is that it's just
It
very
goes to my
convincing.
PayPal.
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my
Yeah, it's kind of the thing.
Twitter about this
said
Right,
fuck
but the
Venmo.
question I was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What
And
did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
well, that's
that I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the
Oh,
word
there it is.
overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted
though
to-
all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming?
Damn, dude, I do not like her. I really don't. Like, but fucking A, that was a good answer.
And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay,
More
this is what
Cash
you
App.
find to be more overwhelming.
I can't. The thing is, I can't do that.
Let me ask you that question.
The, Full disclosure, guys, that's the reason I don't have either of those on this platform is because I'm not able to. I'll just say that much.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
what
what I
do you?
was saying.
Okay, go ahead,
yes.
go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah,
Other,
so we do this.
other people play games with that. Again, I read the TOS.
Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
Yeah,
I'm fine to keep
I do
going,
the
but
one
we
that
can
I'm
also-
allowed.
I'd like to take
yeah.
a quick break.
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the
let's
middle of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're,
I'm just
for me,
yeah,
it's
I'm
the
trying to play it
confessions,
safe.
the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my
That's what it
opinion,
is.
that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay,
I think that's a good idea.
I could, but I'm not going to.
Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back.
I
in
was
3.5
told that I
minutes.
totally
Thank you.
could, but
All right, you
I'm,
guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived
yeah.
continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Tibet. They remained through the Roman Empire, the Crusades, the Ottoman Empire, and countless changes of
that
power.
was like a
The
hell of an ad
Crucible.
break.
There's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream
All right.
media
I'm gonna
hates
go
the
pee
fact
real
that we're
quick.
having these
I'm gonna let them
conversations right now.
start this.
Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then
Davis,
say, let me give you an explanation for these text
$808.80.
messages. The
I'll be
relevant
praying for
portion
you.
of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson.
Holy
He wanted to get away.
criminy.
Text messages almost run
Thank you so much.
head to head with themselves.
My
Like,
wife just shouted down while I was in the middle of using the restroom, and she's just
wanted
like,
to get away with
"You
it, so he thought the best thing to do
$80
would be to
donation."
text a full confession
Thank
of what
you.
he did, down to
Holy
I don't even
crap.
remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense.
That
You
was
just don't text
very
message.
kind
But
of
then we're
you.
also
Oh,
supposed to
wow.
maybe put a note
Um,
under because
thank
and
you.
burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing
Seriously.
like a
Also, as a
1700
Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm
Appreciate the
not a gamer,
prayers,
so
too.
we'll say that.
Thank you.
If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but
but
my
yeah,
point
but
being
yeah.
is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages
Mhm.
that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see how
fascist.
that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I
Yeah.
said just parking aside the intuition of
Mhm.
just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition.
Yeah, PayPal's the one I don't know, for some reason, they're just across all platforms, it's okay. The other stuff, it's questionable.
Should actually do
So-
that. If you say
I
the
think you-
COVID
I think
vaccine
that
is
that's-
running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd
Try
like
not
to take
to
a
play
pause.
games.
That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition. Now,
But hang on,
I
hang
said
on. Let
parking
me
aside-
respond a little bit here because
but-
you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like
This is the most respectful I've seen him in a debate. Is it because it's Candace? What do you guys think?
COVID vaccine.
Like, I think
Not
it's
trusting
because
the
it's
COVID vaccine in
Candace.
mass was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science.
There's
Now,
like
they tried to suppress
a
it. That's
level
true, but there was
of
tons of competing
like
science for why you shouldn't
respect
take
just
a risky
based on the
mRNA
audience,
vaccine.
right? Because he
and-
knows that
and
he's going to
masks
grow
like
from
this.
this.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your.
Oh, Jesus Christ. 69 from Godzilla God King.
Godzilla God King $69.69.
To make Uni yell again and chat go, no.
It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason,
Thank you, Godzilla God King.
explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels
Okay.
off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID.
Yeah.
I don't like the way it's been pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers
Oh my
saying things? It's
God.
over. Why are you guys all using the
Well,
same
you got
adjective?
exactly what you
switching up?
wanted
I'm
out of
overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kinda
parts
like Fed
compelling. I
slop?
think this should go.
Like
I,
Fed
found, I,
slop?
found, I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see
That was
at the trial.
hilarious.
That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect.
Thank you
but I do
again
think it's enough
so
for the trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well,
overwhelmed.
they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that
was
you
too
took
funny.
Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend.
So is she like trying to like give Tyler Robinson an idea of what to say in court?
Was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have capability because my husband does it. He has capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing.
What now?
To the public. When, for whatever reason, the FBI would not,
Damn.
FBI combined with the SBI,
Wait,
it was not the
that
prosecution's
a
fault. They
thing?
made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an alternative theory that's completely manufactured. I mean,
So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was
yeah, she sounds a little crazy here.
selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in the surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass the sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you say,
oh, God damn it, he's actually making an okay point there.
Wouldn't you maybe
I knew one was eventually going to come up.
and say, hey, I didn't
I
actually.
was going to be like, oh.
He didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes.
Well, hold on. No, well, hold on. That goes out the window because the dad was the one that allegedly turned him in, right?
So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs.
I'm trained. BB shots. Holy shit. Thank you for the kind donation of 5 tier 1 subs over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. BB shots. Also, Ghost Train, Chaos Type, Basement Jeff, Governable 6 and the most. I don't know how to say
FBI put him into a
But
house,
yo,
safe
thank
house
you
they
for the
paid for.
gifted
They
subs,
went to the
taking us
parents as
right
well,
past
Matt
the goal
Robinson
of
and Amber Heard,
31,
basically saying, "Your life's at risk.
30
There
to
could be somebody who
31. I
jumps up and
really
wants to avenge
appreciate
Charlie Kirk,
that.
and we're gonna watch you." And they went
Man.
into a federal safe house.
Wait, I'm supposed to say this. Poggers, right?
What happens
I'm
next?
taking the
is
majority
that
report
they started
bit.
thinking that the feds were maybe gonna,
Poggers.
like maybe not as honest as they thought.
Dude, seriously, thank you
and
so
How do you
much.
know all any of that?
So you gotta watch the show. Right?
Yeah, no, how do you know
Thank you,
that?
everybody that's
I had a source
supporting
within the Robinson
the
family.
have a
show.
source,
Like,
an anonymous
goddamn,
source, of course.
Thank you.
There's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Just find it to be reliable hearsay.
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's
Well,
just a source.
I'm just doing what the
But you're
prosecution
doing
Thank you,
is a
man.
cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang on, you're giving us.
You must have hated
hang on,
watching
you're
the
giving us.
preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool,
Okay,
cool
but
story.
wait,
You're
is
saying
it-
that according to your sources, that the
Poggers.
reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media.
BB
that your
Shots
father
the
came to you and said,
legend.
"Hey,
Hell yeah.
Is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
So,
What am I wrong
so
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your
gotta
evidence
get a
that
good
the
sound effect
parents
here.
turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
it says
said
the
with
mainstream media?
I said with. But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was in the. It could have been in the charging
Possibly
documents.
paying for dinner.
We can't pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like
I
I
had the
said,
sound effects
even
up.
for
I
that,
had to.
when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a
the
Fed.
stream.
They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to
Oh, dude, I got a level 2 hype train. I don't think I've ever had that.
Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people. Here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying.
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
It
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Used to be a big Charlie Kirk fan,
Why would
really?
they just correct
It's not correct.
It may interest you to know that I used to go to the same church as Charlie Kirk.
It doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing.
I was older than
the
him, though.
parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty.
I don't know
and
about
turned him into
that,
the police
but-
station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby.
Well, I mean, if any of these conservative assholes could ever admit that Jesus was kind of, bit libby or, lefty.
Press conference, and
I mean, I dare call him a socialist, but whatever.
he said, they
Yes,
know
he
it's
wanted you to
and
pay
you're
your
gonna come
taxes.
in, peaceably, or people are going to be
But
banging
he
down
also,
your door.
you know, had some other
undercover
roles
cop,
there.
which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to address
evidence,
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And
that
I'm
that's
saying
true.
it's a charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay,
run
which
Kathy to
one
go
would you wanna
back,
see
and then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay
not,
with that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputed.
Okay, so we don't
and
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that would
messages.
make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the,
They just
let's
could
get
be
to the
somebody
parents,
else.
the parents fact check.
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
You
little?
just sort of want us to help people and take care of them, which is, I don't know what you're trying to say. The foundation of the Democratic Party was built on.
See it.
True.
Robinson's father
And
reported
you ain't wrong
that when
about
his
the
wife
whole
showed
Jesus
the
bit.
surveillance image of the suspected
I
shooter
may
in the
not be
news,
a
he
practicing
agreed that it looked like
Christian,
their
but I
son.
know a lot
He
about
also
that
believed that
guy.
the rifle that police suspected the shooter
Really
used
do.
matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes, so this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah, so what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement. Which
Winners and losers. She's talking about, hey, we need it. Oh, wait. Clip it. You guys can go back like a few seconds. Clip it.
Got it. But why aren't the parents disputing that?
Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
because
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I
who's
don't
your
think- I don't
source
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to.
Who should clip it? I don't care. To anybody. If you know how to do it.
People are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that
Trying to
you
be as
would
subtle
very
as
find
possible
a
here,
lawyer who
guys.
advised you to
Damn.
go to the media.
Oh,
and speak.
this mother,
especially when your son
if
is
I
up
thought
for,
that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you, but if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a
I'm
source,
not,
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
well, it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
the
also
public
be a
on
good
your
time
side.
for the defense to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing
Isn't
is
the
they already
entire
said
debate-
they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that they
discovery.
didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking
It is a chocolate sandwich
about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it.
with Jimmy John's bread, a little bit of butter, and a Hershey.
The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
It's a French
They could have said they're-
delicacy.
No, they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on.
Uh-huh.
They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say.
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And
Yeah, bake
I
you a
just believe that in
sugar-free
general when
cake
someone is
tonight.
rotting in prison, but whatever.
Oh, dude, yeah, I got like sugar and carbs, and like I should go play a hockey game after this.
The next phase is
For real.
for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an
take a
argument
walk
to the state
tonight.
that says, we find this filing to be defective in
God,
and of itself.
hard.
We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is effective, and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
Yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what
what
I
you're
am.
asking
What I
why
am.
you're saying could they
No,
just
what
put
I'm
out-
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN.
True.
They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But
Oh, if I
I'll even
keep this
concede
up,
whole
I'm on
point
my
to you.
way.
Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second.
I ate these every day.
I just
that'd be
want
the
to make
case.
sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me
Uh-huh.
is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're
Mhm.
just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm
Well,
explaining
to
to you
be
this
fair,
is the
I
reason
mean,
that they're
that's how
doing it. I'm
conspiracy
addressing
theories start,
what you view to be
so-
overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which
what
convinces
you're,
me.
What? Yeah. Well, but thus far,
And this is
every
just like,
point that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my
he's
opening.
going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mhm.
It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say
Wait, but you said that wasn't good enough on her end.
they don't find it
If
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them.
Got to give it up to PBD. No, he's like Don King knows how to promote.
Everywhere.
I guess so.
We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine.
Oh my God, who's this fuck? I'm looking for locales. Not political.
I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced.
I don't even know what the fuck a locale is. I'm old.
Convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem.
We're watching a debate. It's Friday night. I don't care.
Problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
You can stick around. We're a cool bunch here.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a
is
problem
fun.
with what I think in my own
Just
spare time.
taking a
I
snack
don't
break.
understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the state
lecture?
is allowed to use.
I didn't
This is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You actually you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is-
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at the
funny.
gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That
and
is not
I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's a law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by that?
I know we went over it the other day. It wasn't important enough for me to actually like retain
this. I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say,
One more
but
time.
Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there.
Oh,
And they were
pigeonhole
basically saying
into
you don't need it
obscurity.
at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing.
I would argue that
That's just going to be
I kind of set myself up to not be that.
based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial
Like,
comes,
I hate to do this, but like realistically, I could leave politics at any point that I really wanted to. Would I have to rebuild a little bit of an audience? Yeah, but I could go focus on comedy content and just pretty much anything else.
going to get all the
But I'm not going to because I like the news.
To show cause.
And
Yeah,
this
so
shit,
that's what
I don't
they're
know
saying.
why.
Okay, so that's
And
not
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that-
I'm just,
we all know. And
I
then,
like
by the way,
weird
just now
things.
that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week
Lol-cow.
after. You guys can give me
What a dumb name.
the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no,
point
yeah,
here.
there's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into
I,
the evidences that you have
I want the
stated
smoke.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we discussed the gun, we discussed your.
Not
you can
great,
hold me to
but
those things,
deep.
but I would like to
Damn.
get into the
And we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself.
Where are they debating Charlie Kirk's assassination?
You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's
Smurf
the
and
case, then
Surter.
I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence
Dope name.
and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I
Welcome
said,
to the
publicly,
show.
you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
part- this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when
Well,
I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
just gonna-
giving.
you're conceding
Nobody's
on
giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond. I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to
Who's she debating? Andrew Wilson. He's like a debate bro.
say what I think. You know, if you want to move into
He
opinions,
was on Joe
if you
Rogan
wanna talk about
twice,
Eric
so
Kirk, if you
apparently,
wanna
like,
talk
he's
about
big
Drink What
enough now.
USA
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it. I'm
Yeah.
totally happy.
This
to do that. I
man
just wanna
makes me
say
want
that,
to drink.
I do not feel
Uni doesn't drink, so that should tell you something.
because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual
That was not the suit. That was
debate claims. I do not.
That was not
feel
what
that
I
you
was expecting to look
sufficiently
up and
have
see.
argued That
Uni?
the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry.
Why don't you just
Candace, one
here?
question. What evidence do you need
There's
to
smoke
see
upstairs
to
for you
say
if you
Tyler
want it.
Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually,
Black grinder, my side of the
inverse
bed.
of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay.
I don't like her, and I'm like, you go, girl.
They're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. We have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also,
he got his ass kicked by a
use
pickle jar.
immunity that was given to Lance by the feds. The fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions. The fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, "It's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be.
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us for stream, I have a VOD that will be up. My stream got cut into two. If you guys want to check out the beginning of the stream, the VOD is about 2.5 hours. Good viewing, man. I'm pretty proud of the first 2 hours. So
if they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's not like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd.
That is fucking weird. And the fact that they cleaned out the vehicle and it wasn't just sitting in evidence, I will give her that one. That was also odd.
When you learn that the
that
car
shit's wild.
that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale.
Yeah.
That's absurd. That should be sitting in
What?
evidence.
They
Any
fucking sold it? I heard that they cleaned it, but I didn't know they sold it.
police officers that you speak to
What?
will say, or
Damn, dude, if that's true, fucking A.
that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years.
That's
Had nothing to do with
sus
anything. It was
as
just around.
fuck.
And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said.
Although I
by-
told the story, I mean, I worked for a car dealership where I had to deal with a repo that was not exactly a great time.
the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects.
Someone had,
back, and we were told this is all fine, and
ended their journey, if you will,
we see this
in a Bronco where, yeah, I had to clean that. That sucked.
is just one example. Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her, I think she should have have it.
It's
and
one of my
sweet.
first jobs.
That should be in evidence. Immediately.
Yeah, it was literally one of my first jobs.
Paving over the
I was 15 years old.
crime scene. Is this just like the craziest thing ever? This is like defies common sense. You
So
immediately,
they're,
when you heard
yeah.
the guy who did it, actually go up on a podcast
Chicago,
and explain,
goodbye.
I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career
Aurora, goodbye.
heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday,
That was very insensitive. That's literally where it was.
the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was
Yeah.
done. And he tells us
It
the
was
call
a,
came from the feds and the
ta-
governor's office.
It was a it was kind of one of those like orange or like bronze kind of like Broncos that had like the white trim on it, and it had the tan inside.
UVUs wash their hands of it. And what he's saying, sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was
would have
federal
been enough for
territory,
me.
so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario?
Sylvie,
keeping the
God
evidence until we know more, until we're
damn.
confident.
Oh my
various
God, you got Sub-Zero in chat tonight.
boys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Fucking
Okay,
A.
so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something
Wow.
if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is, and then I'd be like, great,
Sorry.
a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's
Wild.
definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
Sure.
oh, we got a picture.
okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One
but
clear image of
was
his
funny
But I
as shit.
understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
if
you
you're
know?
asked the question,
Sub-Zero.
what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question
Flawless
be asked to me.
victory.
Andrew, what would take to convince you
Fatality.
that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a
Oh,
patsy or
man.
something like that. Just
then
good,
you get
clear,
the
concise
whoopsie.
evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay,
Just a
I don't-
good,
I don't disagree
just
with
a
that. We
good,
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience to hear that from
Without
you.
Wow,
question.
For you, is
PBD
there
actually
anything that you could see for you
stepping
to say,
in, huh?
Yeah, this guy was a patsy. this
Of
guy was
course,
a
I'm going to
Check
always
all that.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of
That's a Trump thing.
conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from
Grew up right in a
legitimate
Bronco, too.
investigation. Now, I'm not even
worst
saying
one.
anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm
What are you talking about? I had a nice, comfortable back seat.
saying is that the claims made
We had a
absent,
Bronco too.
absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like
I see the new Broncos, so there's the big Broncos. I call those Broncos. I see the little Broncos. I call those Buckaroos.
mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended, and that's
Like,
what we're going to get to
oh,
now.
look at you and your little
Would
Buckaroo.
you guys like to take an ad break?
Let's
before
take
we
an ad
come
break.
back?
Ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And,
They're
the
adorable.
conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect. Folks,
assassination.
we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably
Oh,
seen all
Jesus
the buzz
Christ.
around red light.
Her and her fucking stomping hat. Her and, I want to take a, like this, and then Erica Kirk in her black hat, and you could put them doing the Janet Jackson dance together, and it would totally fucking track. All right, we can go here.
Owens to start saving today. And I have to remind you guys about American Financing because everyday expenses keep climbing and high credit card interest is not making life any easier. If your budget is feeling squeezed lately, there's a smarter way to take back control. If you're a home
It's very funny. This guy's trying to become the voice of reason. Craig Stevenson, who you talking about? Me or Andrew Wilson? Which, either one I would call ridiculous. You're right.
homeowner, your home equity is your best financial tool. American Financing can help you consolidate high-interest credit card debts so that you have some breathing room. Timing matters now more than ever.
Excuse
There's a
me.
strong chance of an interest rate hike this September.
Oh,
or
yeah,
it could
I'm
cost you thousands, and
totally,
with rates in the
you know,
fives,
like-
there's no better time to find out how much you could be saving. So ditch
I'm
those
not going
20%
anywhere
interest rates
tonight.
by consolidating.
Oh, Wilson. Cool.
You can slash your monthly obligations. In fact, American Financing
Craig
borrowers save
Stevenson.
an average of $800 a month.
Welcome to the show. Also, if you haven't subbed, appreciate it. At least hit the like.
Imagine what that kind of cash flow could do for your family.
It
There are
goes for
zero
all of
upfront
you. If
fees,
you
and
haven't
you
hit
may
the
even
like,
delay up to
that
2
really
mortgage
does help.
payments. To lock in your lower rate before September,
Does.
call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it
Dude, it
fair
just
to say
became
you're okay
radio,
defending your
like it really
position of the
did.
overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court.
The seatbelts are weird. I will give you that. The seatbelts are weird. Yeah, it had that middle seatbelt. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Hearing and
I know
things
exactly
like
what you're
other
talking
evidence
about.
that's come across our lab and things that
Yeah.
we're speaking about.
And then the one
I
that
just do
came
wanna
out
make it
from
clear to
like the fucking
viewers
wheel
that
well.
For whatever reason,
Dude, you're right. That shit was. Yeah.
you think that you
That wasn't even safe now that I'm thinking about it because it didn't do the click click thing. Like it always was like it.
have a right to sort of depose
All right.
me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this
you.
is a meta conversation.
Right,
You're right.
But
The Broncos
so now
were
we're
weird.
transcending. Like let's use
I
a
mean,
word
there's no-
to use
there's
a
no-
word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right?
I
So
like
this
Jeeps.
part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a,
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that
Yeah, here.
we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
if I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to depose
questions.
me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in a debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about trans and death pills.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
but
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
You can say that
you
for
know,
certainty.
Oh, no, it's just around the lap.
If your energy
That's
here
what
is
it
going to
was.
be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say.
Yeah, it was
you're-
just a
you're
lap
just gonna help me against
seatbelt.
the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or
Yeah,
no. We're
but
not
it
debating
came-
anymore.
yeah,
We're
it
having
came
a
from the
conversation.
wheel
So
well.
I already addressed that in the first half of this about why
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is
Michael,
still.
upstairs, yeah.
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your.
you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
this
talk
is
about
the
the
conversation.
under
That's
pressure.
what I'm agreeing to.
Let's talk about the
What
Foreign
up?
Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes,
Welcome
that's why
back.
I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when
She's actually scared of like the Macron thing
say-
because she can't say too much because she is being deposed.
I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that
I know.
conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody
Andrew
calls and
Wilson's
says, hey, Andrew,
wife
there's a
has
valuable
3
death threat
babies
against you,
dead.
and that person definitively
You look
has the right to be able to
sniz.
tell you this,
You
and you say, what I'm going to
sniz.
do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go,
God,
what's your
the way
evidence?
he says
It's like,
that.
well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right
Old
body.
Broncos, old Chevy Blazers have a lot in common. Yeah, I drove a Blazer
what I did.
for
Got it. I just want to
Cool.
make sure.
And so-
I'm not
A
trying
while.
to trap you.
Well,
I
it
just
do-
want to
it
make
does
sure.
One of my
matter.
favorite
In that
cars. I had a
place, I want to
4-door.
know what you're doing now because this has always been the thing. It's like we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim.
4-door 03 Blazer.
Going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass
Mint
her.
green.
I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said.
man, it was a
Now
nice
you have
car.
stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Or not mint
Can
green,
you
forest green.
give
Yes, we can
me-
pull up the clip.
Can you-
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Hey.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never
Is there
spoke about
something wrong with a woman having 3 babies' daddies? I can prove this criticism and
LGBTQ
stuff.
issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues...
No,
would
it's
be
not
a
about.
wonderful thing.
Listen, it's not about the criticism of 3 babies' daddies. That's the whole point. Is that it is dumb. But his standards, like
Go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
oh, mommy.
Because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
Oh, but he left a fart. Thanks.
The question I'm
and
asking
tell
is
me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that
asshole.
in any case, establishing a
He left a fart.
motive. And what I, and again, I already explained this at the top of the show. But
I mean,
the reason
it's
why
okay.
people
It's not your
find
fault.
Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was about.
Yeah, and it's not that there's anything wrong with it, dude. It's the fact that he by his definitions thinks that there is.
Trying to convince the public how much he
We're using his belief system.
liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things?
I'm just gonna say no. No, there's nothing wrong with it.
Any evidence is real.
And if she divorced two abusive men, great.
Was involved.
But guess what? Andrew Wilson, by his belief structure, thinks that she shouldn't be able to do that.
Killing Charlie Kirk.
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general.
No. He's talked about like women's rights specifically within like being able to leave the fucking family unit the same way Crowder has.
Sense of
This is the bitch of it, man. Like when he has enough content out there where you're just like, well, shit, dude.
Why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
You don't need to defend him.
Who I think would have the right to assert it.
The foot bounce is
noted that there were 12
distracting.
Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most
I wish
people
you
would
wouldn't
like
have
to
pointed
probe
that out.
Now it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the
back, it's my
almost desperate
shoulder.
lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a threat.
There it
There's no
goes.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say
Thank you,
it.
Dave.
I don't
Positive
need to
evidence
just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what we've
point you
said
to
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an
Eventually, yeah, standing desk.
American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed.
would
Doesn't feel
help.
right.
Do you have
So
any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to
He kinda
ask
got
me
her there.
personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have.
Like I said, this is kind of funny. Like
I don't know what
because
the
I have
deal
no dog in this fight.
If you, yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah, he said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is why
and play
people
it,
think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If they have the clip,
yeah,
they
they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via who?
Oh, stop.
My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was.
How bad
different.
does Andrew
There's
want a
really
cigarette
different
at this point in the debate?
How? Why?
They already took a break, so he should be fine.
I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. I also involvement.
Yeah, Neva, we covered
I
it.
understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's-
France
I did like a half hour on it.
Involved. Yeah, I mean, the
you,
person
though.
that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a
I need to break up my segments. God damn it, dude. I don't have time to.
professional limitation for me to then go.
My goal is to make enough so I can pay someone to edit my VODs so I can get more stuff out there, and then that's living the dream.
And probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence.
Okay,
God,
Liz, I don't.
that's
you,
a
can you
long
stop
way
this?
off.
It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I
Wait,
think.
irony of
And-
potheads casting stones at a smoker. Oh, I'm not casting, dude. Wow, Jesus Christ, calm down. I'm literally making fun of the fact that he smokes a lot of cigarettes, and like smoking cigarettes is something that calms you down. Pot could literally make you fucking have an anxiety attack. It's not the rip. Like if I were to take a rip every time he smoked a cigarette, like, dude, I'd be out of my mind.
And I am allowed to think.
Yeah,
And you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think.
do you
Because
have
he tried
positive
to
evidence?
claim.
I remember like during the debate with me, he tried to fucking say some shit about like take a rip off my pen, and I kind of said like, and you're gonna smoke another cigarette.
I have tons of positive
Like, and it kind of turned into like a, oh yeah, right.
evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
Nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is
Candace has really danced around the Erica plot. Yeah, she did.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say
with,
I
I have
think.
nothing
it's
at
with
stake.
full
I can just say, yeah,
confidence.
she totally did.
You
That
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
But if I said, for instance, I
Waffle
think
House Fight Club. What the fuck,
to be late
bro?
to work, right? With full
Wait, she
confidence.
believes the French Legion was on the ground that
My
day.
evidence for that is that
Hey,
I'm 20
man,
minutes away.
Candace
and I need to be
believes
there
weird
at
shit,
5.
but your name's
That's
hilarious.
How you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just gonna tell you
confidence.
something.
Hang on, let me finish. Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I
She
have
doesn't
full
want a
confidence I'm
defamation
going to be
case.
late to
Yeah.
work, I would say my evidence
She knows
I'm
what's
going
up.
to be is
She's a
that work
grifter.
is 20
She knows how to
minutes
grift just
away, right, and I have to be
properly
there at
enough
5.
where she
So I have
doesn't
full
lose money.
confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate.
Oh, Candace coming in with the hots. You lost there, homie.
And now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our
These
debate
are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind that you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Professor
I'm
of fallacy. I'm
It seems
asking-
like you are just
I'm
something.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
You don't have to. You're just allowed to.
There it
think.
is.
And I've explained
The
to
Israel
you my
bit.
thought process. I don't need to
We were waiting
structure it in
for
a
it.
sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions,
go
they're
much?
watching this in context. They know why
Fucking
I'm saying
Christ.
it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
it's not
doubt
a
this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you- well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and
They watch your podcast because of the
my
brain rot.
experiences and what has happened to me, and you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it. If
I'm not
allowed
trying to
say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm asking very
You're
pertinent
sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
you
me
just
to say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it, but I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full competence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever
Yeah,
clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need
tell
to,
you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign
fuck.
Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, "Here's what I heard from
And
somebody"?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, "Hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email."
Yes.
Email was, "I've been told
I have
somebody is-"
information. Yeah, that the French.
Damn, him moving his foot is kind of distracting. Now that you say
Foreign
it,
Legion was on the ground during
I
Charlie's
can't.
assassination.
Like, dude, yeah, that's like
and
nicotine fucking
that-
fit. That's
I mean,
neck
it was
fit.
a lot of information, but
Well, you
like
didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah,
So if they do contact
Damn.
you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away,
you,
and Trump saw.
Vampire Gracie, thank you. Kindly for the $2.
At Vampire
Oh,
Gracie
he's
$2.
upstairs.
Save big money at Menards.
Man, I want to tell like Menards that like Vampire Gracie's out here like doing free advertisement like a mofo. It's crazy. Like
Office, his like Margot got
So
right back
much
to me.
free
She was on his desk,
advertising.
so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources. here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay, I mean that's.
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
asked you to
different
say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be
Lowe's
followed up on
knows.
within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to
Not
say
the
that this
best
is maybe a different
advertising if
individual
you
because this
ask
is a
me.
person that was involved with TPUS
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys?
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they?
No,
if
how
they didn't
could
come
they
get
if she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
th-
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has
you
got
send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
and
they
I
haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
but
Let me
when
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just ask
did
one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what
This
I
is
said
weird to see her kind of like taking a task on this because
what I publicly have said.
I
here.
mean, realistically, she did just kind of make this up out of like her ass.
I do
so-
think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now,
Oh,
when
man.
in
I
terms of any of the
mean,
hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem.
Not
a lot
like
of
I
us have
care.
had,
Like,
that
I mean, if
won't
they
even
were, I wouldn't be
explore,
surprised, but
anything else that's
damn.
going on in Charlie's life
That's a
personally. So if we're
bold
not
move
satisfied
there,
that Tyler
Cotton.
Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source.
Oh,
in the world.
shit,
I mean,
this
down
is
to
where she
pictures,
starts to, like, go a
details,
little
police
fucking
officers,
Candace, huh?
what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the
news-
thing
news-
is funny.
so is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources
hang on.
that
I
we
have
can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that there is none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was
Okay, Automod on Twitch is doing some really weird shit. Sorry, guys, if you're getting affected by that.
scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was
That was
leaving the
ridiculous.
pro-Israel cause when everyone
That
was lying
shouldn't
about
have
that.
gotten hit.
Then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content because
That's all you have, Candace. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. That is some of the most delusional shit that I've heard during this entire thing.
Like, for example, when I just the
It's not based on vibes and dreams. Literally what this show is.
other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going,
Yikes.
I don't think
Okay.
these are just vibes. It seems like Candace
This is the first time that I've actually, like, in this whole thing
Yeah, I'm not
gone,
sure
like,
that would
damn.
legitimize your sources as being
Bullshit.
legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a
For her.
conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
She's actually been
How
less
would
full
that-
of shit than usual.
How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people
go,
trust
yeah.
me,
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm
compiled
good.
a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
Yawn
Like,
indeed, bro.
I'm not committing a crime, am I? By
I
just,
mean, this
like,
Well,
saying what I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most
redeemed in Jesus Christ.
people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
No,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you're
Hey, redeemed in Jesus Christ. What do you think of the what do you think of Matthew 7:21 through 23?
if you want people to come in and answer questions for you,
I've been asking this question a lot. I'm going to continue to ask it.
I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I
Andrew
want
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then
Mhm.
that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position
By the way,
is
I'm an
spokesperson for
atheist.
Turning Point USA. So when
Not sure if
the
that's
crowd
applicable,
turns against
but-
Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing's funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be
think
fair
I'm
with you.
ground zero of people not
I think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that
was
there was
actually
some
kind of
PR
the
there.
last-
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How
I
would that
think
get you in a legal
think
pickle?
firmly that if I was
This dude has lost every argument he's ever had, and Candace somehow drew with him.
investig-
Wait, I had an argument with him. Did I win?
investigating officers, I would
Mouth-rot MR. Please subscribe. I have officially.
seat them all.
Hey, you're like one of the nice ones. Yay!
And I would ask questions.
I'm in that
at this
boat.
space. I would.
Okay,
So,
what does
using
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a
feel
sufficient
good now.
investigation into what we know to be true of 80%
no joke. I debated this
of
guy.
homicides.
It was weird.
It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never
I'm
even
gonna just
considered-
say it again. And I've said it a lot. He's a character, like literally. Like, dude, this whole prick persona that he puts on when he does this, like, he's not that guy. When he's in the green room or he's not on camera, he is actually like
that like I said earlier, the backpack
he acts
was
like a normal
returned,
person.
That was never considered.
because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big
Jesus,
organization. There's
it's
a
full.
$100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but what
that's
was
fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And
him,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow.
She looks like one of those Power Rangers figures that like has the head that like flips.
Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How
Really?
would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death
She
of
literally ran from the question. Yeah, she did.
Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay. So
I
what's she
didn't say
complicit
that.
in?
Yes. So
What are you talking
selling this
about?
narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping
Oh my
up clips.
God, Pepper, are you high? I'm not low. And I'm like a few beers in.
Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
into
tell me.
base.
What
and
does
I
that
did
mean?
bring
What
up-
does complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty?" that Tyler
Why do you
Robinson
ask,
did this?"
Rev?
And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica.
He really is
for
one of
4
the most
hours under
insufferable
the
human beings on the planet. God, you hate
assumption
him.
that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I
You
did not
really
engage
hate
in any like Erica. Everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like,
Oh,
I'm gonna
it's
wait
kinda
here
funny.
because I don't know. Just it feels weird to think that. Do I?
'Cause
think
I
it's
know
more for
what it
mannerisms
takes
or
to
weird
make
stuff like
you
that? Yeah,
hate
but that's not-
someone.
You can't convict somebody on weird
That's a
mannerisms.
lot.
And then when I sat down with her, and I was expecting for her to say, "Well, you know,
Hell, I'll
I'm
join you
obviously
there.
a victim on the
Rock
case,
out.
and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great, you know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, you know, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's probably
watching the devil go up to 100%.
involved. They
But
made the
I
rest.
don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to
I
fool
just
the public
started
into
a
thinking this is an
poll
open and
who
shut
won it.
How's she
case.
trying to fool the public
Candace
into
Andrew
this?
Wilson
If
are
she
the
believes,
devil.
Like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you
believe-
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy,
said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
when-
we don't have like infinite amounts of
Dude,
time.
that
I'm
was
guessing? You probably
that's
don't
so
want to watch it.
hilarious.
I'm going to go back
That's
to my
just-
theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards Dr.
Hey, you
Clips
know
and
what?
getting a
We
response.
don't always need Twitch. I'll just say that much. This is a fun
Okay,
Friday.
anything. I'm just making sure that
Although,
we got this right.
stick
Because what you're
around
actually
for
saying is that
the
Erica
end
was
here.
in
If you
when
guys, I promise this. No matter what, I'm gonna hang for at least 20 minutes. We're gonna do like something fun.
Re-examine her actions
It's gonna be a good
backward
time.
because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know, I wanted to have that conversation publicly. But
Man,
there
she keeps
probably
going
people who
back to
didn't do it
this.
Publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know.
The
I didn't
poll
wanna
could do the
insert-
funniest thing.
Before anything
Sad.
happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a
No.
relationship.
No, I mean, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building a home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that.
I mean, nobody's actually said Charlie or Candace or
days, and I was just happy, and I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I didn't really get to know this person.
Andrew,
so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff.
Oh, what am I having my sister on to tell some stories?
And by the way,
So
what dramatically
we're figuring
transformed
it
your
out.
opinion of
We're figuring out if I'm going to Denver. She's like, come
Erica
here.
after going to the headquarters, because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
Either
is-
or.
Come on, that's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue
You know,
in cheek.
that's what happens when you
Usually when I call someone
have
retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek.
family that moves all
Like,
over
for
the place.
instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the
Still do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Sorry. You know,
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when you
know,
gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for
You like
basic answers to
Candace's
questions, and
casual
you're saying
sneakers?
that
I
you
mean,
walked
she is
into their
pregnant.
headquarters and reached out, and they
It's
instantly.
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I,
and don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point
That
is.
wasn't a
sending
dig I
you
like
as a
him.
horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have. They don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
Like, I don't think
Ravi's
you
just
were-
like, I want to know what they are. They look
Do you have any
cozy.
I never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence. You're
No?
sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met
as
the chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his
trying
last
to
days,
fill a
they
quota?
decided to give it to
Oh,
you to come to
fuck.
my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough
Yeah,
to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
do you think that if you
Talk
know,
about terrible PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
I bet Andrew could say the same thing about me.
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminism.
Oh, Rev, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that, man.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And
Jesse,
a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
So you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because
Why?
Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
It makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's
Actually,
legacy.
no, I kind of agree with Andrew a little bit on this one. Like, technically, if you're trying to like keep the money flowing,
right?
No.
And you're trying,
and she's trying to like dictate how you grieve.
find some.
But then again, this is me standing up for two shitty people. I'm literally playing devil's advocate here as like just hey, you know.
Legacy is his children, not the
They both
organization.
suck still.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA.
Getting owned by Candace Owens is crazy. Yep, just call me Patty.
That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this is why people think she's sus.
And
Also,
his children.
hope
Now,
you're enjoying the
for
show.
You, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation.
Andrew Wilson is an actual loser with a humiliation king. I could see
I'm
it.
Still just as critical of feminism inside of TP USA as I've always been, and I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip, so if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
I mean, as as crazy as
why Terrell's
it
nervous on the phone with
was.
me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay, they panicked.
Okay.
It's the reason Erica had to step out. Once that's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
I think
I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, the internet, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically
yes,
exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on.
Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff that can poke the holes in that one.
Obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was...
Was this interview for Andrew rolling them... for Turning Point rolling Andrew out? Ooh.
It was the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips... We should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed in his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And
for
also
him,
there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually
there's some baggage there.
When I was just observing what I saw with my eyes. I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
that's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was
50 yards.
Between 1,500 and 2,000, I'm pretty sure, pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say, I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that, so there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because...
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence.
Let's see, because...
And
you can fact check it.
Your
fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaces air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt.
But the dispersal, like, it's the fact that his shirt went...
Shirt here.
It's not
underneath
a bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
the shirt.
It starts up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
That's not the problem. It's literally that there is no, like, exit wound as opposed to this, which looks like a small, like, exit wound from something that either was fired from behind or to the side, which would be the mic theory, but
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? It didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first.
POTUS should resign for ruining the world economy.
Charlie even
Mr. Mundray, if you're not already subscribed, please do.
reacts, if you watch it in slow.
Welcome to the
His
show.
necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd.
We agree.
And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the cart, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
the purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purpose of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
saying
starts.
he observed, he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's
no,
what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down.
I saw it when it happened.
So if I'm in real time, I'm just
Nah, real time. You saw that shit go.
assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you-
people disagree with you. Your
Yeah.
opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Couple thoughts.
Cigarette
Yeah, so
break.
I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is
to
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all three of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me,
Yeah,
Erica.
chat's
We can
on
do it
fire
this way.
tonight,
This goes back
guys.
to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
This is almost over. Fuck.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode.
where are we
Really,
at?
you'll be wasting your breath.
235.
You can spend $1 billion on
Oh my
influencers because this is
God.
all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many
I don't think we're doing
verifiable lies.
Twitch.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's a show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned, and I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Anybody else watch this? The rest
no,
of this,
actually,
like,
that would be a
worth
great thing for
watching
the
because I
spokesperson
am
for
kind of
the thing, saying
following
she's
like
already sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess
out
would
of
be she
interest
hasn't
with
'cause they
it.
returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that?
because
though?
they're
Why do
kind
they-
of
they don't owe me
circling
anything.
back.
That's my show you're watching. Because, you know, the
and-
clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show.
I don't know.
So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's
I
strange,
remember,
right?
like-
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
At some point,
So
I
you're
like
just saying, what if they haven't
popped
been?
into
Yeah, if
this,
your-
and
if
they
your
were like
entire-
yelling at
if
each
your
other.
entire thing
so-
is
Junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the
haven't seen that
query
yet.
is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
during
is
points
to-
like we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica, and I have to say I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though,
I would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait, I
fair.
expressed
We did
these-
not take out
wait,
of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
Well, what's not what didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange.
What
That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself.
You're over
right?
it?
Which was
Yeah.
going to take which position. I wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that
I'm
I had
kind
at
of
least an hour
over
and a
it.
half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of. Hang on.
and
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say
except
I'm
holding
just-
The
you.
only bitch of this is it's to fill the hour here to go
You can't
all the
figure
way to
yes or
seven, a
no.
clean 7 for
Well,
me.
we were
So
supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part
or
of the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
and like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't
perception
think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite a few of
PPD
them
has
were.
been
Was there
useless
3?
for the
Erica
last
or 4?
hour and a
So
half.
you just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
It was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy.
Indy Navarrete has just been officially cast as Rogue. Hell yeah, good for her, man.
to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to
Cheers,
play
sir.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
they
We
want
were
to
getting
go
into
to
the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was
Think you
explaining to
deserve
you.
better.
We have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you were saying from 7 days ago.
Hashtag fuck bear.
Okay,
Wait.
while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
can I ask a question? I know it's been,
Production
or like, can I
inhabit.
ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has his
thing went
DNA
out.
on the
It's
towel.
fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've said this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what
The
I mean when I say
devil
that. Like,
one.
it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage. Because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned.
need to pull
I
it.
said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most.
The
degraded.
Candace
So
Owens,
I hope your team
technically.
feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I think
that?
that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
The
I'll show it
devil
on my show.
wins.
But that's what
We
I'll
up
do. I'll show it
late?
on my
Yes,
show.
we are.
Well, because I want to drip out the
Done
evidence.
some hours tonight.
That's got to drip out
But
that
what's up,
evidence.
Brian?
Keep people
How you
coming
doing,
back
man?
to the show, right?
Good to
I
see
don't
you.
know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a
Yeah,
question. Is
closings,
that
please.
permitted?
Go ahead.
By all
Just
means.
so I
Can
also
we get
have clarity,
closings?
Since your basis has been
I
evidentiary.
could do 20
and
minutes
saying
and
that you have
fucking
evidence or like you
chat
are
with you
following
guys
evidence.
until the end of the show.
Which one of the charges
much
against
longer we
or
got?
all of them do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think what I
Jesus
think is
Christ.
that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for? Right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you
want to make
name
sure that
one?
we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care.
Doomsday trailer was cool, but Vision Quest, I haven't watched either of them yet. I saw them on my phone. I'll check them.
Is that it? That's the
right
that's
as
the
I get out of here.
You're
Yeah,
just not
but I mean,
following it
it
enough.
seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should. Like, can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
I'm
that
just
he's-
happy they're
You can
fucking
really- no,
doing
this is a
Dr.
great
Doom in
question.
You just got
general.
to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips
This
out
is
of
awesome.
context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7
can
since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to.
Do
put
it.
Your,
No, do it. I'll
Oh,
count. Go
who
ahead.
cares?
You don't have
Name
to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can
hang
do
on.
that.
Name 'em.
Yeah, sure. The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
the death sentence.
So
in the
murder.
state.
I don't care. All right, that was it for that. Damn, this room is enough. It'd be hard for me to think of a group that I'd like to sit in with less. Oh yeah, well that one for sure. Although, hey, I'm here. But I get it. I get it. I can't always be likable. I'm sorry. Not always likable me. I can't be everybody's friend. My mom taught me that early. I think that's why I'm kind of like used to people like possibly hating me. Dude, seriously, my mom like totally set me up to be like prepared to just deal with like shitty people. What speed was that? 1.25. They're technically 2 different things. But yeah. Oh shit! Excuse me. Forgive me. we're about to go on what would be my 9th hour or 10th hour almost. Like, my stream crashed at one point. I don't even remember. It all just blends together at one point. But, oh shit, did my previous comments not go through? I know one of them didn't. I mean, you retracted one of them, but... Either way, if you guys are just joining us over on Twitch, you should go for a walk. I'm going to bed after this. I'm going upstairs. I'm gonna probably eat something and then do the sleep. Yeah, like Talavani's saying, I'm gonna do the sleep. I mean, it's Friday into Saturday. I mean, yeah, I got my normal day tomorrow, which is why I don't stream, but yeah, I'll be alright. As long as I'm in bed by 2, I'm okay. I've been pushing it lately, though. Ugh. You're making taco ribs tomorrow? Ugh. I wish I could make something cool like that tomorrow. I can't. I don't got time. Oh, by the way, guys, if you haven't already hit the like button on the stream, please do. Or double tap, all that stuff. And if you haven't already subbed over on Twitch, guys, actually about to I can get to 50 subs. Apparently, that's like a big deal on Twitch. So, I only just found that out as I was streaming here, and we reached 31. I have 31 subs over on Twitch right now. But yeah, if you guys got that Amazon Prime account and you're not using it anywhere else, man, please yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I deserve it. Right? I'm trying to convince myself. It's just yeah, I deserve good things. Because I do. No, actually, that's how much therapy has worked. I have convinced, I'm not only convinced, I do. I deserve this. Put binder on the rib. Oh, I put, usually I use a mustard, to bind my, dry rub. And then I put them into a smoker for quite some time, so. 4 hours on 300 degrees. 300 degrees is a little too much heat. I like to go 275, max. Yeah, I like to do mine on actually, I'm gonna be honest. I like to do mine on 250. Mine take about 8 hours, but yeah, mustard's your go-to. So, we know how to cook. Cheers. It really does add flavor. If you had a smoker, you'd be... I got lucky. I really did. My in-laws got me a smoker 2 Christmases ago. I got an electric one. It's pretty dope. I like it. Been making smoked chicken. I made some smoked chicken breast. Same thing. I use the mustard as the binder, so I get the thick chicken breasts. I do not butterfly them. This is the key. Do not butterfly them. You want to keep them nice and thick. So yeah, you want to use... so this is also my secret. I use a little bit of olive oil first and then put the mustard on. Then I roll it around in a bag with the dry rub. Throw that bitch into the... throw them bitches into a... it's one of them tinfoil pan things. I put a little bit of apple juice, just a teeny bit of apple juice. And then I use apple juice to actually smoke them with some cherry wood. That's my chicken right there. You could shred that shit like that. I like to eat it I don't like to shred it necessarily. But yeah, it's juicy. Dude, it's so fucking juicy and just delicious. Really? That doesn't dry it out? 250 to 400? Really? That seems risky. I'd rather just braise it. But hey, maybe hey, we got different techniques. You know, like if I want for instance, when I make a pork chop, I'll do it like I can slow cook a pork chop, but then what I do like to do is I like to have the charred edges, so I put it on a cast iron, let it char up. It's delicious. Wrapping anything in enough foil keeps the juice in. Sometimes, actually, I mean, for the most part, yes, but sometimes it fails, yeah. Smoke infusing, yeah. I have no idea. Sorry, I'm thinking about food. What time is it? It's midnight. Anything open? Don't think so. It's okay. I'll go upstairs and find something to munch on. When you bake or fry, you always butter. No, I understand that, but the thing is, when you're smoking it, you need to keep it together. Yeah, that's the reason I stipulate it though, because bake or fry, yeah. No, I recommend that you butterfly that shit. Otherwise, that's a waste. But yeah, frying. Oh yeah. Smoking's different. Yeah, no, it's totally different. Yeah. No, when you're smoking them, you want them to, because like I also use like a meter, like one of those like meat thermometers. I love that thing. It's like one of my favorite things that I own. It's the best goddamn meat thermometer you could ever buy. Wednesday was the meteor shower. Oh yeah, shit. That was the 13th, wasn't it? It's Saturday, isn't it? Yay. Oh, I was about to say, I mean, I love having a smoker. Love it. Actually, tomorrow I might smoke something. Let's see, what do I want to smoke? Ooh, prime rib. Ooh. No, I haven't got that kind of money. Chicken breast. It'll be chicken breast. I think I'm gonna do an Italian chicken breast though, because like I have an Italian recipe, or Italian. It's more like an Italian dressing recipe. Like you bastard, you need one so bad. Yeah, no, I am lucky on that one. I fucking love that thing. I use it at least once a week. Like I love it. I fucking love it. I use it until it's like snowing outside. So. Makes your midnight biscuits and gravy. Ooh, pepper white gravy. Ooh, nice. I bet you put the fucking right amount of fucking that pop in it. Damn, dude. That's like Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel, I'll admit, Cracker Barrel's got like the best biscuits and gravy because they put that fucking pepper pop in it. The black pepper where it's just like kind of pops in your mouth. It's fucking fire. Anyway. Why you gotta be weird, man? We're literally having fun here. And you're being a weirdo. Like, is this how you are in real life? Is this what you do? I mean, if that's what happens, cool. Alright. Can I teach you how to be less weird? Can your interaction with me make you leave here a little less weird and, like, give you that, like, hint that maybe, just maybe, you don't need to be the way that you are. I'm a bit weird. I mean, I admit it. The thing is, you're weird in a bad way. You're weird in a creepy way. I'm weird in just a weird way. Like, I like politics. That's weird. I like some, comedy that might be a little off kilter. Could be constituted as weird. But what you're doing is just weird. You know? It's like that weird shit where you creep out girls. You know? Am I wrong? Chat, am I wrong? Hey, chat. Who's more weird here? Yeah, I'm a goof. Yeah, it's goofy little goober. That I am. That's gonna be on my fucking headstone. Pep. He was but a goofy little goober. You know what? I take it. Black pepper. Know what the secret ingredient is? Pickled jalapeno juice. Pickled? Really? Really? Ooh, some pickled jalapeno juice on a steak, though. Oh, in a cast iron. See, I use the I use the pickled peppers that I do every year, which I'm doing again. He's the cringe weird. No, I know. So I'm trying to make him feel bad. By the way, 5 more minutes and then I'm wrapping up show. So if you guys have any destination that you are looking to go to and check out, you can map that out here in a second. But hang around, check out the outro. Hey, if you guys have already been hanging. You haven't subbed, please consider doing so. I mean, dude, I got a pretty kick-ass community here, you know? Like, we hang, we talk politics. You might disagree with me. I mean, it does happen. It really does. I was in a stream chat on Wednesday where someone stopped by. The woman streamer was like, why are you doing the booby thing? Just because they saw some cleavage. I mean, booby streamers are real. Like, hey, one of my best friends is a fucking booby streamer, and she admits it, and I'm proud of her for it. She was just like, yeah, I'm a booby gamer streamer. She hasn't done it in a while though. You guys met her though. Kat, she's cool. Best intro outro on YouTube. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. No shame. There's no shame. I think I said that to Christina, like where she was like, yeah, I have a sugar daddy. I'm like, how do I get one of those? Like, no, for real. Like, I'm jealous. No shame. Fuck, dude. If she's getting it, she's getting it. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, goddamn. I mean, fuck, you guys. I've had a good night tonight, so I can't complain. Like, I'll just say this, in this space, you know, or like in the streamer spaces, it seems to be a little bit easier, you know, if you got some, you know, you got some goods. I ain't got the goods. I got no goods. I don't even have hair on my chest. Like, it fucking sucks, dude. Like, I'll just admit it. Like, admit it. Like, it's something, I mean, it is something to be kind of ashamed of, but, like, I don't. Like, my hair, like, it all migrated to, like, this side. Like, so my nipples, they, like, get hairy as shit. But, like, nothing in the center there. It's just like, what? What in the fuck, genetics? It all went here. So, yeah, got a good beard. Got nice hair, but this shit sucks. And then like half of my stomach fucking grows hair. That's weird. Yeah, I know, right? Thank you. I don't have any back hair though, so no back hair is good. You know, that's a plus. And I mean like 0 back hair. So, yeah. I get armpit hair like it's ridiculous. Like, dude, seriously. You ever it's like it's ridiculous. Lean into the otterness. I can't lean into my otterness. I don't have otterness. Like, I'm not happy hairy. I'm like, ew, hairy. Like the fact that half of my fucking like my stomach, that was the most disappointing one where I'm like, come on, really? Show armpit, you'll get traction. No. I do not fall for your dirty tricks. Now you get the hoodie. Well, shit, I'm set. I'm probably up to fucking C cup. Oh, really? I mean, if I drink enough beer, I can get to like a, you know, what is it? I call it like the B plus cup. I don't know which one that is. Those are like the little like no, I'd be like A minus cup. I understand how bras work. I don't know. You're so mad at me right now. It's like, you fucking idiot. Creepshow is fire. Oh, Creepshow's awesome. Remember that story, the Indian guy? No, I don't. No, I don't remember that. No. You guys don't have tits. We can tell. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, duh. No, I just have weird hairy nipples. Because God decided, hey, it's all going over here. Or whatever decided. I've got movie star hair. I mean, I'm happy with my hair. I'm not mad with it. Does weird things occasionally. I'll have bad days, but I also just, I don't know. I should probably cut it. A lot of hair. Look at this shit. Look at it. That's so much fucking hair. Some people are into that. Yeah. Why? God. Could you imagine? It's like you're into that and you're just like, whoa. And then you're like, oh, I kind of want to, like, I don't know, suckle them. And then you're just like, yeah, pick out hair. Like, this is the whole reason that we're all like self-conscious and like, you know, do the shave thing. And if you don't, then again, it's just a lot of. What are we talking about? It's like, dude, you got something in your teeth. Ah. you just unravel it. You're at brunch and you're just like, what's that? It's like, huh? You got a hair in your tooth. Oh, I do, huh? Oh my god. You pick a pube out of your fucking eggs at fucking Sunday brunch with your mom, just like, what's that? I don't know. Oh, one of my eyebrow hairs fell out. Whoa, that's crazy. Oh man. This fucking show. Welcome to Pep Talks, folks. All right, if you have not hit the like button, please consider doing so. I really appreciate it. But this is where I say goodbye. Look how curly. You're just like, it's one of those ones where it's like in your it's a hair. It feels like floss. Wait, that hasn't happened to you guys? I'm literally talking about it like I'm a fucking expert. The worst. The worst is you do have the one where you're just like, hold on. Oh man, yeah, no shit, right? This has been a fun stream. Yeah, no Twitch tonight, guys. Sorry, it's late. This has been fun. But yeah, I gotta go. So, probably no show tomorrow, probably no show on Sunday, but look out for some content. I'm gonna try and drop some stuff in between here. And if I do show up live, you never know. The reason I say this is because, yeah, if I get off work and I'm bored and there's nothing else going on. If you have not already hit the like, please do. Appreciate that. Really does help me out. Gonna miss you until Monday, Pep. Hey, I appreciate that. But hey, you know what they say about the distance and the fondness and all that stuff. So yeah, you know what? A few days off, you know, give you guys a few days off of me, and then you guys are going like, hey, I look forward to this. You get too much, you get sick of me. So don't want to flood, you know, I don't want to, you know, flood the market. I don't want to, you know, you don't want too much of Pep. Who wants too much of Pep? Even my wife is just sitting upstairs, just like. All right. It's bad when you end up finding. All right. I have had that. There's nothing funnier than when you go to, like, I'll just say it, when you go to wipe your ass and you're just like, what the fuck? And then you feel like between your cheeks, you just pull the fucking long hair. You're like, whoa, gross. That's how we're ending the show. Welcome to Pep Talks, folks. Love y'all. I'll catch you later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.